Chapter 2661. The blood demon used blood as its power. The more blood it devoured, the stronger it would become. There used to be a cultivation sect on this mountain, but the entire sect had disappeared. Needless to say, they must have been devoured by this blood demon. It devoured a large amount of blood essence and then transformed into a cocoon at the top of the mountain. However, it did not expect Gu Fei to pass by at this time. He noticed the strange phenomenon on the mountain and went up to check. This blood demon was unlucky. Swoosh! With a flash of sword light, Gu Fei slashed the blood demon that was pouncing at him into two. However, just when Gu Fei thought that he had gotten rid of the blood demon that he had split into two has turned into two clouds of blood mist and then merged back together. The blood mist surged, and a figure reappeared in the void. The pungent smell of blood permeated the void, and the vitality of the surrounding flowers and trees rapidly disappeared. Large patches of grass and trees rapidly withered and turned yellow. Interesting. Gu Fei looked at the blood figure in the void. He did not make a move. This blood demon was not ordinary. It did not die after being slashed by his 9 heaven stars sword. You spoiled my plan. I'm going to eat you. A blood-colored figure appeared. It was a young man dressed in blood-colored clothes. He had a head full of blood-colored hair and a face as pale as paper. He was surrounded by a bloody light. On this young man's forehead, there was a blood-colored demonic mark vaguely appearing. It's not certain who will eat who. Gu Fei laughed. Blood swallows the world. Blood demon roared and waved his hands. A strange blood-red light immediately appeared in the sky. The blood-red light surged, and a blood-red vortex appeared in the void. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored vortex in the sky emitted a powerful devouring force. Then, it tried to devour Gu Fei. The surrounding essence chi immediately gathered from all directions and entered the vortex. At this moment, Gu Fei stood proudly at the peak of the mountain. No matter how powerful the blood-colored vortex was, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. Soon, all the wood essence on the mountain was completely devoured by the blood-colored vortex in the sky, and all the plants on the mountain were rapidly withering. That's all you've got. Gu Fei stood there, not even his clothes and hair moved. His entire body was enveloped by a chaotic light. Even though he was in the center of the blood-colored storm, he was still fearless. That blood devil, was incomparably shocked. This human was not simple. It seemed like he would be hard to deal with. All right, it's time to end this. Gu Fei looked calmly at the blood demon in the sky as a shocking battle intent erupted from his body. Kill! The blood demon roared and swooped down from the sky. A terrifying blood-red vortex shrouded the entire mountain, causing it to shake. Hideous cracks appeared on the mountain, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated as an incomparably sharp sword chi rippled out from the sword. Swoosh! Gu Fei waved the divine sword in his hand, causing a beam of sword light to shoot up into the sky. It broke through the layers of blood-colored light and slashed towards the blood demon. The blood demon was taken aback. Boundless blood-colored light condensed, and a blood saber appeared in his hand. It emitted an endless amount of strange blood-colored light as blood-colored demonic runes appeared and interweaved on the surface of the blood saber. Roar! The blood demon roared and slashed out with all his might. A towering blood-colored light erupted from the blood saber in his hand, dyeing the entire sky red. Clang! The blood-colored demonic saber and the sword light collided violently, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and rubbing. Boom! A strong force spread out, and the mountain beneath Gu Fei's feet exploded into dust. The dust spread out, covering the entire area. You're quite capable, but since you've met me, you're doomed. Gu Fei shot up into the sky and broke through the blood-colored vortex in the sky. After that, he started fighting with the blood demon. The 9 heaven stars sword in his hand clashed continuously with the demonic saber in the blood demon's hand, producing dazzling sparks. Your chi and blood are monstrous. You're the best food for me. The blood demon said with a ferocious look. TSK, you? Gu Fei said disdainfully. He slashed out with his sword, forcing the blood demon to retreat. After that, he approached the blood demon in an instant and punched him. An extremely strong force surged out from his fist. Bang! The blood demon also punched out. The 2 fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The blood demon's fist immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The blood demon was shocked. He had never expected Yi Fuqian's physical strength to be so strong. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Fuqian's strength rushed into his body through his arm. In just an instant, half of the blood demon's body was covered in cracks. It was like an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. Bang! Gu Fei charged over and directly blew up the blood demon's entire body, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, a divine light surged out from between his eyebrows and transformed into a sword that slashed out. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and a blood shadow was immediately destroyed. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial soul sword secret art. It specialized in attacking the primordial soul. The blood demon was immediately injured. However, this cunning demon had cultivated more than one primordial soul. A total of 9 blood shadows rushed out in all directions. The blood shadow that Gu Fei's primordial soul sword secret art had destroyed was just one of the 9. A shadow wrapped around the blood saber and rushed into the sky in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. The 9 heavenly stars sword in Gu Fei's hand flew up and transformed into a black beam of light that shot into the sky. It instantly caught up to the blood saber and slashed it down from the sky. At the same time, beams of chaotic divine light constantly surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. They transformed into swords that slashed at the fleeing blood shadows. At that moment, the blood demon finally understood the gap between him and his opponent. If his opponent wanted to kill him, it would be like child's play. If he didn't escape now, he would probably lose his life here. However, just as Gu Fei had said, it was a tragedy for the blood demon to encounter him. The remaining 8 blood shadows were constantly destroyed by the chaotic sword light that chased after them. The blood demon, who had once treated Gu Fei as food, was destroyed just like that. Just as Gu Fei destroyed the blood demon's primordial soul, a divine light appeared in the distant sky. Some experts were alarmed. However, Gu Fei ignored that person and extended his hand. The blood saber that had fallen from the sky flew towards him and landed in his hand. This saber isn't bad. Chapter 2662. The demonic nature of the blood blade made a peerless demonic weapon. No one could wield this demonic weapon other than the experts of the demonic path. The demonic nature of the weapon could turn a cultivator into a devil. Gu Fei took out the purple gold divine sword and sliced the demonic blade in half. A demonic weapon like this would only harm people if it was left in the world. If other devils were to get their hands on it, there was no telling how many living beings would die under this demonic blade. At this time, many figures appeared in the distance. The commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and the blood demon was so great that it alarmed many people. Who is this person? Isn't that destroyed demonic blade the blood demon's bloodthirsty demonic blade? Someone whispered, "He's the one who killed the blood demon. When did such an expert appear in Sunset Mountain?" Someone noticed the demonic aura that hadn't completely dissipated. The air was still filled with the stench of blood. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei suddenly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a black-bearded middle-aged man. The black-bearded middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Gu Fei suddenly appear in front of him. "Greetings, greetings, Senior." The black-bearded middle-aged man didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and addressed himself as a junior. The fact that this person could kill the blood demon that even the Southern Ridge God Emperor couldn't do anything about meant that he definitely had a powerful background. The black-bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but tremble in fear. I have some questions to ask you. You must answer them honestly." Gu Fei glanced at the black-bearded middle-aged man and said, this was the second cultivator he met since coming to this place. The first one was naturally the blood demon. He wanted to know what this place was from the black-bearded middle-aged man. "Yes, this junior will tell you everything he knows." "Please ask away, Senior." The black-bearded middle-aged man said carefully. When Gu Fei saw the middle-aged cultivator trembling with fear, he didn't say anything and directly asked him what he wanted to know. Very quickly, Gu Fei found out from the black-bearded middle-aged man that this was indeed the Southern Mountains. It was a place called the Sunset Mountain Range in the boundless mountain range of the Southern Mountains. There used to be a sect here called the Heavenly Spirit Sect. However, the name of the Heavenly Spirit Sect had been removed. Even the mountain where the sect was located had been razed to the ground. 1,000 miles away, there was a city called Luoxia City. This Luoxia City was the territory of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. In the Southern Mountains, there were two great emperors. One was the Southern Mountains God Emperor, and the other was the Fire Emperor. The Southern Mountains God Emperor was extremely powerful, but he was afraid of the Fire Emperor. After all, the Fire Emperor was a super antique. He had been sleeping in the fire vein of the earth for countless years. When this emperor was born, he caused a great commotion. The current Nanling Mountains was actually divided and ruled. The two emperors each had their own territories, and the two emperors were very careful and did not want to fight to the death with each other. Very good. After listening to the black-bearded middle-aged man, Gu Fei directly took out a spiritual herb and gave it to the black-bearded middle-aged man before leaving. The black-bearded middle-aged man was stunned. After Gu Fei left for a while, the black-bearded middle-aged man came back to his senses and was ecstatic. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. This spiritual herb could definitely help him break through his current cultivation shackles and increase his cultivation greatly. "Thank you, Senior." The black-bearded middle-aged man hurriedly left because at this time the gazes of the people in the distance had become somewhat unfriendly, which made him feel uneasy. For the current Gu Fei, the distance of 1,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. In just a few steps, a city appeared in front of him. It was a city built with huge rocks. The city wasn't big, but there were many cultivators in the city. Of course, most of the residents were ordinary people. "This is Luoxia City." Gu Fei stopped in the sky and looked down at the city. His powerful divine sense swept across the city. He found that the most powerful cultivator in the city wasn't in the city lord's mansion, but in an extremely simple house. This simple house was located in the poor area of the city and was very inconspicuous. No one knew that the owner of this house was actually the most powerful existence in Luoxia City. What's going on? In the house in the poor area, an old man suddenly stood up and walked out. He looked up into the sky with an extremely deep gaze, as if he could see through a person's soul. Gu Fei didn't pay attention to the old man. Interesting, the most powerful person in Luoxia City isn't actually living in the city lord's mansion. A playful smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He touched his chin and took a step forward, appearing in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Enemy attack. Just as Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion, a loud shout came from the city lord's mansion, completely breaking the peace in the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was in chaos as divine generals rushed out. Whoosh! A divine light rushed out of the city lord's mansion and turned into a light shield, enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. The protective formation of the city lord's mansion had been activated. Gu Fei smiled. He took a step forward and directly passed through the layer of light shield, appearing in the city lord's mansion. The protective formation was useless to him. At his level of cultivation, even a great sage level magical formation couldn't stop him. Moreover, the protective formation of the city lord's mansion wasn't a holy formation. Who are you? Why did you break into this place? A divine general in divine armor braced himself and shouted at Gu Fei. His voice was trembling. His opponent's cultivation was too powerful. He could actually pass through the protective formation and enter the city lord's mansion. Why? Isn't the master of this place here? Gu Fei stood on the square in front of the city lord's mansion's main hall, looked around, and said, "At this time, the divine soldiers guarding the city lord's mansion rushed out from all directions and surrounded Gu Fei. A fierce aura filled the void. It could be seen that these were elite soldiers who had seen blood. Otherwise, these divine soldiers wouldn't be surrounded by evil qi. I didn't know that fellow Taoist had arrived. This old man didn't go out to welcome you." At this time, an old man in purple clothes and a golden crown walked out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "Are you the master of this place?" Gu Fei glanced at the old man who was walking towards him. He found that this old man was just an immortal emperor. However, it was already good to have an immortal emperor in this place. Yes, this old man is the city lord of Luoxia City. May I know why fellow Taoist has come here? Chapter 2663. The arrival of Gu Fei shocked the city lord of Luoxia City. One should know that Luoxia City wasn't a big city. Very few existences above the sage realm would come here. Luoxia City was located in the middle of a mountain. It was already very good to have an immortal emperor here, let alone a quasi-saint. The city lord of Luoxia City was only an immortal emperor. Naturally, he couldn't see through Gu Fei's strength. Because he couldn't see through Gu Fei's strength, the old immortal emperor became even more uneasy. The old immortal emperor welcomed Gu Fei into the main hall of the city lord mansion. Gu Fei didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall, causing everyone in the hall to be astonished. Seeing Gu Fei turning from guest to host, the old immortal emperor's white eyebrows couldn't help but tremble a few times. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything. The high-ranking figures of Luoxia City on both sides of the main hall didn't know what to do. They all looked at the old immortal emperor. Fellow Taoist, the old immortal emperor felt very uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. In the end, he braced himself and said to Gu Fei. However, he didn't have the confidence to say anything. "I will be staying here for a while." Gu Fei glanced at the old immortal emperor and said with an expressionless face, "In the eyes of the strong, the weak could only be ordered around. The law of the jungle was the eternal law of the cultivation world." Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Who was this person? He actually treated them as if they didn't exist. As soon as he arrived, He already regarded himself as the master of this place. This person was too arrogant. Some people in the main hall were very dissatisfied, but since these people were able to stand in the main hall, they were all astute people. When they saw that the old immortal emperor didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of this person, they knew that this person wasn't a good person. Gu Fei was sitting on the throne. The expressions of the people below naturally fell into his eyes, but he didn't care. With a wave of his hand, a void passage immediately appeared in the void. Two figures walked out of the void passage. These were two masked women. However, even though they were masked, everyone in the hall knew that these two fairies definitely possessed peerless beauty. Everyone in the hall felt dizzy when they saw the two women walking out of the void passage. That old immortal emperor's expression changed drastically. He could sense the cultivation of one of the women. That white-robed woman was actually a quasi-sage. A powerful sage aura permeated the air, causing his heart to palpitate. As for the other woman, he was still unable to see through her cultivation. Another sage, the old immortal emperor, was incomparably shocked. Two sages and a quasi-sage actually came to Luoxia City at once. How could they still live? Father. After the veiled girl walked out of the void passage, she saw Gu Fei sitting on the throne. She immediately rushed over and hugged Gu Fei's arm. This is the heaven realm. Yen stood in the hall, sensing the pulse of the heaven and earth. Sure enough, the law of heaven and earth was very different from the human realm. Father, are we really in the heaven realm? Guling asked excitedly. Yes, we are in the heaven realm. Gu Fei patted Guling's head dotingly and said with a smile, "Ha, we are really in the heaven realm. Father, is there any fun place in the heaven realm?" Guling said excitedly, "Ling, you only know how to play. You should work hard on your cultivation." At this time, Yen also walked over. The heaven realm is not like the human realm. If you wander around recklessly, be careful of getting into trouble. Gu Fei said seriously. At this time, everyone in the hall was stunned by the conversation between Gu Fei and his family. Even the old immortal emperor was the same. These people actually came from the human realm. From the human realm? How was this possible? The old immortal emperor was extremely shocked. The path to the mortal realm had long been severed. No one could enter the heaven realm from the human realm, and no one could enter the human realm from the heaven realm. Could it be that the legendary heaven road had reopened? The old immortal emperor had lived for countless years. Although he was the city lord of this remote Luoxia city, he more or less knew some of the secrets of the heaven realm. All right, I'm going to go into seclusion. If you have something to do, just crush the talisman I gave you. As Gu Fei spoke, he called out to the old immortal emperor, telling him to bring him to the cultivation place of the city lord mansion. He was going to undergo his tribulation. In the heaven realm, his cultivation was still not enough. If he encountered the Eastern Domain Heavenly Emperor, he might not be able to defeat him. Only by breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm could he compete with the experts in the heaven realm. Gu Fei had a premonition that if those disappeared Supremes returned, he would be in trouble. At this time, everyone in the hall did not dare to breathe loudly. The origins of these three people were too big. It was hard to imagine that these three people were experts from the human realm who entered the heaven realm from the human realm. Although Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain, there was still a lot of news that spread to Luoxia City. Some people had already received the news that the ancient road to heaven had appeared. The Fire Emperor had even led 100,000 Fire Emperor's soldiers to attack the western underworld sea. The failure of the Fire Emperor made the experts under the Southern Mountains God Emperor see an opportunity. These days, the Southern Mountains God Emperor's army and the Fire Emperor's soldiers were constantly in conflict. At this time, the atmosphere in the southern mountains was very tense. Compared to Luoxia City, the remote mountain did not have such a tense atmosphere. After Gu Fei explained some things to Yan and Gu Ling, he went into the back of the city lord mansion under the guidance of the old immortal emperor and went into seclusion. When Gu Fei entered the back hall, Gu Ling cheered and directly rushed out of the city lord mansion. Ling, upon seeing this, Yan hurriedly chased after him, leaving behind a group of Luoxia City's higher-ups in the hall who were inexplicably surprised. The three people didn't put them in their eyes at all. Everyone disperse. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, the old immortal sovereign walked out from the back of the hall, sighed, and said to everyone, "City Lord, what's going on?" Someone couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" The old immortal emperor said snappily. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Who knew what he was feeling right now? "Who are these three people?" Someone asked carefully. "You ask me, who should I ask?" The old immortal emperor snorted coldly and directly walked out of the hall, ignoring the crowd. This, Chapter 2664. The old city lord of Luoxia City had been extremely depressed in the past few days. His city lord mansion had been requisitioned by Gu Fei, so he had no choice but to temporarily live in a courtyard outside the city. However, he quickly reported the situation of Luoxia City through a special channel. However, what puzzled the old immortal emperor was that the higher-ups didn't seem to have any reaction, nor did they send anyone to understand the situation. This made the old immortal emperor even more afraid to act rashly. One must know that two sages and a quasi-sage were absolutely not something the old immortal emperor could deal with unless the higher-ups sent someone. But now the conflict between the South Mountain God Emperor and the Fire Emperor was constantly intensifying, and a war could break out at any time. At this time, who would care about a small city in the mountains? In this way, Gu Fei could carefully adjust his state without any interference and make the final preparations for the heavenly tribulation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Luoxia City was in chaos because of Gu Ling. Everyone knew that a little devil princess had come to Luoxia City. The playboys in Luoxia City were afraid of Gu Ling. Whenever Gu Ling appeared, they would take a detour. Some playboys even left Luoxia City in order to avoid Gu Ling. The immortal emperor's mansion was located in a valley 100 miles away from Luoxia City. Spiritual energy lingered around the place, and there were pavilions dotted among the green trees and flowers. There was also a spirit spring that lingered around the pavilion, and there was a small bridge over the flowing water. It was a quiet paradise on earth. Whoosh! On this day, a figure descended from the sky and landed outside the valley where the immortal emperor's mansion was located. Oh, this old guy's courtyard is not bad. Gu Ling stood on a big stone and looked at the valley in front of her. She saw a spiritual light soaring into the sky in front of the valley. It was actually a place where spiritual energy gathered. This was absolutely unique in the Luoxia mountain range. One must know that Gu Ling had played all over the mountain range, and this was the only place she had not been to yet. There were no particularly powerful creatures in the mountains. So Gu Fei and Yan let Gu Ling play outside without restraining the little devil princess. I wonder if the old man is inside. A crafty glint flashed in Gu Ling's eyes, and she chuckled as she charged forward. She activated the void reflection technique of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, and the mighty power of the technique immediately spread from her body. She seemed to have fused with the surrounding void, causing the void to distort. She directly passed through the great array that enveloped the entire valley and entered the valley without alerting anyone. What a great place! That old guy really knows how to enjoy life. When Gu Ling entered the valley and saw the scenery inside, his eyes lit up. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. In the center of the valley, there was a pavilion. Next to the pavilion was a small lake. This small lake was formed by the water of the spirit spring, and the spiritual energy was overwhelming. At this time, a little girl was sitting on a rock by the lake. She put her bare feet into the water and played with the water from time to time. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind the little girl and looked at her with interest. The little girl looked no more than 4 or 5 years old. Her skin was very white, and she looked like a porcelain doll. Her hair was tied up in 2 pigtails, and she had an otherworldly temperament. After playing for a while, the little girl suddenly started coughing, and she couldn't stop. The more she coughed, the more severe it became. Finally, she spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Only then did she calm down. This Gu Ling was very surprised. How could such a beautiful little girl be like this? Could it be that she had some sort of hidden illness? She hurriedly scanned the little girl's body with her spiritual will. There's something strange indeed. Gu Ling's heart trembled. This little girl probably didn't have long to live. If she didn't save her, she would only have a month left. At this time, Gu Ling sensed that someone was rapidly approaching. She hurriedly retreated into the pavilion and hid. Why are you here? An old voice sounded, and the figure of a white-haired old man appeared behind the little girl. Grandpa, the little girl hurriedly stood up and seemed to be a little flustered. Didn't Grandpa tell you to recuperate in the house these few days? You really didn't listen. The old man shook his head helplessly. He was very clear about his granddaughter's condition. She probably wouldn't live for long unless she found the legendary sacred medicine. However, sacred medicine wasn't that easy to find. The South Mountains God Emperor had a stock of sacred medicine, but sacred medicine was incomparably precious. Why would the South Mountains God Emperor use it for her? The old immortal emperor knew his own limitations. In the eyes of the South Mountains God Emperor, immortal emperors were actually no different from ants. This old immortal emperor originally had a son and daughter-in-law. However, his son and daughter-in-law died in a conflict with the Fire Emperor's war weapon, leaving behind a little girl. This little girl was injured when she was still in her mother's womb. Her body was invaded by a cold Yin energy, and she suffered from extreme pain the moment she was born. The little girl's real age was over 10 years old, but her body grew slowly, and she still looked like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Come back with me. The old immortal emperor stretched out his hand towards the little girl and said, The little girl nodded obediently and walked towards the old man. Old man, I didn't expect you to have such a cute granddaughter. Just as the old immortal emperor was about to take the little girl away, Gu Ling walked out of the pavilion. It's you? The old immortal emperor was shocked, but when he saw that the person who came was Gu Ling, he heaved a sigh of relief. How did you get in here? The old immortal emperor felt that something was wrong. One should know that this mansion of his was enveloped and protected by a grand formation. Ordinary cultivators couldn't enter at all. Your place isn't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. Why can't I come in? Gu Ling said with a smile. Big sister, you're so beautiful. At this moment, the little girl that the old immortal emperor was holding suddenly said with an incomparably young voice, Gu Ling couldn't help but be startled. She was masked, so how could this little girl see her face? Just as Gu Ling was bewildered, she suddenly saw runes vanishing in the little girl's eyes. Innate Tao eyes. Gu Ling was shocked. This little girl wasn't simple. There was a tenacious vitality in her body that was resisting the cold energy in her body. Otherwise, she would have died the moment she was born and definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. I've misjudged. So, this little girl not only has innate Tao eyes, but she also has the wood elemental physique of the 5 elemental physiques. Chapter 2665. The innate eyes of the Tao could see through all illusions and see the origin. Gu Ling never thought that she would encounter the legendary innate eyes of the Tao. Furthermore, the person who possessed the innate eyes of the Tao was a little girl who was about to die. Although Gu Ling was masked, the little girl, Yen could still see her true appearance with a single glance. At this moment, the old immortal emperor seemed somewhat nervous. One must know that this mansion was protected by a grand formation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter this place without a sound. Yet, the other party actually managed to do so. Innate Tao eyes with elemental physique. Little sister, your talent is truly shocking. Gu Ling was a quasi-saint, only a step away from becoming a saint. She had a fire elemental physique. She could tell that the little girl was extraordinary with a single glance. What do you want? The old immortal emperor protected the little girl behind him and spoke nervously. Hee, if I had any hostility, you guys would have died countless times already. Gu Ling smiled. She never thought that she would meet such a heaven-defying existence in such a remote place. A person who had innate Tao eyes and would elemental physique. One wouldn't be able to find a second one in the entire heaven realm. The old immortal emperor thought about it and agreed. The other party was a quasi-saint. Killing him would be like playing with a child. Sister, are you very powerful? The little girl popped her head out from behind the old immortal emperor and asked innocently. The little girl was already in her teens, but her body still looked like that of a 4 or 5-year-old. Moreover, she had been living here ever since she could remember things. Among the people she knew, other than her grandfather, there were only the 2 big sisters who served her. She had never met a stranger before. Of course, I'm even more powerful than your grandfather. Gu Ling spoke. She really liked this little girl. This little girl was like a celestial spirit from the heavens. She had a natural and transcendent aura. Perhaps even the heavens were jealous of this little girl sending down such a calamity. It's true. The little girl had an innocent look. It's true. Are you willing to take me as your master? I will teach you supreme techniques. Gu Ling's love for talent was aroused. One must know that someone with innate Tao eyes and with elemental physique was not someone she could easily meet. Since she met her, there was no reason to let her go. You have a way to save Yen. When the old immortal emperor heard this, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He was very clear about his granddaughter's situation. Yen only had a month to live. The cold energy inside Yen body had been eating away at her life force. If Yen hadn't been born with a wood elemental constitution, she would have died a long time ago. Yen, are you willing to take me as your master? Gu Ling ignored the old immortal emperor and looked seriously at the little girl as she spoke. Accepting a disciple wasn't a small matter. If this little girl didn't agree, she wouldn't force her. One must know that when a master accepts a disciple, it depends on fate, and when a disciple accepts a master, it also depends on fate. Yen, at this moment, the old immortal emperor was incomparably nervous. He knew that since this woman wanted to accept Yen, as her disciple, she would definitely be able to cure Yen, This was Yen's only hope of survival. Even if this woman couldn't save Yen, there were still 2 saints behind her. When he thought of this, the old immortal emperor almost agreed on behalf of Yen. Nothing was more important than Yen-Er's survival. Sister, do you know that Yen-Er is dying? The little girl suddenly spoke in a sad tone. What? Guling was very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that the little girl would say such a thing. Yen-Er knows. Yen-Er only has a month left to live. Yen-Er doesn't want sister to be sad. Yen-Er doesn't want to take you as my master. The little girl bit her lips as she spoke. Guling's expression changed. This little girl was very sensible. She knew that her body was in a terrible state, and she didn't want to take anyone as her master because she didn't want to be sad. What if I am able to cure you? Guling pondered and asked, if that's the case, then I will take sister as my master. This way I won't have to die, and Grandpa won't have to be sad. The little girl instantly rejoiced when she heard this. Then why aren't you taking me as your master? Guling smiled. How should I do it? The cute little girl tilted her head as she pondered. Hee. Guling was somewhat speechless when she heard this. Yen-Er, quickly kneel down and kowtow to your master. The old immortal emperor came back to his senses and hurriedly spoke to the little girl. He was incomparably excited. This girl had a very powerful background. If he could form a relationship with these people, it would absolutely be what he wished for. When the little girl heard her grandfather's words, she immediately walked out from behind her grandfather's back obediently and knelt down in front of Guling. All right, I hate these unnecessary formalities the most. Get up. You can be considered my disciple now. Guling helped the little girl up. Yes, Sister Master. The little girl was very happy. The old immortal emperor was speechless when he saw this. Wasn't this too childish? One must know that accepting a disciple and acknowledging a master was an incomparably important matter. However, he didn't dare to say anything. If he made this girl unhappy and didn't accept Yen-Er as her disciple, then Yen-Er would die a month later. Even with the old immortal emperor's cultivation base, it would be hard for him to extend Yen-Er's life unless he found the legendary longevity fruit or invited a saint realm existence to treat Yen-Er. Other than that, there was no other way to extend Yen-Er's life. The legendary longevity fruit was a sacred medicine. Even those saint venerables in the heavenly realm would find it difficult to obtain such a sacred medicine, let alone a puny immortal emperor. Immortal emperors in the current heavenly realm were no longer important figures. For example, the old immortal emperor could only be an ordinary city lord under the command of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. In the entire Southern Mountains, there were countless cities under the control of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. If Yen-Er acknowledged this girl as her master, her life would not be in danger. Moreover, with Yen-Er's physique, she would definitely soar into the sky with a single leap. Her future would be limitless, and she would be able to avenge her parents. The old immortal emperor's eyes couldn't help but turn red when he thought of Yen-Er's dead parents. Yen-Er, let's go. Master will bring you to a place to treat your injuries and then teach you a great technique. While speaking, Guling directly crushed a jade talisman. A ball of divine light immediately rose from her hand and soared into the sky. A whirlpool immediately appeared above her head. She grabbed Yen-Er and soared into the sky, instantly entering the whirlpool in the sky. Then, the whirlpool disappeared as if it had never appeared. When the old immortal emperor saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. Inner world, was this the legendary inner world? The old immortal emperor muttered to himself. At his level of cultivation, he naturally knew about the existence of inner worlds. However, it was definitely not an easy task to open up one that belonged to oneself. This mysterious girl was merely a quasi-saint, yet she had already opened up her own inner world. This was simply too heaven-defying. The old immortal emperor was truly stunned by Guling. He couldn't regain his senses for a long time. At this time, Guling brought Yen-Er into Gu Fei's inner world. The old immortal emperor didn't know that the inner world that Guling brought Yen-Er into wasn't a world that she had opened up herself. Master, big sister, where is this place? On top of a mountain, the little girl held Guling's hand and asked. This place was filled with lingering spiritual energy. The density of the spiritual energy here was even denser than the immortal emperor's side residence. The little girl had a wood elemental physique. Naturally, she could sense the huge vitality in this part of the world. This is a world opened up by your grandmaster. It's a divine land. I'll bring you to the divine spring of life now to heal your injuries. After speaking, Guling directly soared into the sky with Yen-Er flying towards the depths of this part of the world. Very quickly, they arrived at the periphery of the central region of this divine land, next to a divine spring of life. This is Yen-Er couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked when she sensed the life essence gushing out from the spring. The amount of life essence in the spring was too vast. What made the little girl even more shocked was that there was actually a mystical plant next to the spring. It was a blood-colored tree with a blood-colored human-shaped fruit growing on it. Could this be the longevity fruit that Grandpa was talking about? Yen-Er's mouth was agape as she spoke in disbelief. She actually saw the legendary longevity fruit. Was this real? Wasn't this just a dream? She still thought that she was dreaming. It's just a saint herb. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Guling said disapprovingly, Big Sister Master, Grandpa once said that if I eat that fruit, I'll get better. The little girl pointed at the blood-colored fruit on the blood tree next to the spring. There's no need to eat any fruit. Just jump into the spring and soak in it. You'll quickly recover. Guling said the divine spring contained boundless life force. Not only could it cure Yen-Er, but it could also stimulate her potential and make her body even stronger. Oh, Yen-Er's expression was adorable, her eyes still unable to leave the longevity fruit. Go down. Guling said to Yen-Er, Yes, Big Sister Master. Yen-Er reluctantly withdrew her gaze and walked directly into the spring. Her entire body was submerged in the water, and the life essence immediately seeped into her through her pores. At this time, Guling sat down on a boulder beside the heavenly spring. Very quickly, Yen-Er's vitality was stimulated. A violet light appeared in her dantian, like a withered tree coming to life in the spring. Yen-Er's life force was on the verge of being extinguished, and she only had a month to live. But now, her life force was reignited, and the life essence of the spring continued to seep into her body. Her life force grew stronger and stronger, until it was able to suppress the cold energy inside her. Chapter 26:66. The heavenly spring of life was the rarest and most precious thing in the heavens and earth. It was the place where the chi of heaven and earth gathered. In just a little more than 2 hours, the cold chi in Yen-Er's body was completely dissolved by the life essence. A powerful life fluctuation surged out from Yen-Er's body. In her dantian, a purple light bloomed with resplendent light, illuminating her entire body. Not only did the yin chi in Yen-Er's body disappear, the potential of her wood elemental physique was also stimulated. Her entire body was filled with vitality. Not bad. Guling, who was sitting cross-legged on a large rock beside the heavenly spring of life, couldn't help but nod. The life essence was cleansing Yen-Er's body. The pain Yen-Er had endured for more than 10 years was cured in just a little more than 2 hours. This was even more effective than eating the longevity fruit. Yen-Er didn't expect her master to have such means to heal her injuries so quickly. If the old immortal emperor knew that Gu Ling healed Yen in just 2 hours, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. He had worked hard for more than 10 years and still couldn't cure yet Gu Ling healed her in just 2 hours. This was the gap between them. Yen circulated her cultivation art, drawing the dense life essence into her body. Her body was undergoing an incredible change. Her flesh and blood were trembling as her body slowly grew. Her appearance and height changed from 4 to 8 years old. Her entire being was filled with spiritual qi, like the most outstanding masterpiece of the heavens. The purple light in Yen's dantian continued to grow. The purple light was filled with vitality, illuminating all the muscles and bones in her body. A vast life force surged through her body. Her meridians glowed like spider webs as they appeared on her body. Yen's body was still transforming. She was like a plant filled with vitality, crazily absorbing the nutrients in the surroundings. One had to say that the life force of a wood elemental physique was truly tenacious. After 1 day and 1 night, Yen finally stopped and walked out of the heavenly spring. She had a feeling that she hadn't had enough and didn't want to leave the heavenly spring. The boundless life force in the heavenly spring would definitely be of great benefit to her. Very good. Gu Ling, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, opened her eyes and stood up. She looked at Yen, who had already walked to the bottom of the boulder. At this moment, Yen was like a completely different person from her sickly appearance from before. She was full of energy, and the sickly look on her face had long disappeared. Her height had also changed, and her original clothes seemed to be too narrow for her. Gu Ling didn't have any clothes for the little girl, so he could only buy some clothes, shoes, socks, and other daily necessities for Yen. Sister Master. The little girl bowed to Gu Ling. Not bad. I will teach you the cultivation method of our sect. Gu Ling jumped down from the boulder. He extended his right index finger and pointed it at Yen's forehead. A ripple of consciousness immediately followed his finger and imprinted itself into Yen's mind. In an instant, Yen felt as if something was forcibly shoved into her mind. Soon, Gu Ling retracted his finger. All right, take your time to cultivate here. I will come back in a month to test you. Understood? Gu Ling left for the place where the Meng family was located after giving them some instructions. There should be quite a lot of clothes for little girls in the Meng family. When Gu Ling arrived at the valley where the Meng family resided, Meng Long personally welcomed his uncle master into a pavilion of the Meng family. Martial uncle, why are you back again? Are you still thinking about the ancestral dragon herb? Meng Long knew that Gu Ling wanted to capture the ancestral dragon herb, but it wasn't easy to do so. Even if she threatened and bribed it, it would only succeed temporarily. In the end, the ancestral dragon herb would still be able to come and go as it pleased, and no one could restrain it. No, martial nephew, I have something for you to do for me. Gu Ling said to Meng Long, Martial uncle, feel free to tell me what you need. Meng Long hurriedly replied, respectfully, Very well, help me find a few sets of clothes for 7 or 8-year-old girls. Gu Ling said, What? It's that simple? Meng Long couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought that Gu Ling had something important for him to do, but he didn't expect it to be to buy clothes for the little girl. What are you waiting for? Gu Ling said impatiently, Yes, yes, yes. Martial nephew, I will do it immediately. After saying that, Meng Long bowed towards Gu Ling. Then he turned around and walked out of the pavilion. He left to do what Gu Ling had instructed him to do. Not long after, Meng Long returned. You finished it so quickly? Gu Ling was a little surprised. She took a spatial pouch and opened it. There were only a dozen sets of clothes for the little girl and nothing else. She put the spatial pouch away and left the valley. She went to the heavenly spring of life, where Yen-Er was, and handed the spatial pouch to her. "All right, this time, I'm really going to leave," Yi Zichen said. Gu Ling crushed a jade talisman in her hand. A ball of light rushed out from her hand and instantly enveloped her. Then, the ball of light and the ball of light dissipated. She disappeared into the void as well. Sister Master, before Yen-Er could react, Gu Ling had already left. This time, Gu Ling really left the divine land and appeared in the old immortal emperor's mansion. At this time, the old immortal emperor was still walking back and forth in a daze. "Senior, my granddaughter." When the old immortal emperor saw Gu Ling, he quickly asked about Yen-Er. Gu Ling didn't hide anything and directly told him about Yen-Er's situation. Hearing that Yen-Er had been cured, the old immortal emperor shed tears. His granddaughter had been tortured the moment she was born and suffered countless hardships. It was already a miracle that she was able to live until now. Now that Yen-Er was fine, he could finally put down a huge stone in his heart. This was Yen-Er's good fortune to have met such an extraordinary person. After suffering comes happiness. "Senior, can I see Yen-Er?" The old immortal emperor was a little hesitant, but in the end, he still made such a request. After all, Gu Ling was his only relative. His enemy was incomparably powerful. He thought that there was no hope for revenge in this life, but he never thought that there would be a turning point at this time. The fire of hatred buried deep in his heart once again sprang out. "Not now." 1 month later, Gu Ling said, and directly left the old immortal emperor's mansion and returned to Luoxia City. The old immortal emperor was helpless. One should know that the other party was a quasi-saint. He didn't dare to force the other party. He could only respectfully send Gu Ling out of the mansion. At this time, Gu Fei had already adjusted his state of mind and martial body to its best state. Then he called Yen-Er and Gu Ling, the mother and daughter, and gave them some instructions before leaving Luoxia City. Gu Fei was about to transcend his tribulation. The heavenly sovereign tribulation was very important to Gu Fei. It was related to whether or not he could become the strongest expert in the world in the future. At this time, he had to start paving the way to become a sovereign. By transcending the tribulation in a flawless world, his Tao would gradually transform into a flawless state. Since ancient times, all the sovereigns that had appeared were supreme existences that had comprehended the true meaning of flawless. Such existences had truly transcended the 3 realms and 6 paths. They were invincible in the heavens and earth. They were the strongest existences that had ever existed. Gu Fei walked into the depths of the mountain and sat cross-legged on the peak of a huge mountain. He thought for a long time, then took out a formation platform and activated the teleportation formation. With the help of the formation platform, he directly left the southern mountains. He was traveling across domains. In the eastern domain, in a small hidden world, there was a city. This city was the core of this world. A strong vitality was emitted from the city. There were many residents in the city, and most of them were cultivators. In the middle of the city, there was an ancient formation platform. This ancient formation platform had not been used for a very long time and was covered with a thick layer of dust. Today, however, the ancient platform began to tremble. Ancient runes began to appear on the platform, emitting a dazzling divine light. What's going on? The experts in the ancient city were immediately alarmed. 9 figures appeared around the ancient formation platform at almost the same time. The people in the square all hid far away. Among the 9 figures, a masked woman in black emitted the most powerful aura. Her entire body was shrouded in a chilling aura, giving off a surreal feeling. Could it be that there are still experts from our sect who haven't died and are about to return? The mysterious woman's voice rang out. How is that possible? How can there still be experts from our sect outside? A middle-aged man with a black beard said loudly. His voice was like a great bell spreading far and wide. In the past few years, the Eastern Domain, Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu, had chased them to the ends of the earth. One by one, they fell under Yuan Gu's butcher knife. The followers of this sect had already disappeared from the outside world. The small world was the last pure land that they could stay in. Just as everyone was in shock, the ancient formation platform emitted a dazzling divine light. A spatial passage appeared on the ancient formation platform. Everyone stared anxiously at the exit of the spatial passage. Some of them were already holding a magic tool in their hands. If there were any changes, they would immediately take action. Soon, a figure appeared in the spatial passageway and walked out of it. It's you. Chapter 2667. The profound Nether Sect was once a great sect in the heavenly realm's eastern land. It was able to contend against the eastern land's heavenly emperor, Yuan Gu. However, as the eastern land's heavenly emperor, Yuan Gu's strength grew stronger and stronger, the eastern land's heavenly emperor, Yuan Gu, finally could not help but attack the profound Nether Sect. No one could stop Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu's determination to unify the eastern earth of the heavenly realm. Hence, after a huge battle, the mysterious dark sect lost miserably. In that battle, almost all the higher-ups of the mysterious dark sect, including the sect master, were wiped out by Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu. Only a few people managed to escape. The mysterious dark sect's holy maiden was very lucky. That battle happened very suddenly, and she wasn't in the ancestral land of the mysterious dark sect at the time. Hence, she was able to escape. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu was extremely powerful. He broke through the ancestral land of the mysterious dark sect and ruthlessly hunted down the remaining members of the mysterious dark sect. The mysterious dark sect originally had 13 secret realms created by generations of sages. They were known as the 13 mysterious underworld realms. However, only one of the 13 realms was left now. It had to be said that Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu was really terrifying. In recent years, Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu had almost completely eradicated the remaining forces of the mysterious dark sect. Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu had broken through the secret realms of the mysterious dark sect one by one. However, Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu hadn't been able to find the exact location of the last realm of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. Once Heavenly Emperor Yuan Gu found and broke through the last realm of the mysterious dark sect, the mysterious dark sect would be completely erased from the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, in the last realm of the mysterious dark sect, everyone was nervously staring at the person who walked out of the void passage. Why is it you? The mysterious dark holy maiden couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the person. This person was Gu Fei, who had disappeared from the heavenly realm for a long time. I didn't expect to see an old friend as soon as I arrived. How fortunate! After Gu Fei walked out of the void passage, the runes on the ancient formation platform dimmed, and the void passage behind him disappeared into the void. Who is this person? Someone said in a low voice. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It should be known that this ancient platform had not been used for a very long time. Who exactly was this fellow who had suddenly appeared? What was his relationship with the Xianming sect? Many people were curious, but there were even more people who felt uneasy. The celestial ruler of the Eastern Land had countless tricks up his sleeves. In order to eradicate the remaining forces of the Xianming sect, he would do anything. Gu Fei was only acquainted with the Xianming Holy Lady. He had never seen the other members of the Xianming sect before. "Brother Gu, I didn't expect you to still remember me." The Xianming saintess stepped forward. When they heard the Xianming Holy Lady's words, all the high-ranking members of the Xianming sect were surprised. They hadn't expected the Xianming Holy Lady to know this person. Among these people, a handsome, middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei with a hint of displeasure on his face. I was just trying it out. I didn't expect it to work." Gu Fei smiled and said. What he said was the truth. He wasn't sure if the spatial coordinates that the Xianming Holy Lady had given him could still be used. Hence, he had tried to activate the transfer array platform. If the small world of the Xianming sect no longer existed, the spatial coordinates that Gu Fei had inserted into the transfer array platform wouldn't have activated the transfer array platform. However, if the transfer array platform could still be activated, it meant that the small world of the Xianming sect still existed. He could then travel across domains and come here. Gu Fei had traveled across domains from the Nanling Mountains. He hadn't expected to see the Xianming Holy Lady as soon as he walked out of the spatial channel. The Xianming Holy Lady hadn't perished while being chased by the primordial celestial ruler. "Come to my place. Let's have a good gathering." When she saw that the person who had come was Gu Fei, the Xianming Holy Lady's eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. She invited Gu Fei to her cultivation place. "All right." Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to understand the current situation in the Eastern Land. He wasn't in a hurry to undergo the tribulation, so he suppressed his cultivation. "Wu Chu, what's going on?" A black-bearded Taoist beside the middle-aged man said as he watched the Xianming saintess and Gu Fei walk away. He couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man. "Humph!" The middle-aged man called Wu Chu snorted coldly. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He stared at Gu Fei's back with a vicious look in his eyes. He had pursued the Xianming Holy Lady for many years, but the Holy Lady had always been cold to him. She hadn't even invited him to her cultivation place in the small world. However, that fellow had actually been invited to her cultivation place as soon as he arrived. This made Wu Chu very unhappy. He hated and envied Gu Fei at the same time. "That fellow is just a pretty boy. Compared to you, Saint King Wu Chu, he's just like mud under the soles of your feet." The black-bearded Taoist continued. Wu Chu didn't say anything. At this moment, Gu Fei and the Xianming Holy Lady disappeared into a bamboo forest. Behind the bamboo forest was the Xianming Holy Lady's cultivation place, Green Bamboo Lake. The small world of the Xianming sect was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Such a vast world was even bigger than the territory of some small countries in the human realm. With Xianming City as the center, the Xianming sect ruled this part of the world and was the ruler of this world. Green Bamboo Lake was less than 100 miles away from Xianming City. The entire lake could be seen from the sky above Xianming City. Wu Chu even saw two figures strolling by the lake. Wu Chu's face was gloomy as he flew down from the sky and directly entered the city lord's mansion. He was the great elder of the Xianming sect. The position of the sect lord was still vacant. As the great elder, he was the actual controller of the Xianming sect. The black-bearded Taoist glanced in the direction of Green Bamboo Lake and sneered. He also flew down from the sky and entered the city lord's mansion. "The Holy Lady is a little too much. She is the Holy Lady of our sect. How could she be so close to a strange man?" In the city lord's mansion of Xianming City, there were a few leaders of the Xianming sect. However, the throne in the middle of the hall was empty. Only the sect lord of the Xianming sect was qualified to sit on it. That's right. We need to find out the background of that man. The black-bearded Taoist glanced at the great elder Wu Chu and said, "That person could cross the region to come here. I'm afraid he's not a good person." A white-haired old man said hesitantly, he had some concerns. If he offended someone he shouldn't offend, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Xianming sect couldn't afford to make any more enemies. Humph. Do you think our Xianming sect is easy to offend? Chapter 2668. Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess walked on a small path beside the green bamboo lake. The two of them didn't talk much. Although they were friends, they didn't have that kind of romantic relationship. Furthermore, during this reunion, the mysterious underworld saintess realized that she could no longer see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Gu Fei gave her a feeling that he was unreachable. "Did you come to the Eastern Territory this time to settle the score with that old fellow Yuan Gu?" The mysterious underworld saintess walked into a pavilion beside the lake while Gu Fei followed her. She knew very well that Gu Fei definitely wasn't there to look for her. Yes, Gu Fei nodded without saying much. The mysterious underworld saintess was well aware of the various grievances he had with the primordial heavenly Thearch. The primordial heavenly Thearch's only son, the Purple Emperor, had died at his hands. The primordial heavenly Thearch had also tried to kill Gu Fei. Although the mysterious underworld saintess knew that Gu Fei wasn't there to look for her and was already mentally prepared, she still felt a little disappointed when she saw Gu Fei nod. "Count me in. I have wanted to beat up that old fellow Yuan Gu for a long time," the mysterious underworld saintess said fiercely. The enmity between her and the primordial heavenly Thearch couldn't be resolved. It would only end when one side was completely destroyed by the other. Gu Fei smiled. He could see through the mysterious underworld saintess cultivation at a glance. The mysterious underworld saintess hadn't been in vain all these years. She had actually become a saint. However, the primordial heavenly Thearch was a sacred venerate existence. Even 10 or 100 mysterious underworld saintesses wouldn't be a match for the primordial heavenly Thearch. I know that given my current cultivation, I wouldn't even be able to touch that old fellow's clothes before I would be killed. I'm not willing to accept this. The mysterious underworld saintess sighed. As long as you have an invincible heart, you will definitely become an invincible powerhouse. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious underworld saintess and said seriously. The mysterious underworld saintess looked at Gu Fei. When her eyes met Gu Fei's, she couldn't help but feel moved. However, at that moment, a green-clothed female follower passed through the bamboo forest and arrived at the pavilion by the lake. She bowed to the Xianming saintess. "Your Highness, the great elder requests your presence." The green-clothed female follower said. What? The Xianming saintess was a little surprised when she heard that. Why was Wu Chu looking for her now? She knew that Wu Chu was interested in her, but it was a pity that Wu Chu wasn't her type. "Let me take a look. You can walk around here first. The scenery here is pretty good." The mysterious underworld saintess pondered for a moment before speaking to Gu Fei. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded and turned to look at the lake. The Xianming saintess walked out of the pavilion and followed the green-robed disciple. They left Green Bamboo Lake and headed for Xianming City. On the other hand, Gu Fei was quite relaxed. The scenery of Green Bamboo Lake was pretty good. Actually, what surprised him the most was that there was an earth vein under Green Bamboo Lake. The concentration of the spirit energy there was higher than anywhere else in this small realm. This small realm was pretty good. The earth vein had already condensed, and it was ready to transform into a perfect great realm. Gu Fei didn't know what had happened in the Xianming sect. The Xian Ming Saintess hadn't returned for a long time, so he could only wander around Green Bamboo Lake. Meanwhile, the Great Elder was confronting the Saintess in the Xianming City Lord residence. "Wu Chu, you're too much." The Xianming Saintess pointed at Great Elder Wu Chu and shouted. "Your Highness, mind your attitude," the black-bearded Taoist said coldly. "Humph, you should mind your attitude." The Xianming Saintess glanced at the black-bearded Taoist and said disdainfully, "This fellow was simply Wu Chu's follower." The black-bearded Taoist's expression became unfriendly. "What's so good about that kid? Why do you like that gigolo?" The Great Elder Wu Chu said unwillingly, "Who are you calling a gigolo?" The Xianming Saintess suddenly smiled, playfully. Wu Chu seemed to be jealous. It was a good opportunity for Gu Fei to put him down a notch. Hence, the Xianming Saintess didn't mention Gu Fei's background. "All right, stop quarreling. What a scandal." The white-haired old man tried to persuade them. "Get lost." The black-bearded Taoist didn't give the old man any face, which made the old man furious. This damned fellow actually told him to get lost. He was too despicable. "Wu Chu, our Xianming sect, is about to be annihilated, yet you still have the mood to think about these things. It seems like the heavens really want our Xianming sect to be annihilated." The Xianming Saintess said worriedly, "The Saintess is right. We were defeated by our own people, not by that old Yuan Gu." The old man said, "If you agree, you will be the new sect master of the Xianming sect." Wu Chu said, unwilling to give up. As the Great Elder of the Xianming sect, he could support the Xianming Saintess to become the new sect master of the Xianming sect. "Don't even think about it. Just give up," the Xianming Saintess said ruthlessly. The Xianming Saintess said ruthlessly. She didn't want to give the other party any hope. Once she gave the other party hope, this guy would never stop. Very good." Wu Chu's gaze gradually turned cold as he looked at the Xianming Saintess. This woman could only be his. If he couldn't have her, he definitely wouldn't let her off easily. It was normal for love to turn into hatred. "Of course I'm very good. I don't need you to tell me that." The Xianming Saintess turned around disdainfully and walked towards the door of the main hall. She wanted to leave this place. However, Wu Chu waved his hand, and the entire city lord residence was instantly sealed. Even if the Xianming Saintess wanted to rush out, it wouldn't be an easy task. Wu Chu was a sage king. His cultivation was one realm higher than the Xianming Saintess. If he used force, even the Xianming Saintess wouldn't be able to resist. However, this fellow thought highly of himself and didn't want to use force. However, it was different now. When Gu Fei appeared, Wu Chu felt that the relationship between Gu Fei and the Xianming Saintess wasn't shallow. Wu Chu instinctively felt that his rival in love had appeared. Hence, he had already regarded Gu Fei as his rival. Hence, he naturally showed hostility towards Gu Fei. Trying to leave, Wu Chu attacked immediately. "Wu Chu, what are you trying to do?" The Xianming Saintess didn't expect that Wu Chu would attack her. This made her shocked and angry. "Wu Chu, you're too much." Even the old man couldn't stand it anymore. Wu Chu was really lawless. He actually dared to trap the Saintess in the main hall. "Humph! Shut up!" Wu Chu pointed at the old man and shouted. Chapter 26:69. The Great Elder of the Xianming sect suddenly attacked and sealed the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. This shocked everyone in the main hall, including the black-bearded Taoist. Is this guy really willing to do anything just to get the Saintess? While the black-bearded Taoist was shocked, he couldn't help but be cautious. If the Great Elder and the Saintess fought, he would be implicated. "Wu Chu, do you really want to betray the sect?" The white-haired, Old Man pointed at Wu Chu and said loudly, "Humph, betray the sect? Elder Yen, you are exaggerating." Wu Chu slowly stood up from his seat and said nonchalantly, "The old man was called Yen Kuan, and he was one of the 3 remaining great elders of the Xianming sect. Wu Chu was originally a small elder of the Xianming sect, but he wasn't as qualified as Elder Yen Kuan. However, Wu Chu was really lucky. When the chaotic family clan appeared, he had a fortuitous encounter in the chaotic world, and his cultivation had improved greatly after coming out of the chaotic family clan. He appeared in the Eastern Land with a domineering attitude. He became the great elder of the Xianming sect, who was second only to one and above all. Ever since he had become the great elder of the Xianming sect, Wu Chu's desire for power had reached the point of obsession. The desire in his heart had expanded infinitely. He wanted to rule over everything, including the Xianming sect. You imprison the saintess. Isn't that betraying the sect? Yen Kuan said angrily. The saintess had a high status in the Xianming sect. She could even compete with the great elder. She was the symbol of purity and flawlessness in the Xianming sect. Haha, Elder Yen, you must be joking. I just want the saintess to stay in the main hall for a while. After I settle some matters, the saintess can naturally leave this place. Wu Chu said with a smile. His face had a hint of fierceness, and his eyes were filled with malice. Humph, you want to find trouble with that person? I think you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. The Xianming saintess sneered as she looked at Wu Chu with disdain in her eyes. The saintess' gaze pierced Wu Chu deeply. He couldn't accept being looked down upon by the woman he liked. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Kill! A deep roar came from Wu Chu's throat. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared into the void. He had actually escaped. Great Elder, the black-bearded Taoist, seemed to have thought of something and felt a little uneasy. He was a black tiger that had attained the Tao and cultivated into a human. He should have walked the path of an overlord. But this black tiger Taoist was an extremely cautious person. Xianming saintess was too calm. Could it be that this person was stronger than great elder Wu Chu? The black-bearded Taoist black tiger thought of something. Wu Chu is too much. Yen Kuan said angrily, "Humph, he is courting death." The Xianming saintess said indifferently. What black tiger Taoist was shocked when he heard this. He looked at the Xianming holy lady in disbelief. It seemed like the situation was more serious than he had imagined. At this moment, the void in front of the pavilion by the green bamboo lake suddenly distorted. A figure seemed to pass through a layer of ripples and directly walked out of the void. Gu Fei, who was in the pavilion, turned around and saw a jade-like middle-aged man staring at him with a murderous look. His eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake. "The saintess is mine. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch my woman?" Wu Chu stared at Gu Fei in the pavilion and said fiercely. A cold, murderous aura spread from his body. He wanted to kill Gu Fei. In the world of cultivation, the weak were prey to the strong. To the strong, the weak were like ants. If they were killed, then so be it. In Wu Chu's eyes, he was naturally the strong. When Gu Fei heard Wu Chu's words, he scratched his head. He did not know what this guy was talking about. It was really strange. "Come out and die." Wu Chu stood in the air, and an incomparably strong aura of a sage erupted from his body. The void around him immediately shook. The aura of a sage spread throughout the small world very quickly. All the living creatures in the small world were trembling in fear. "Sage ruler." Gu Fei walked out from the pavilion. His body did not emit any aura, and he looked like an ordinary person. However, under the pressure of a sage ruler, His expression did not change. At this moment, Wu Chu felt that something was wrong. He was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated to the sage ruler realm and become the great elder of the Xianming sect. You said that I snatched your woman. Gu Fei tilted his head and looked at Wu Chu. You deserve to die. Wu Chu waved his hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and slashed towards Gu Fei. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black crack appeared in the void. The stability of the small world of the Xianming sect was naturally not as stable as the heaven realm. Even a sage ruler could easily tear the void. However, when the extremely sharp sword light was 3 feet away from Gu Fei, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. What? Seeing this scene, Wu Chu's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. His opponent was stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. Who was this person? At this moment, Wu Chu could not help but be moved. You want to kill me? Gu Fei smiled and said to Wu Chu, Yes, so what? Wu Chu gritted his teeth and said he was shocked and angry. His opponent was not as weak as he had imagined. However, he could not get off the tiger now. You don't even know who I am, and you want to kill me. The smile on Gu Fei's face disappeared. This person's killing intent was very strong. If it was an ordinary sage, he would probably be in trouble. Isn't it normal for a dragon to squash an ant to death? Wu Chu said disapprovingly, In your eyes, you're the giant dragon, and I'm the ant in your mouth. Gu Fei said indifferently, This person was too arrogant. It seemed that this person could not be left alive. A person who kills the innocent is not worthy of sympathy. Of course, Wu Chu said proudly. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. What are you laughing at? Wu Chu said coldly as he stared at Gu Fei with a venomous gaze, like a venomous snake staring at its prey, ready to pounce on Gu Fei at any time. I am laughing at you for being a pig. Gu Fei pointed at Wu Chu and said, What? Wu Chu was infuriated. Kill. Without any hesitation, Wu Chu made his move. As he waved his hands, an incomparably powerful force surged out from his hands. 9 Dao patterns intertwined and turned into a pitch-black vortex, intending to devour Gu Fei. Courting death. You really are a pig. Gu Fei put away his smile and punched out. The primal chaos fist pierced through the black vortex that was trying to devour Wu Chu. In an instant, it grew infinitely larger in Wu Chu's eyes. Bang! Wu Chu only felt his vision go black as his right eye took a heavy punch. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and he almost fell to the ground. His entire eye socket was bruised black. You didn't check your opponent's background before attacking. If you aren't a pig, what are you? Gu Fei said as he took a step forward, closing in on Wu Chu and punched out with lightning speed. Bang! Wu Chu's left eye was hit. This time, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground. His left eye was also hit by Gu Fei, turning into a panda eye. I am really a pig. Wu Chu was going crazy. His opponent was too strong. He had kicked an iron board this time. If Lin Fan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Who is the dragon, and who is the ant? Now it's obvious. Gu Fei walked up and kicked Wu Chu's dantian, instantly crippling his cultivation. Wu Chu fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He was dumbfounded. His cultivation was crippled. He couldn't accept this. Humph, it's good enough that I didn't take your life. Gu Fei said. He didn't care about Wu Chu anymore and left Green Bamboo Lake. He came to the sky above Xianming City and released his divine will. In an instant, the situation of the entire Xianming City appeared in his mind. Even the most minute details were no exception. Sure enough, the city lord's mansion of Mystic Dark City was sealed by a force. It was the doing of the fellow whose cultivation he had just crippled. Gu Fei flew down from the sky and arrived above the mayor's mansion. To him, breaking a Sage King level seal was as easy as flipping his hand. Buzz. The void shook, and a giant hand of chaos appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. Then it smashed downwards and destroyed the 9 Tao patterns that were sealing the city lord's office in the void. Swoosh! As soon as the seal of the mayor's mansion was broken by Gu Fei, a figure dashed out of the mayor's mansion. It was the Xianming Saintess. Haha, just as I expected. The Xianming Saintess laughed when she saw Gu Fei. Wu Chu was really unlucky. However, the Xianming Saintess never expected that Gu Fei would cripple Wu Chu's cultivation and turn him from a Sage King to an ordinary person. Then Black Tiger Taoist and Elder Yan Kuan dashed out of the mayor's mansion. Where is Wu Chu? Yan Kuan had always disliked Wu Chu. He wanted an explanation from Wu Chu. How dare he trap him and the Saintess in the mayor's mansion? That was outrageous. At this moment, Black Tiger Taoist took a deep look at Gu Fei and flew towards Green Bamboo Lake. Soon, Black Tiger Taoist returned. He brought back a cripple. This cripple was their Grand Elder, Wu Chu. Chapter 2670. The news that the Great Elder of the Xianming sect had been crippled caused an uproar in Xianming City. All the Xianming sect disciples in the city were in disbelief. The high and mighty Great Elder, the Great Elder whom they revered as a god, had not only been defeated by someone, but also had his cultivation crippled. All the Xianming sect disciples felt as though their sky had collapsed. All these years, the Great Elder was their belief. As long as the Great Elder and the Saintess were around, the Xianming sect would not disappear. However, the Great Elder, one of the 2 pillars of the Xianming sect, had been crippled. All the Xianming sect disciples in Xianming City could not accept this fact. Soon, there were signs of chaos in Xianming City. However, unexpectedly, the Saintess suppressed the chaos that was about to erupt. She even forbade the Xianming sect disciples from finding trouble with Gu Fei. Saintess, how could this happen? That person crippled the Great Elder. We must avenge him. That's right. We must avenge the Great Elder. Indignant and angry roars could be heard in Xianming City. Wu Chu reaped what he sowed. He imprisoned the Saintess with the intention of betraying the sect. We're already letting him off easy by not killing him. Very soon, different voices could be heard in Xianming City. This was definitely an explosive one. How could Great Elder Wu Chu have imprisoned the Saintess? With Elder Yan Kuan as a witness, how could it be fake? Someone said, what? All the Xianming sect disciples in Xianming City were stunned. It should be known that Yan Kuan was one of the 3 remaining elders of the Xianming sect. Since he had come out to testify, it seemed like this matter was not groundless. In the end, Elder Yan Kuan stood out and accused Wu Chu of imprisoning the Saintess with the intention of betraying the sect. This caused an uproar among the Xianming sect disciples. How could the Great Elder, after the initial shock, countless Xianming sect disciples were furious. It should be known that the Saintess was the symbol of purity in the eyes of countless Xianming sect disciples. She could not be desecrated. Thus, Gu Fei turned from an evil person who crippled the Great Elder to a great hero who saved the Saintess from the Great Elder's demonic claws. Of course, the protagonist of this incident, Gu Fei, did not care about the change in his identity. He also did not care about how the people from the Xianming sect viewed him. Meanwhile, the Xianming Saintess was sitting on a throne in the City Lord Mansion. Gu Fei sat lazily on the lower seat. Saintess, you're going to be the sect leader. Yan Kuan and Black Tiger Taoist were extremely shocked by the mysterious underworld saintess decision. There had never been a saintess who had become the sect master in the mysterious underworld sect. Of course, there was no written rule in the mysterious dark sect that the sect's saintess could not be the sect leader. Isn't he just the sect leader of the Xianming sect? Little girl, don't be too serious. Gu Fei said, lazily. This when Yan Kuan and the Black Tiger Taoist heard Gu Fei's words. Black lines appeared on their heads. However, when they thought about how Wu Chu was crippled by this person, they did not dare to say anything. However, calling the saintess a little girl was too much. Brother Gu, you promised me that you would help me, you know? The mysterious underworld saintess was not the least bit displeased. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was powerful. Most importantly, he also had a feud with the Eastern Land Celestial Arch, Yuan Gu. This was very important. All right, since you want to be the sect leader, then be it, Gu Fei said indifferently. All right, I hope no one objects to me being the sect leader. The mysterious underworld saintess looked at Black Tiger Taoist and Yan Kuan as she spoke. The Black Tiger Taoist and Yan Kuan naturally had nothing to say. How would they dare to say anything in the presence of this killing god? They had seen Wu Chu's fate with their own eyes. Wu Chu was a sage monarch who was much more powerful than them. If he had been crippled by Gu Fei, what were they? Very well, then announce it to the sect members. The mysterious underworld saintess said. Yes, saintess sect leader. Yan Kuan turned around helplessly and walked out. Very soon, the mysterious underworld city was in an uproar again. The saintess had actually become the sect leader. This was definitely something that no one had expected. In the history of the mysterious underworld sect, there had never been a saintess who had become the sect leader. However, there was also no rule that a saintess couldn't become the sect leader. Most of the sect members felt that there was nothing wrong with the saintess becoming the sect leader. At least there would be someone to lead everyone. At the moment, only Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess were left in the City Lord Palace. This is all the mysterious underworld sect has, Gu Fei said lazily. Yes, it's already good enough that it wasn't destroyed by that old man Yuan Gu. The mysterious underworld saintess sighed. This was the last realm of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. If this realm was destroyed by Yuan Gu, then the mysterious underworld sect would really be finished. I really don't care about the chips in your hands, Gu Fei said. This realm of the mysterious underworld sect was not as good as his own inner realm. Furthermore, the only experts in this realm were the mysterious underworld saintess, the Black Tiger Taoist, and Elder Yan Kuan. The mysterious underworld sect only had 3 saints. However, Gu Fei alone was more powerful than the entire mysterious underworld sect. However, do you understand the current Eastern Territory? The mysterious underworld saintess asked. I don't, Gu Fei said. Therefore, you still have to rely on me. The mysterious underworld sect is still useful to you. The mysterious underworld saintess was very straightforward. If Gu Fei wasn't useful, he definitely wouldn't have stayed in the mysterious underworld sect. He would have left long ago. He really didn't understand the current Eastern Territory. If he wanted to deal with the Eastern Territory celestial ruler, he would really have to rely on the mysterious underworld sect to understand the situation there. Very well. How's the investigation going? Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. This mysterious underworld saintess was really smart. Could she see through his thoughts? She was really good at reading people's expressions. The mysterious underworld saintess then told him everything she knew. The ancient celestial ruler had countless clones, so no one knew when he would appear in his true body. Even the people closest to him didn't know. It was almost impossible to destroy the ancient celestial ruler's true body. The ancient celestial ruler was probably the most mysterious emperor in the heavenly realm. All right, then get ready. I want to wreak havoc in Celestial City. After hearing this, Gu Fei thought for a moment and said this. What? The mysterious underworld saintess' eyes lit up when she heard this. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the ancient celestial ruler's power. When? The mysterious underworld saintess asked excitedly. She couldn't maintain her composure. Even in her dreams, she wanted to counterattack and deal a heavy blow to the ancient celestial ruler. The mysterious underworld sect had been too sullen all these years. Whenever you say so, Gu Fei said indifferently. All right. The mysterious underworld saintess naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Fei's words. Thus, she immediately mobilized all the power of the mysterious underworld sect. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the mysterious underworld sect had declined to this extent, it still had a lot of power in the Eastern Territory. Very soon, news about the ancient celestial ruler of the Eastern Territory was transmitted to the mysterious underworld sect. Half a month passed. Gu Fei had been cultivating by the green bamboo lake all this time. No one dared to disturb him, so the green bamboo lake had become a forbidden area in the mysterious underworld sect. Given Gu Fei's current state, he could trigger a sacred venerate heavenly tribulation at any time. However, he felt that he couldn't waste this tribulation. Wasn't the ancient celestial ruler very powerful? Then I shall undergo my tribulation in your lair. Let's see what you can do to me then. Gu Fei was waiting for news from the mysterious underworld saintess. He believed that she would tell him when the most suitable time to undergo his tribulation was. The days were very peaceful. One day, Gu Fei got a fishing rod from somewhere and sat on a big rock by the lake. He wore a bamboo hat and fished. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Fishes swam around, but didn't take the bait. However, Gu Fei wasn't fishing for the sake of fishing. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Gu Fei. It was a masked woman in black. She was the mysterious underworld saintess. You still have the leisure to fish here? The mysterious underworld saintess said. It's time. Gu Fei didn't stand up. He just sat there and fished. That's right. The birds are all returning to their nests. The mysterious underworld saintess sounded a little nervous. After all, this wasn't a small matter. It would be great if she could seriously injure the ancient celestial ruler. She wanted to let the ancient celestial ruler know that the mysterious underworld sect wasn't to be trifled with. Very well, it's time to go out and take a walk. Gu Fei put away his fishing rod and removed the bamboo hat on his head. He carefully placed the fishing rod and the bamboo hat beside him before standing up. Then, Gu Fei left the small world of the mysterious underworld sect. Celestial City was very lively at this time. All the immortal generals had returned. Tomorrow was a big day, so all the immortal generals who were stationed outside had returned to Celestial City. Tomorrow was the birthday of the ancient celestial ruler. Every year, Celestial City would be packed with people at this time. Not only would the powerhouses under the ancient celestial ruler come, but even the factions that had good relations with the ancient celestial ruler would also send envoys to congratulate him. Humph! Tomorrow is the birthday of my son, Ancient Yuan. This couldn't be any better. Gu Fei appeared on top of a stone mountain only 1,000 miles away from Celestial City. He could conceal his aura, so no one could sense his presence. He had heard the news. He could still wait for one day. He had already waited for half a month, so one more day wouldn't make a difference. Gu Fei found a place to sit down and quietly waited for the arrival of the next day. His mind was very calm, without any sadness or joy. His entire being was in an ethereal state. A day passed in the blink of an eye for cultivators. The sun rose from the east, and the sunlight shone on the earth. Gufei didn't move from his position on the stone mountain. Noon arrived, but Gufei still didn't plan to make a move. Chapter 26:71. As night fell, Celestial City was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the birthday of the ancient Heavenly Dharch, so all the experts who were on good terms with the ancient Heavenly Dharch had come to congratulate him. Celestial City was overflowing with people, and the atmosphere was festive. The truly important figures were all gathered in the Celestial Palace. The ancient Heavenly Dharch was sitting on his throne in the main hall of the palace, chatting happily with the guests. The Flame Emperor had personally come, and even the Barbarian Emperor had sent a congratulatory gift. Just as the host and guests were enjoying themselves, a faint rumble of thunder came from the sky. Very quickly, the big shots in the Celestial Palace felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? The Flame Emperor had a strange expression on his face. How could something like this happen in this place at this time? Could it be that someone was actually transcending their tribulation here? At this time, the ancient Heavenly Thearcha's expression turned gloomy. Tong Shou, go out and see what's going on. The primordial Heavenly Emperor said to a young cultivator in silver armor who was waiting on him. Yes, the young warrior named Tong Shou immediately accepted the order and was about to go out. However, at this time, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, heading straight for the Celestial Palace. This bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, bringing with it a terrifying aura of destruction. Buzz! The Heaven Sovereign Palace let out a rumbling sound. Then, a ball of immortal light rushed out from the Heaven Sovereign Palace and instantly enveloped the entire Heaven Sovereign Palace. Boom! The bolt of lightning as large as a mountain struck the layer of immortal light that enveloped the Celestial Palace. Electric light, circulated as immortal runes, appeared on the layer of immortal light. The bolt of lightning was blocked by the immortal light. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone in the Celestial Palace was shocked to the extreme. Some of the big shots had gloomy expressions. This was the power of the heavenly tribulation. Someone was attracting the heavenly tribulation. Someone actually came here to transcend their tribulation? Is he courting death? Someone said in horror. One should know that this was the lair of the ancient Heavenly Dharch. Moreover, today was the birthday of the ancient Heavenly Dharch. Someone actually jumped out at this time to cause trouble. This was simply a slap to the ancient Heavenly Thearcha's face. Swish! Just as the immortal light blocked the lightning, a silhouette appeared in the sky above Heaven's sovereign palace. This was a young general clad in silver immortal armor. This young warrior was the Tongzhou battle general who had been waiting beside the ancient Yuan Celestial Dharch. Tong Shou was one of the two most capable generals under the ancient Celestial Dharch. He had once fought for the ancient Celestial Dharch and conquered vast territories. Battle General Tong Shou and Divine Slaughter Shurchi had been viewed as the primordial Celestial Emperor's left and right arms. However, after Shurchi had fallen while attacking the Forbidden Region, Battle General Tong Shou had become the primordial Celestial Emperor's only trusted aide. Heavenly tribulation? Tong Shou raised his head and gazed into the depths of the sky. Runes interweaved in his eyes as an immensely powerful, immortal aura radiated from his body. Rumble, tribulation clouds were gathering, blocking the stars in the sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly appeared, and a destructive aura that made the hearts of all living beings in the world palpitate descended from the sky. Tong Shou's expression changed. This wasn't an ordinary, heavenly tribulation. The might of the world descending from the sky made his heart palpitate. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying ancient heavenly beast. Let's begin. At this time, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above Celestial City, completely released his aura. Bolts of primal chaos lightning appeared around his body. Boom! The explosion of the heaven realm came, without any warning. A sea of lightning instantly appeared around Gu Fei's body. Countless lightning bolts interweaved with each other, and the terrifying destructive power was vast and mighty. The tribulation lightning directly broke through the void and bombarded from the primal chaos. This was the tribulation lightning of primal chaos, capable of destroying all living things in the world and even killing saints. Everyone in Celestial City and Celestial Palace was stunned. The tribulation lightning of primal chaos linked together and enveloped Celestial City and Celestial Palace in the sky. The Celestial City and the Celestial Palace were protected by the immortal Tao formation. Even the primordial chaos tribulation lightning wouldn't be able to break the immortal Tao formation in a short time. One must know that the immortal Tao formation in the Celestial City and the Celestial Palace was personally arranged by the primordial Heavenly Emperor. The primordial Heavenly Emperor was a heavenly sovereign-level existence, and Gu Fei wasn't a heavenly sovereign yet. Tribulation lightning of primal chaos, all the saints in Celestial City were dumbstruck. They felt very uneasy as they looked at the rampaging primal chaos lightning outside the city. One should know that this tribulation lightning could even turn saints into dregs. Good heavens, he actually attracted this level of tribulation lightning in an instant, high up in the sky, in the Celestial Palace that was also submerged by the tribulation lightning. A group of experts couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The person undergoing the tribulation was very extraordinary. One should know that not everyone could attract the tribulation lightning of primal chaos during their tribulation. At this time, Tong Shou encountered quite a bit of trouble. He was besieged by the tribulation lightning outside the Celestial Palace. His silver immortal armor had been torn apart by the tribulation lightning on his body. He held the immortal sword in his hand, and 9 immortal runes rushed out from his body, blocking the tribulation lightning around him. Preposterous! How dare you come here to cause trouble? I want to see what kind of god you are. Tong Shou directly swooped down from the sky, breaking through the layers of tribulation lightning, and directly rushed towards the culprit who attracted the tribulation lightning. Break for me! Tong Shou directly slashed down with his sword. A resplendent sword light rushed out from the immortal sword in his hand, broke through the tribulation lightning, and directly fell towards Gu Fei's head. Heavenly Sovereign! Gu Fei raised his head and looked up, then stretched out his right hand and directly slapped upwards. Bang! The slashing sword light instantly collapsed under the attack of Gu Fei's palm. Rumble! Immediately after, a huge primordial hand appeared in the endless tribulation lightning, directly grabbing towards Tong Shou. Gu Fei drew the power of the tribulation for his own use, and actually grabbed Tong Shou in the huge primordial hand. Tribulation lightning of primordial chaos lingered on the huge hand. Roar! Tong Shou roared angrily. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He never thought that the other party would be so strong and capture him in one move. Could it be that the other party was a great sage? Thief, how dare you! A loud shout came from the Celestial Palace, and a huge purple hand grabbed down from the Celestial Palace. The huge hand covered the sky and earth, and even the tribulation lightning of primordial chaos collapsed under the huge hand. Ha ha! Yuan Gu, I will kill the person that you want to save, Gu Fei said while laughing. Then he clenched his big hand and directly squeezed Tong Shou into a cloud of blood mist, directly destroying his body and soul. You deserve to die. Chapter 2672. The primordial celestial arch made his move. Immortal energy filled every inch of the void. The purple hand was like the hand of the heavens as it directly grabbed down from the sky. The purple hand broke through the tribulation lightning and grabbed Gu Fei. The primordial celestial arch wanted to give Gu Fei a taste of his own medicine. He wanted to kill Gu Fei in one move. Rumble, at that moment, an even more powerful tribulation lightning descended from the sky. It was a type of purple lightning with a spherical thunderfire that blasted towards Gu Fei. The purple thunderfire directly broke through the primordial celestial Thearcha's purple hand and exploded it. The immortal Tao runes were scattered in the void by the purple thunderfire. Everyone was in disbelief. No one had expected a purple thunderball to descend from the sky. This type of tribulation lightning was extremely rare and had not appeared even once in tens of thousands of years. The ninth heaven lightning? At that moment, even the primordial celestial Thearcha's expression became extremely solemn. The muscles on his face twitched involuntarily. Interesting, this kid can actually attract the ninth heaven lightning. The Fire Emperor glanced at the primordial celestial arch and said, "It seems like this guy is undergoing the heavenly sovereign tribulation." An old man said, "This guy actually dared to come here to undergo tribulation." Many people looked at the primordial celestial arch. They had already guessed that the guy who was undergoing tribulation definitely had a great feud with the primordial celestial arch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this to the primordial celestial arch. Moreover, the fact that this guy was undergoing tribulation here was a matter of life and death for everyone. One should know that when a cultivator underwent tribulation, the heavens would send down an unfathomable tribulation force. This kind of tribulation force was mysterious and unfathomable. It could ignite the tribulation fire of other cultivators and cause their tribulation to descend. For these cultivators who were not prepared to undergo tribulation, igniting the tribulation fire was absolutely courting death. At that moment, something terrible happened in Celestial City. Many cultivators were emitting the light of tribulation fire. This was a sign that the tribulation was about to descend. "I don't want to die," a cultivator shone as he soared into the sky from Celestial City. However, a bolt of tribulation lightning ignored the obstruction of the Celestial City's immortal light and directly descended on that cultivator's body. The cultivator was immediately blasted into pieces, his body and soul extinguished. What countless cultivators in the city were dumbfounded when they saw this. "Why is my body glowing?" One of the cultivators cried out in fear. However, before the cultivator could react, a bolt of tribulation lightning descended from the sky and blasted the cultivator into a mist of blood. What's going on? Why did the tribulation lightning fall on him? Many cultivators beside the cultivator who was struck to death by the tribulation lightning had witnessed this scene up close, and all of them were scared out of their wits. Could this be the power of Tribulation Guide? An older cultivator exclaimed in horror, his voice trembling. Inside Celestial City, all the cultivators were incomparably terrified. There were people whose bodies were glowing one after another, igniting the tribulation fire. One after another, tribulation lightning descended from the sky and killed all the cultivators who ignited the tribulation fire. For cultivators, the heavenly tribulation was a tribulation with a slim chance of survival. Even a well-prepared cultivator would most likely die when the heavenly tribulation descended. In the Celestial City, panic was spreading. In every corner of the Celestial City, there were cultivators who were directly killed by the tribulation lightning. Preposterous. High up in the sky, The primordial heavenly Dwarch sensed what was happening in the celestial city and couldn't help but be furious. This Gufei was truly too hateful. The power of tribulation guide filled every inch of the void. As long as a cultivator's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, they would ignite the tribulation fire and attract the heavenly tribulation. Even in the celestial Dwarch Palace, there were powerhouses who had ignited the tribulation fire and attracted the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Even sages were in imminent danger. However, sages were different from ordinary cultivators. They could seal their cultivation, so even the power of tribulation guide would find it difficult to ignite their tribulation fire. Rumble, thunder from the ninth heaven descended continuously from the sky. The layer of immortal light formed by the immortal formation protecting the celestial Dwarch Palace shook violently, showing signs of being torn apart by the thunder. The same was true for Celestial City on the ground. The immortal light that enveloped the entire city became unstable under the bombardment of the thunder. The power of this thunder was infinitely close to the power of a heavenly sovereign. Gufei sat cross-legged in the void and allowed the thunder to strike his body. He remained motionless as he borrowed the power of the tribulation to temper his body. Only Gufei would do such a crazy thing. The purple lightning wandered around his body and even entered his body, tempering his flesh and bones. The lightning contained natural Tao runes. This was a part of the heavenly realm's flawless law of the heaven and earth. The thunder didn't only bring about destruction. Gufei was comprehending and using the laws of the heavenly realm to complete his own Tao laws. In the depths of the sky, muffled thunderclaps resounded. The power of the thunder gradually weakened and disappeared after half an hour. At this time, panic was still spreading in the celestial city. No one knew how many cultivators in the city had their tribulation fire ignited and died under the tribulation lightning. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, there were also many experts who had their tribulation fires ignited by the tribulation force. Some were very unlucky and died directly under the heavenly tribulation, but there were some who were incomparably strong and actually survived the heavenly tribulation, becoming even more powerful. "I'm going to kill that guy." The primordial celestial emperor roared. He took a step out of the celestial emperor palace and attacked Gufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. The purple hand appeared again. The power of the immortal path surged violently. Runes appeared on the palm of the primordial celestial emperor, emitting an immortal light. Sky-covering palm. Gufei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes and slammed his palm towards the primordial celestial emperor. His palm enveloped the entire world. Boom! With a loud sound, Gufei's sky-covering palm collided with the primordial celestial emperor's immortal path palm. The two supreme forces collided and canceled each other out. A destructive storm spread out between the two. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The primordial celestial emperor's expression changed. His opponent hadn't passed the tribulation and wasn't a heavenly sovereign yet, but he could already contend against him. "You what? Do you want me to drag you into the tribulation?" Gufei smiled and stood up from the void. At this time, his entire body was glowing. This was a sign that the tribulation was about to descend. Chapter 2673. Gufei challenging the Yuan ancient celestial emperor caused everyone to be incomparably shocked, especially the Flame Emperor. What was the origin of this youth? He actually dared to challenge the Yuan ancient celestial emperor. One must know that the current Yuan ancient was the overlord of the Eastern Earth. The entire Eastern Territory was originally divided into 3 parts. However, After the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor destroyed the mysterious dark sect, he became the true overlord of the eastern territory of the Heaven Realm. The golden-eyed divine ape clan had a small population. In the eastern territory, the golden-eyed divine ape clan did not have much power and would never compete with the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor. It was not an exaggeration to say that the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was the overlord of the eastern territory of the Heaven Realm. This was also the reason why the Flame Emperor was on good terms with the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor. At the same time, they also had a common enemy, the Southern Mountains God Emperor. The Southern Mountains God Emperor and the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor had always been at odds. The Southern Mountains God Emperor and the Flame Emperor were sworn enemies. It should be known that the Southern Mountains God Emperor was originally the ruler of the Southern Mountains. However, after the Flame Emperor was born, he snatched half of the Southern Mountains from the Southern Mountains. It could be said that the grudge between the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor had reached an irreconcilable point. The Flame Emperor did not know Gu Fei. The Flame Emperor was born after Gu Fei left the Heaven Realm. He did not know about the grudge between Gu Fei and the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor. Rumble, at this moment the world shook. From time to time, tribulation lightning would descend on the heavenly emperor palace. Some people's bodies glowed and were directly blasted into ashes by the tribulation lightning. Not everyone could suppress their aura. If they were not careful and the tribulation fire was ignited by the tribulation lightning, they would attract the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly emperor city on the ground, tribulation lightning descended from the sky. Every time a tribulation lightning flashed, a cultivator would be blasted into smithereens. A terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world. The tribulation clouds in the sky were incomparably thick. As they pressed down from the sky, everyone could feel an incomparable pressure. Even sages were in danger, let alone other living beings. Gu Fei, you deserve to die, the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor roared. He rushed out of the heavenly emperor palace and charged towards Gu Fei. The mighty pressure of a holy venerate spread out and even overpowered the heavenly might descending from the sky. Boom! The void collapsed and turned into a destructive storm that directly crashed down towards Gu Fei. This was a destructive force that could tear apart the void. Humph! Gu Fei felt immense pressure. He had to deal with the heavenly tribulation and the primordial celestial arch at the same time. He stood in the void, surrounded by purple lightning bolts. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He raised his head and looked up without any fear. Then he punched upwards, and streaks of purple lightning gathered towards his fist. Rumble, Gu Fei's fist blasted out like a bolt of thunder from the 9 heavens, directly blasting apart the destructive force that swept down from the sky. Streaks of purple lightning that looked like purple dragons rushed towards the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. The primordial heavenly emperor was shocked to see that Gu Fei was able to draw the 9 heavens thunder for his own use. Such a method was too shocking. An ordinary great sage wouldn't dare to do this. Buzz! A layer of immortal light emerged from the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body. Boom! The 9 heavens thunder that collided directly with the layer of immortal light on the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body, displaying a powerful destructive force. However, the layer of immortal light on the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body was faintly intertwined with immortal runes, drawing upon the power of the grand Tao and blocking the 9 heavens thunder. The immortal light around the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body vibrated, but it wasn't broken by the 9 heavens thunder. Is that all you've got? You're dead. The ancient Yuan celestial dwarch stared at Gu Fei with a gloomy expression. A chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop rapidly. TCH, Gu Fei gave the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch the middle finger. Buzz. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch was furious. A sword chime came from his body, and then 9 immortal runes rushed out from his body, turning into a sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei. Every single streak of sword light cut through the void, able to cut down the stars in the sky. This was a Dao sword possessing tremendous power. Die. Gu Fei's battle blood was boiling. He clenched his fists, and streaks of primal chaos Dao patterns surged on his fists, emitting the power of the great Dao. He waved his fists and smashed at the sword light that pierced through him. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei actually dared to use his physical body to resist the ancient Yuan celestial Thearcha's flying immortal Dao sword. He was really crazy. Clanging sounds rang out as Gu Fei's fist violently collided with the incomparably swift and fierce sword light, producing a metallic clang as if they were forging iron. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was still operating, and dazzling purple lightning descended from the sky. Every single tribulation lightning struck Gu Fei's body. However, Gu Fei didn't seem to feel it at all. He still attacked with all his strength. A pair of primal chaos divine, fists smashed away the 9 flying immortal Dao sword lights. With the power of his martial body and the power of his martial path battle techniques, Gu Fei could definitely compete with a sacred venerate. It should be known that his cultivation level was already infinitely close to that of a sacred venerate. As long as he succeeded in this tribulation, he would become a sacred venerate. Die. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of a primal chaos god. He immediately appeared in front of the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch and threw a punch at him. At that moment, the ancient Yuan celestial Thearcha's figure suddenly became blurry. It was as if his entire body had instantly fused with the surrounding void. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have hit the air, as if it had not been affected at all. The 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. Gu Fei was shocked. He stabilized his figure, and the power on his fist exploded, tearing through the void. He wanted to shake the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch out of the void. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch also cultivated the immortal Dao, so he also knew a few of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. He used the anti-void secret technique, and his body became a part of the world. His blurry figure completely disappeared. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch had actually cultivated the anti-void secret technique to the level where he could disappear without a trace. This was very surprising. Swish! A beam of purple light emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a powerful will spread out from between his eyebrows. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Gu Fei without any warning and slammed a palm towards Gu Fei's back. Sword light pulsed from the palm. Just as the ancient Yuan celestial Thearcha's palm was about to land on Gu Fei's body suddenly dimmed, as if he had suddenly become transparent. The primordial Yuan celestial Dharch was taken aback. His palm passed through Gu Fei's transparent figure as if it was hitting thin air. Swish! A beam of purple sword light tore through the void and slashed towards the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch. Gu Fei was counterattacking. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the sword of the primordial Dao. Even a heavenly venerate would be severely injured if they were struck by the sword of the primordial Dao. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch knew how powerful it was and hurriedly dodged. The 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. The Flame Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch had indeed mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, and Gu Fei had also mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. Since when had the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao become so common? The Flame Emperor found it unbelievable. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had been lost for countless years. He hadn't expected that they would appear again. It seemed that this life was really different from the others. The other powerhouses in the Celestial Larch Palace were also shocked. That guy called Gu Fei could actually fight the ancient Yuan Celestial Larch. This Gu Fei clearly wasn't a heavenly venerate. He wasn't a heavenly venerate, but he had the combat strength to contend against one. This was unbelievable. All of this seemed illusory and unreal to everyone. Furthermore, what made everyone uneasy was the fact that the tribulation summoning force in the world was becoming more and more powerful. Even some of the saints could barely suppress their own auras. What's going on? Is there going to be an even stronger tribulation coming? Someone muttered, "This guy is too abnormal." Someone lamented. At this time, people were constantly being ignited by the tribulation fire in both the Celestial City and the Celestial Larch Palace. 9 out of 10 of these people who were passively attracted to the tribulation met a tragic end. They were blasted to pieces by the tribulation, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 2674. The heavenly tribulation continued. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky. This was the heaven realm's tribulation, different from the one in the mortal world. The heaven realm's tribulation was much more powerful and terrifying than the one in the mortal world. It had to be known that the heaven realm was a truly flawless world with flawless laws. This was also why Gu Fei wanted to undergo his tribulation in the heaven realm. Buzz. Sword Light hummed. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a supreme sword god. With a wave of his hand, Sword Light bloomed in the sky as if it could split the world in half. The primordial sword of Tao displayed its terrifying power. The Sword Light forced the ancient Celestial Emperor to constantly dodge, not daring to face Gu Fei head-on. Everyone was dumbfounded. After all, the ancient Celestial Emperor was a sword emperor, a saint of the sword Tao. With his soaring sword Tao, he had few opponents in the heaven realm. However, the sword Tao that the ancient Celestial Emperor was most proficient in had forced the ancient Celestial Emperor into such a sorry state. This was unbelievable. Their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. How is this possible? Someone actually used the sword to force the ancient Celestial Emperor into such a sorry state. The people in the Celestial Emperor Palace were either great lords or supreme figures of the older generation. No one who could enter the Celestial Emperor Palace was weak. These people were naturally discerning and quickly saw through the truth. Gu Fei's sword light actually contained some kind of grand Tao. It was a power that could make one's soul tremble. This is a sword light that specifically targets the origin soul. The Fire Emperor said solemnly in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. What everyone couldn't help but be alarmed when they heard that. There were many great arts that specifically targeted the soul, but there were very few sword Tao that targeted the soul. Could this be the legendary primordial sword of the Tao? A white-haired old man spoke with a trembling voice. He was incomparably excited. It had to be known that this secret art had been lost for countless years. The legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. An expert of the older generation exclaimed, "Ascending sword." The ancient Celestial Emperor roared. He had finally used his ascending sword of the Tao. This sword Tao was also a Tao sword. Buzz. A sword cry shook the heavens as a violet sword light rushed out of the primordial celestial Thearcha's body and clashed with Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. The resplendent sword light bloomed, illuminating the entire world in an instant. "Gu Fei, today is the day you die." The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor said coldly. His eyes were cold and murderous. This guy was really reckless. He actually came here to undergo his tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was still wreaking havoc. One after another, tribulation lightning fell from the sky and directly ignored the defensive immortal light of the celestial city and the celestial palace. Wherever the tribulation lightning passed, cultivators were directly blasted into ashes, their bodies and souls annihilated. Hee, it's hard to say who will die today. Gu Fei laughed. He was very relaxed because he still hadn't used any of his trump cards. However, the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor was really powerful. He actually couldn't tell if this was Yuan Gu's real body or a clone. The two figures moved rapidly in the void. Bolts of the ninth heaven, lightning fell from the sky and directly struck Gu Fei's body. He was bathed in tribulation lightning, but he didn't notice it at all. This was the ninth heaven lightning, which was even more powerful than the chaotic tribulation lightning. Even a great sage would be blasted to smithereens by it. This Gu Fei is quite a character. He has actually cultivated his physical body to such a powerful level. The Fire Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei bathed in lightning. Fire Emperor, you don't know that this Gu Fei is a martial arts successor. A white-haired old man said. What? The Fire Emperor couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He turned to look at the white-haired old man. This Gu Fei once caused havoc in the Eastern Earth. Even the Violet Emperor died at his hands. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor and Gu Fei have a huge grudge. The old man sighed. He hadn't expected that Gu Fei would return. Perhaps only he would dare to trick the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor. To put it more accurately, Gu Fei had tricked everyone, as the tribulation guiding force wasn't just targeting the primordial celestial arch, but everyone. Many people who didn't want to undergo the tribulation had no choice but to do so. The tribulation fire had been ignited, so these people had to undergo the tribulation regardless of whether they wanted to or not. He's actually a martial ancestor's successor. No wonder. The Fire Emperor suddenly understood. The martial ancestor was a supreme existence who had created the path of martial arts. The martial path was a cultivation method that fused one's physique and technique. The physique was the martial body, while the technique was the martial path's battle technique. The fusion of a physique and battle technique could greatly increase the power of a cultivator on the path of martial arts. It could be said that a cultivator was born to be a warrior. At this time, Gu Fei and the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor were engaged in an intense battle. Sword aura swept across the sky. Even the mountains thousands of miles away were swept by the sword light and collapsed. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Both the cultivators in Celestial City and the Celestial Palace in the sky were shocked to the extreme. At this time, 9 divine suns appeared in the sky. They were all purple, and each of them emitted a dazzling divine light. These were huge lightning balls condensed from the power of the 9 heavens. They looked like 9 purple suns that had appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire world in purple. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The destructive power emitted by the 9 divine suns in the sky almost collapsed the sky. Dark and terrifying spatial cracks cracked in the void. They looked like huge black lightning bolts that extended from the sky to the ground. This scene was really terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had thought that the heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered would be so powerful. On a mountain thousands of miles away from the Celestial Palace, a black-clothed masked woman looked at the sky in shock. The 9 suns were very conspicuous in the dusky sky. Even thousands of miles away, one could still sense the terrifying, destructive aura emitted by the 9 suns. This was a power that could make even great sages despair. I didn't expect that Gufei would really dare to go to Celestial City to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Two old men stood behind the mysterious underworld saintess. They were the Black Tiger Man and Elder Yen Kuan. Good, very good. I didn't expect that the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor would have such a day. Elder Yen Kuan was extremely excited when he saw this scene. The Black Tiger Man's expression was grave. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor was extremely shocked. Gufei had actually triggered the heavenly tribulation that had only appeared in legends. This was the true Might of the Nine Heavens thunder. Chapter 2675. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Gufei shouted, and immediately used the primordial Soul Dao sword. Rays of sword light rushed out of his body. There were 108 of them, and they intertwined to form a sword net, trapping the primordial celestial arch within. Buzz. The sword light hummed, and the sword chi shot into the sky. A powerful force of the sword way sealed off this part of the void. Rumble. At that moment, 9 purple suns descended from the sky and descended towards Gufei. Wherever the 9 suns passed, the void was annihilated and everything was destroyed. Roar. The ancient celestial emperor felt threatened. He roared and used the flying celestial sword way with all his might. Dazzling sword light tore through the void. The void that had been sealed by Gufei's Yuan soul sword technique shook violently. The 108 rays of sword light gradually dimmed. The ancient celestial emperor was attacking with all his might. The 108 rays of sword light had to bear the double pressure before collapsing. The ancient celestial emperor rushed out impatiently. Preposterous. That guy got lucky. At that moment, Gufei was resisting the heavenly tribulation with all his might. He couldn't divert his attention to stop the ancient celestial emperor. However, the 9 purple suns descended from the sky, and a terrifying power enveloped the surroundings. Although the ancient celestial emperor tried his best to escape the heavenly tribulation, it was too late. Boom. 9 purple suns descended from the sky, and endless lightning radiance bloomed. Dao patterns in the shape of lightning filled every inch of the void. The lightning engulfed Gufei in an instant. Even the ancient celestial emperor was swept into the sea of lightning. That wasn't all. The purple sea of lightning spread out, connecting the sky and the earth. It enveloped Celestial City on the ground and Celestial Palace high up in the sky. What's going on? It's not time for me to undergo the heavenly tribulation yet. Why am I glowing? Someone cried out in fear. At that moment, the purple tribulation lightning covered the sky and the earth, enveloping an area of 1,000 miles. Inside the Celestial City, people were emitting light from all over their bodies one after another. This was the tribulation fire, the omen that the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. There's no justice in this world. I don't want to go through the tribulation. In the Celestial City and the Celestial Palace, screams of despair were transmitted unceasingly. Endless purple lightning wreaked havoc outside the Celestial City. The Celestial City's protective formation was operating frantically, blocking the purple lightning outside the city. However, when the cultivators inside the Celestial City attracted a heavenly tribulation, even the great formation protecting the city couldn't block it. The heavenly tribulation attracted by the cultivators inside the city would ignore the obstruction of the void and directly descend on the cultivators who attracted the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the tribulation attracting force was unprecedentedly strong. Even some cultivators who hadn't reached the stage of tribulation, yet had their tribulation fire ignited. This was definitely a disaster. Everyone was terrified to the extreme, fearing that the tribulation guiding force would ignite the tribulation flames. Roar! The furious roar of the ancient Yuan celestial arch could be heard from the endless tribulation lightning. He had encountered a great crisis, as the power of the 9 balls of lightning fire had far exceeded his imagination. A bolt of purple lightning struck his shoulder and scorched it black. Even his heavenly venerate immortal physique was affected by it. Fortunately, the ancient Yuan celestial arch didn't need to worry about the tribulation guiding force affecting him. The ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body was shrouded in immortal light, and his immortal aura was vast and mighty. An incomparably resplendent sword light rushed out of his hand and broke through the tribulation lightning. He didn't dare hesitate and wanted to leave the sea of lightning immediately. However, at this moment, a figure that radiated with the light of tribulation of metal suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. That person grinned and pounced directly at the ancient Yuan celestial arch. Rumble, endless destructive thunder rushed out of his body, making him look like an invincible god of thunder. Every bolt of lightning that rushed out of his body directly tore the void between heaven and earth. Puffed. A bolt of lightning directly penetrated the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's shoulder. The ancient Yuan celestial arch was extremely shocked. He didn't even think about it before retreating. A destructive force spread out from his shoulder and extinguished his vitality. This was the power of the Tao of destruction. Tribulation lightning was originally a kind of destructive force. Moreover, the ancient Yuan celestial arch was shocked to discover that the bolt of lightning that had penetrated his shoulder was actually a lightning-shaped Tao pattern. This was a heavenly pattern. At this moment, Gu Fei wasn't having a good time either. He had lost count of how many times his body had been penetrated by the purple lightning. This kind of lightning formed from a heavenly pattern was invincible. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't bear it. His martial body was showing signs of collapsing. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he continued to chase after the ancient Yuan celestial arch. He wanted to borrow the power of the tribulation lightning to contend against the ancient Yuan celestial arch. This kind of power could definitely injure Yuan Gu. Even if he couldn't kill Yuan Gu, he could at least beat him half to death. You're crazy! The ancient Yuan celestial arch kept dodging. He was extremely shocked. He had never seen anyone directly attract the power of tribulation. This guy was too crazy. Ha! Ancient Yuan, come on! Fight me fair and square, if you have the guts. Gu Fei laughed as he used the 8 desolate steps to display the world's fastest speed. This made the ancient Yuan celestial arch furious. His heavenly sovereign immortal body had already been penetrated by the lightning that had rushed out from Gu Fei's body in more than a dozen places. Moreover, the wounds on his body were difficult to heal. This was a great Tao injury. Gu Fei's body was surrounded by lightning. In the end, even his 7 orifices were emitting lightning. He had no choice but to stop and use all his strength to resist the increasingly powerful tribulation lightning. The 9 purple suns had already penetrated his body. It was as if there were 9 divine suns blooming with endless electric light in his body. If it were any other peak great sage, his physical body would have been blown up by the 9 balls of tribulation thunder, and his body and soul would have been destroyed. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary peak great sage. He was a great sage of the martial path. His martial body was extremely powerful and was known as the indestructible martial body. Even the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's heavenly sovereign immortal body couldn't compare to his great sage martial body. The ancient Yuan celestial arch took the opportunity to hide far away. Right now, Gu Fei was a tribulation lightning that could explode at any time. He didn't want to take the risk. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from Gu Fei's body. His entire body was blooming with endless lightning. In the end, the purple lightning intertwined outside his body and formed a light cocoon. This was an extreme transformation. The moment Gu Fei broke out of the cocoon and was reborn, it was as if he had experienced a rebirth. Chapter 2676. The Yuan ancient celestial arch rushed out of the sea of lightning in a sorry state. His entire body was scorched black, and his heavenly venerate body had suffered a great impact. Tiny purple lightning bolts were still circulating around his body, emitting crackling sounds. This bastard, Yuan-gu, spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei apart. He had never been tricked like this before, so he was shocked, angry, and anxious. "Come in and fight if you have the guts." Gu Fei's voice came from the sea of lightning. He was challenging the Yuan ancient celestial arch. "I'm going to die from anger." The Yuan ancient celestial arch had an urge to eat someone, but he wasn't overwhelmed by anger. It had to be said that the power of the ninth heaven lightning was enough to threaten him. Furthermore, the ninth heaven lightning tribulation wasn't directed at him, but at Gu Fei. He wouldn't help Gu Fei resist the tribulation. Rumble, a figure sat cross-legged in the light cocoon that was formed by interweaving purple lightning. Endless lightning interweaved outside the cocoon and turned into purple Tao patterns. A terrifying tribulation lightning domain was formed around the cocoon of light. Any living being that entered this domain would be mercilessly blasted to smithereens. Perhaps not even a scrap would be left behind. However, the tribulation lightning domain was constantly devouring the power of the tribulation lightning in the surroundings. Tao patterns were faintly discernible within the tribulation lightning domain. This was the manifestation of the great Tao. The Tao patterns were imprinted into the cocoon of light and hidden within. Gu Fei was just bluffing. He was trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao brought about by the heavenly tribulation, so he couldn't deal with the Yuan ancient celestial arch. However, even the Yuan ancient celestial arch didn't dare to recklessly enter the sea of lightning. The tribulation lightning domain was so terrifying that even a heavenly venerate would be in danger of dying inside. "It seems like I can't stop him." Interesting. The Flame Emperor, who was in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, smirked when he sensed the changes in the sea of lightning. The Yuan ancient celestial arch was in big trouble. Once Gu Fei successfully transcended the tribulation, the Yuan ancient celestial arch would be in deep trouble. Although the Flame Emperor and the ancient Yuan celestial ruler were allies, this alliance was built on the common interests of both parties. The two emperors had a common enemy, the Southern Mountains god Emperor. If not for this reason, the Fire Emperor would not have needed the ancient bird, Heavenly Emperor. However, the ancient Yuan celestial arch now had a powerful enemy, so the Flame Emperor had to reconsider whether or not he should continue maintaining his alliance with the ancient Yuan celestial arch. The ancient Yuan celestial arch also sensed the changes in the sea of lightning. Preposterous. The primordial heavenly arch knew what would happen if Gu Fei succeeded his tribulation. Buzz. With a thought, a bronze battle spear rushed out from his body, emitting a terrifying aura. This was an ancient battle spear. The blood on the spearhead had yet to dry. Sparkling and translucent blood beads flowed on the spearhead, but they did not drip down. Each drop of blood beads emitted a demonic blood-red light. One look, and anyone could tell that these blood beads were not ordinary. A battle spear that has killed demons before. The Flame Emperor's heart trembled when he saw this scene. It should be known that this was an ancient battle spear that was stained with the blood of an ancient demon. Demons in ancient times were definitely synonymous with power. The ancient Yuan, celestial Dharch, did not hesitate as he took out the ancient battle spear. The ancient battle spear immediately turned into a blood-red light that pierced through the sea of lightning and pierced through the light cocoon in the tribulation lightning territory. The ancient battle spear emitted a terrifying aura that would make even a sacred venerate shudder. This ancient battle spear could definitely kill a sacred venerate. However, the speed of the ancient battle spear immediately slowed down when it pierced through the tribulation lightning territory. The blood-red light vibrated violently and turned back into an ancient battle spear. The ancient battle spear emitted a supreme killing intent as if it contained a god's will. Ancient runes appeared on the ancient battle spear. Buzz. The ancient battle spear vibrated. Even the tribulation lightning territory could not destroy it, so it continued to pierce through the light cocoon. Rumble. Streaks of tribulation lightning bombarded the ancient battle spear. Although the spear shook violently, it could not be destroyed. Just as the ancient battle spear was about to pierce through the light cocoon, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the light cocoon and grabbed the battle spear. Crack! The moment the huge hand grabbed the ancient battle spear, cracks appeared on it. Then, the ancient battle spear that even the tribulation lightning territory could not destroy actually shattered in the grip of the huge hand. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch could not help but be shocked when he sensed this scene. No one knew better than him how terrifying this ancient battle spear was. It was a weapon that could kill a sacred venerate. However, this weapon had been shattered by Gu Fei. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch could not believe that Gu Fei's physical strength had reached such a heaven-defying level. After crushing the ancient battle spear, Gu Fei's huge hand retracted back into the light cocoon. Inside the light cocoon, the aura of the Great Path was vast and mighty. The Great Path brought about by the heavenly tribulation was constantly evolving. Gu Fei was comprehending the great path of the world between life and death. At this moment, the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch was extremely depressed. He could not do anything to Gu Fei. Do I have to use my trump card? The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch struggled internally. If he revealed his trump card now, it would definitely not be a good thing for him. He did not want others to know his actual strength. This Gu Fei, thousands of miles away, the mysterious underworld saintess, who was standing on a mountain ridge, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. Gu Fei was actually able to contend against the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch. This was beyond her expectations. A terrifying aura surged forth. Even a saint would feel insignificant in the face of this might. This fellow is going to defy the heavens. The Black Tiger Taoist and Elder Yen Kuan, who were standing behind the mysterious underworld saintess, were in disbelief. This is outrageous. We can't let him truly mature. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch had made up his mind. He was going to use his trump card to kill Gu Fei. However, the heavenly tribulation changed again. The tribulation thunder domain around Gu Fei suddenly disappeared. 9 lightning-shaped runes appeared in the void and directly imprinted themselves on the light cocoon. Roar! A long howl resounded from within the cocoon of light. A supreme aura of the Saint Tao erupted, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. After that, the lightning markings that had formed the cocoon vanished into Gu Fei's body. An unimaginably powerful figure stood up from the void. At this moment, a figure appeared in the depths of the sky. This was a figure so powerful that even the ancient Yuan celestial Thearcha's heart palpitated. The void around this figure was collapsing, and even the primal chaos chi appeared. The reason for all of this was that this figure was too powerful. He was so powerful that even the void of the heaven realm could not contain his existence. Is this the final test? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile on his face. Swoosh! In the next moment, he soared into the sky and charged into the depths of the sky. After that, he directly attacked the unimaginably powerful existence. Even the ancient Yuan celestial arch was moved. This was the heavenly Tao's imprint being activated. This Gu Fei could actually trigger a heavenly tribulation of this level. The ancient Yuan celestial arch originally wanted to use his trump card, but he gave up on this idea. Die! Gu Fei's battle intent surged as he fought against the blurry figure in the depths of the sky. He even broke through the void and charged into the primal chaos void. A terrifying pressure surged out from the primal chaos, shocking everyone to the extreme. At this moment, the nine heavens lightning had already dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, more than half of the cultivators in Celestial City and Celestial Palace had died. These cultivators had all been killed by the heavenly tribulation. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Gu Fei, the ancient Yuan celestial thearch's eyes were bloodshot because the majority of the cultivators that had died were his people. More than half of the 100,000 celestial emperor soldiers had died, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. There were countless other cultivators who had been ignited by the tribulation attracting force. This time, Gu Fei had really made the ancient Yuan celestial arch miserable. At this moment, Gu Fei was fighting against the heavenly Tao imprint. That figure was so powerful that Gu Fei couldn't gain any advantage even if they were at the same level. Boom! With a loud noise, chaotic blood splattered everywhere. Gu Fei's figure was sent flying thousands of meters away. Chaotic blood spurted out of his mouth, and a large part of his chest had caved in. Roar! Gu Fei let out a long roar as his body emitted chaotic light. It was as if chaotic lightning was circling around him as a heavenly venerate's might erupted from his body. His chest, which had caved in from the figure's attack, instantly recovered. The chaotic blood that he had spat out flowed back into his body. Again, Gu Fei didn't hesitate. Even in the face of such a powerful existence, he didn't show any fear as he attacked the figure once again. Rumble! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and unleashed a sky-covering palm. The entire chaotic void trembled as a huge chaotic palm appeared and slapped towards the figure. Roar! The blurry figure roared at the sky. Then he stretched out his hand to meet Gu Fei's primal chaos palm. A dazzling golden beast claw appeared in the void. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's chaotic hand collided with the figure's golden light beast hand, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. The collision of the two forces produced a destructive storm that swept in all directions. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart, and the chaotic aura in the surroundings was dispersed. Die! Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was endless. He instantly rushed forward and clashed with the figure. Boom! Bam! Dull sounds of collision rang out continuously as the chaotic void boiled. Chapter 2677. Amidst the chaos, Gu Fei and the figure that was powerful enough to make peak great sages despair and heavenly venerates tremble were locked in battle. Boom! The sky-covering primal chaos palm and the golden beast clashed repeatedly, causing a deafening explosion. The void shook violently as chaotic energy surged. Terrifying fluctuations spread from the chaos to the outside world, shocking all the cultivators in Celestial City and the Celestial Palace. In the sky above Celestial City, terrifying spatial cracks were constantly appearing. The aura of destruction seeped out from those spatial cracks, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He's actually able to fight that existence for so long without dying. The ancient Yuan celestial arch stood high in the sky with a gloomy expression. He had already figured out what the final opponent of Gu Fei's heavenly venerate tribulation was. It was the most stunning and powerful existence in the eastern earth of the heavenly world. Its bloodline had continued to this era, and its bloodline was so powerful that even the sky and earth paled in comparison. It seems like the ancient Yuan celestial arch is really out of luck. Above the heavenly emperor palace, the fire emperor looked at the cracks in the void that were constantly appearing. The corners of his lips curled up into an intriguing smile. Boom! The void collapsed with a loud sound as a golden beast claw the size of a mountain tore through the void and grabbed at the ancient Yuan celestial arch. The aura of destruction emitted by the golden beast claw shocked the ancient Yuan celestial arch. What's going on? The primordial heavenly arch was shocked. He immediately turned into a streak of sword light and retreated. He wanted to dodge, but the golden beast's claw covered the sky and enveloped the entire world. Bang! The ancient Yuan celestial arch was sent flying by the golden claw as blood dripped down from the sky. Roar! The ancient Yuan celestial arch roared furiously as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was about to counterattack, but the golden beast claw suddenly disappeared into the void. The chaotic secret technique. The ancient Yuan celestial arch was shocked. He had never imagined that Gu Fei's spirit would be so powerful that he could still sense his position while fighting against that existence. Gu Fei was using the chaotic secret technique to direct the attack of that existence towards the ancient Yuan celestial arch. Rumble, a powerful force tore through the void and rushed out of the primal chaos. A golden fist smashed directly at the ancient Yuan heavenly ruler. Golden Tao patterns circled the golden fist, releasing an invincible Tao power. It was as if a heavenly beast was attacking the primordial celestial arch. Preposterous! The ancient Yuan celestial arch was both shocked and furious. He waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand. It soared for thousands of meters and slashed at the golden fist. However, the sharp sword light shattered the moment it came into contact with the golden fist. The invincible golden fist blasted the primordial celestial arch away once again. Is it really that old ape? On top of the heavenly emperor palace, when the fire emperor saw this scene, his mind couldn't help but tremble. That old ape was once invincible in the heaven realm, and was the invincible expert that walked out of the eastern earth of the heaven realm. Back then, the fire emperor also had the qualifications to compete for the position of supremacy. However, the one that walked out of the eastern earth was simply too dazzling. Even the fire emperor had been defeated by him. This was a shadow in the fire emperor's heart that was difficult to remove even after countless years. How could a celestial arch be defeated? At this moment, all the powerhouses under the ancient Yuan celestial arch in the heavenly emperor palace and celestial city were stunned by the scene before them. In their minds, a celestial arch was invincible and undefeatable. However, their celestial arch had been blasted away one after another. This result was difficult for them to accept. The ancient Yuan celestial arch was also extremely depressed. That existence was even more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. However, Gu Fei had managed to withstand it and continue to fight it. Could it be that Gu Fei's cultivation and combat power were already higher than his own? The ancient Yuan celestial arch couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Gu Fei became a heavenly venerate, then he would be in big trouble. Haha, ancient Yuan, isn't this good? Gu Fei's laughter echoed from the primal chaos. Again, as Gu Fei spoke, rays of golden light pierced through the void and turned into rays of golden sword light that pierced towards the ancient Yuan celestial arch. Each golden sword light had golden Dao runes faintly visible within it. They were releasing the aura of the great Dao. These sword lights were condensed from the power of the great Dao and could slay saints. In fact, given the combat power of that existence, saints wouldn't even be able to block a single sword light. They would be directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. You dare to play with swords in front of me? The ancient Yuan celestial arch was truly enraged. His body trembled as the pressure of a heavenly venerate immediately erupted from his body. Countless purple sword lights shot up from the sky and met the golden sword light that pierced through the void. Each sword light was like a divine rainbow that streaked through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks wherever it passed. It displayed a power that could make even great saints' hearts palpitate, buzz. The void shook as the two supreme sword energies collided. The void let out a deafening sound before it was silently annihilated. The sword chi spread in all directions, destroying everything tangible and intangible. Uft, the ancient Yuan celestial arch wasn't able to block all the sword lights in the end. One of the golden sword lights directly pierced through his left shoulder, causing his heavenly venerate blood to splatter everywhere. The ancient Yuan celestial arch quickly retreated. He was extremely shocked. That existence was truly heaven-defying. This kind of power was too great to even be able to suppress him. At that moment, the ancient Yuan celestial arch felt a powerful wave of sword chi spreading from the wound on his left shoulder. It was rapidly destroying his vitality. Roar! The ancient Yuan celestial arch roared as his origin source sword chi suddenly erupted. Bam! With a muffled sound, the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's entire shoulder exploded. A golden light rushed out of the bloody mist before dissipating into the void. The sword chi that had entered the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's body was forced out. Gu Fei, come out and fight if you have the guts. Borrowing the power of others is nothing, the ancient Yuan celestial arch roared. The primordial celestial ruler roared. His shoulder was badly mangled, but his muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerating. Very quickly, his immortal body was completely restored as if he had never been injured. At his level of cultivation, regenerating flesh was just a minor path. The ancient Yuan celestial arch had also mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. It would be very difficult to kill him. This was the source of the ancient Yuan celestial thearcha's confidence. He had tens of thousands of clones. Even the current ancient Yuan celestial arch didn't know if he was one of them. It was the same for the Flame Emperor. Even the Flame Emperor couldn't see through the ancient Yuan celestial arch, let alone others. Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, but he still couldn't see through the ancient Yuan celestial arch. TCH, come in and fight if you have the guts. Gu Fei said disdainfully, damn it! Although the ancient Yuan celestial arch was furious, he wouldn't fall for Gu Fei's trick, provoking the ancient Yuan celestial arch into attacking and then diverting the pressure of the heavenly tribulation onto himself. At this time, on a mountain peak several thousand miles away from Celestial City, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on a large rock. It was a tall and sturdy golden-haired youth. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, as if he was enveloped by a layer of golden lightning. An incomparably powerful aura spread from the golden-haired youth's body. Why is he here? In the distance, the Xian Ming Saintess noticed the golden-haired youth. This person had a great background, and had only recently come out of seclusion. As soon as he came out, he started a war that shook the Eastern Earth. Father, the golden-haired youth couldn't help but become excited when he sensed the familiar energy fluctuations coming from the primal chaos rift. His eyes flickered with golden light. Swish! The Xian Ming Saintess pondered for a moment before she soared into the sky and flew towards the mountain peak where the golden-haired youth was. She landed beside him. "Greetings, sacred prince." The Xian Ming Saintess didn't dare slight the golden-haired youth. "You still dare to appear here? Aren't you afraid that old Yuan Gu will attack you?" The golden-haired youth said, indifferently without even looking at the Xian Ming Saintess. "Sacred prince, you must be joking. Do you think that old Yuan Gu still has the time to attack me?" The Xian Ming Saintess said, as she glanced at the golden-haired youth. "Who is that person in the primal chaos? He actually managed to trigger the mark left behind by my father during his tribulation back then." The golden-haired youth asked. He felt that the aura in the primal chaos seemed familiar, but he couldn't determine who it was. "Oh, sacred prince, you don't know who that person is? You must be joking. That person is an old acquaintance of yours," the Xian Ming Saintess said in surprise. She knew about the friendship between Gu Fei and the sacred emperor. The two of them could be considered life and death brothers. They weren't simply old acquaintances. Could it really be him? Yuan Hong's eyes immediately lit up. Just as Yuan Hong was feeling bewildered, the great battle in the primal chaos was about to end. Gu Fei was getting stronger as he fought, and his great sage Dao patterns had transformed into sacred venerate Dao patterns. The 9 primal chaos Dao patterns released powerful sacred venerate energy fluctuations. Boom! A golden fist smashed directly onto Gu Fei's body, sending Gu Fei flying for tens of thousands of feet. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "All right." Gu Fei's eyes shot out an extremely sharp divine light. His entire body emitted a sonic boom as his physical strength was released. The violent power was vast and mighty. Again, Gu Fei's long hair fluttered as he charged forward with an indomitable will. His pair of primal chaos fists smashed the primal chaos void, as though they were splitting the sky and earth. He was once again sent flying by that figure that emitted endless golden light. Chapter 2678. He had been sent flying again and again, but he had rushed forward again and again. If he bled, he would just wipe it away. Gu Fei's gaze was firm. As a martialist, he was a natural warrior. His Tao heart had never wavered. An unyielding fighting spirit ignited in his chest. Gu Fei's aura had never disappeared amidst the primal chaos. Even if he was extremely weak, he would still grow stronger. Many people wanted Gu Fei to die under the heavenly tribulation. However, he just couldn't die. He was like a centipede. Just when everyone thought that he would die, he stood up again and continued to fight against that existence. An ordinary peak great sage would have lost all hope if they had encountered that existence. It should be known that this existence was the strongest existence that had ever emerged from the eastern earth of the heaven realm. It could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supremacy. This existence was formed by the great path imprint that Yuan Hong's father, the golden-eyed divine ape, had left on the heavenly path. The golden-eyed divine ape had once been invincible in the heaven realm. He had suppressed countless powerhouses in the heaven realm to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. Even the forbidden areas of the heaven realm had quietened down and didn't dare make any moves. Father must still be alive. Sacred Prince Yuan Hong said from a mountain peak thousands of miles away. He stared resolutely at the spatial cracks that were constantly appearing in the sky. The familiar aura coming from the primal chaos reminded him of his father. His old father had sealed him into the present world and then disappeared. No one knew where the golden-eyed divine ape, who had once been invincible in the heaven realm, had gone. Perhaps only the supremacy-level existences knew what had happened. However, Yuan Hong knew that his father wouldn't die so easily. The eyes of the mysterious underworld saintess, who was standing beside Yuan Hong, lit up when she heard his words. She looked at Yuan Hong, but no one knew what she was thinking. The most depressed person right now was the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he thought about his subordinates who had been ignited by the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had dug a hole for himself this time. The Yuan ancient heavenly emperor's strength had been greatly damaged, and he wouldn't be able to recover for a long time. Furthermore, it had to happen at this time. The winds and clouds of the heaven realm were changing. The older generation powerhouses had returned, and the situation of many heroes fighting for supremacy had already formed. At this time, the primordial heavenly Thearch's strength had been damaged, which was very bad for him. The duration of the heavenly tribulation was not short. Every major power had planted spies in the Eastern Earth. The news of someone going to Celestial City to undergo the tribulation on the birthday of the primordial heavenly emperor spread like wildfire. Haha, very good. Who has such guts? In the Nanling Mountains, a loud laugh came from a place of immortal spirit. A sacred venerate, level aura of the divine, way spread out from the depths of the place. That ruthless person is so abnormal. He's even more awesome than me. Old Yuan is about to vomit blood. The voice of the old tortoise came from the ancestral court of the demons in the heaven realm. At this time, even the superpowers of the Middle Earth were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to go to the Eastern Land's celestial emperor, Yuan Gu's lair, to undergo tribulation. Was that person crazy? Who was the primordial heavenly emperor? No matter how mysterious he was, the old antiques of the ancient powers of the heaven realm could still somewhat guess who he was. Someone dared to cause trouble on the birthday of the primordial heavenly emperor. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This was definitely a big matter that would shake the entire heaven realm. Regardless of whether it was the Nanling Mountains, the Middle Earth, the snowfield, or even the Western Lee, all powerhouses were alarmed. In a short period of time, countless cultivators in the heaven realm were discussing this matter. Some of the super powerhouses even directly crossed the void and rushed to the Eastern Earth. Just as everyone was curious about who dared to go to the lair of the primordial heavenly emperor to undergo tribulation, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was already coming to an end. Rumble, in the primal chaos, the primal energy was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's battle intent was unextinguished as he clashed with that figure. From being in a disadvantageous position to being able to attack and defend, he was now able to contend with it. During this process, Gu Fei didn't know how many times his martial body had been blasted apart by this powerful opponent. However, the indestructible martial body wasn't just for show. Even if he was blasted to pieces by that existence, Gu Fei could still reform his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh and reconstruct his martial body. He didn't use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He only used his own martial power to fight against the figure formed by the old ape's heavenly Tao imprint. At this moment, the primal energy around Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. Primal chaos Tao patterns faintly appeared on his body. The aura of the great Tao permeated the air, making him look like a peerless martial god that had been born from the primal chaos. A saint venerate pressure that could crush the heavens spread from his body. It was extremely terrifying, and even the space in the outside world shook violently. The great Tao mysteries of the holy venerate level from the heavenly tribulation had been successfully integrated into Gu Fei's own great Tao. His great Tao had been further perfected. It's my turn to show my might. At this moment, Gu Fei's battle intent was unprecedentedly strong. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns turned into 9 beams of primal chaos divine light that circled around him. He extended his hand and guided a beam of primal chaos divine light to his hand before striking it at the old ape. At this moment, the old ape's fighting strength was also at the level of a holy venerate, but it was on par with Gu Fei's. However, the old ape's fighting strength was already the most powerful one he could muster. Although the world was heartless, it still left a chance for those undergoing the tribulation. The great Tao imprint that the old ape had left on the heavenly Tao could only display the battle prowess of a holy venerate. Roar! The old ape roared and punched out. His fist collided with the incoming beam of primal chaos divine light. The power of a holy venerate erupted, and the golden fist dispersed the beam of primal chaos divine light. The old ape was also pushed back by the power that erupted from the primal chaos divine light. At this moment, the old ape could no longer gain any advantage. This was a battle between people of the same level, and Gu Fei was a martial artist. It was no exaggeration to say that he was invincible among those of the same level. However, the old ape was no ordinary holy venerate. He was a supreme expert that had appeared in the Eastern land before. He had dominated an era, and even the Forbidden Zones did not dare to act recklessly. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and chased after the old ape. He extended his hand, and a huge hand that blotted out the sky immediately appeared in the void and slapped at the old ape. The old ape was extremely powerful. He still punched out, and a supreme fist force erupted from his fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared in the primal chaos. The golden light dispersed the primal chaos aura within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was the battle technique of the golden-eyed divine ape clan. Back then, the old ape had beaten up all the experts in the heaven realm with his fists. Boom! Chapter 2679. A large area of the void suddenly collapsed as 2 figures broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. The pressure of a saint venerate filled the area. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The divine pressure of a saint venerate made everyone's hearts palpitate. Even the ancient celestial emperor and the fire emperor could not help but be moved. Yuan Gu, come and fight me. As soon as Gu Fei rushed out of the primal chaos, he charged towards the primordial celestial emperor. With a wave of his hands, the 9 rays of primal chaos divine light around him immediately turned into 9 rays of primal chaos rainbow that pierced towards the primordial celestial emperor. Gu Fei, you little brat! The ancient celestial emperor was both shocked and angry. Gu Fei had already grown up. Buzz. 9 immortal marks also rushed out of the ancient celestial emperor's body. The 9 purple immortal marks turned into a shocking sword light that met the 9 beams of chaotic divine light. 2 extremely strong sword chi clashed together in an instant, and a devastating sword chi wave burst out. The void was directly torn apart, and it was annihilated silently. The ancient celestial emperor quickly retreated. At this time, the elder ape had already started fighting with Gu Fei. Every punch they threw caused the entire area to tremble, displaying their terrifying combat power. Gu Fei naturally did not show any weakness and also waved his fist. Boom! Gu Fei's chaotic fist collided with the old ape's golden fist, resulting in a deafening explosion. The 2 figures quickly separated, and the void between them collapsed. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended into the distance. The elder ape did not have much time left. Soon, he would turn into a great pathmark and return to the heavenly path. Swoosh! Golden light filled the sky as the elder ape directly pounced towards Gu Fei. As he waved his golden fist, it shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the sky to tremble. Instead of retreating, Gu Fei charged at the old macaque. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei and the old ape were like two supreme gods fighting each other. Their powerful Saint Venerable auras filled the surroundings, shocking everyone. I didn't expect this Gu Fei to be able to contend against the great Tao brand of the Elder Ape. When the Fire Emperor saw this scene in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he could not help but be moved. It should be known that the old ape was the most outstanding existence in the past. Even in the Holy Venerable realm, he was an unrivaled Holy Venerable. Martial artists can really be invincible among their peers. The power that Gu Fei had displayed had already exceeded his expectations, causing him to look at Gu Fei in a different light. He did not want to become enemies with Gu Fei. Kill! The primordial celestial arch rushed over. Clanging sounds rang out from his body as thousands of sword lights rushed out from his body and pierced towards Gu Fei. The flying immortal sword Qi crisscrossed. This was equivalent to two Saint Venerables attacking Gu Fei at the same time. Haha, come! Not only was Gu Fei not afraid in the face of such a fierce attack, but he even laughed. The stronger the opponent, the better to test his own combat strength. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he punched the old ape and stomped on the primordial celestial arch. He was actually fighting against two Saint Venerables by himself. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This is too heaven-defying. Someone said with a trembling voice, "It really is Gu Fei." At this time, on a mountain several thousand miles away, Yuan Hong was extremely excited. Three figures moved rapidly in the void, piercing through the void. In the end, the three figures rushed into the depths of the chaos. The energy fluctuations caused by the battle caused the void to shake. An hour later, a heavenly Tao brand rushed out of the chaos and disappeared into the depths of the sky, returning to the heavenly Tao. Success. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the Fire Emperor's face was very solemn. This was the first time he had seen someone successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, the void shattered and a figure rushed out of the chaos. This person was actually the primordial celestial arch. He was in an extremely sorry state, his body tattered and covered in blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of attack he had suffered in the chaos. Ha! Primordial son, to think that this day would come for you. Gu Fei's voice came out of the chaos. A figure walked out of the chaos and instantly appeared in front of the primordial celestial arch. Go to hell. The primordial celestial arch directly used a killing technique. The void around Gu Fei suddenly collapsed. He was devoured by a heaven-devouring force into a void where the sun could not be seen. Numerous immortal runes appeared in the void, turning into peerless sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei. The sword light was densely packed in front, behind, up, down, left, and right. This was the sword domain created by the primordial celestial arch. There was only the sword here and nothing else. As long as one was trapped in the sword domain, there would only be one outcome: death. Humph! Gu Fei was not in a hurry. With a thought, a light barrier immediately appeared around his body and enveloped him. The countless sword lights that pierced towards him were all blocked by the light barrier. What? The primordial celestial Thearcha's voice rang out. He had never expected that even though he had trapped Gu Fei in the sword domain, it would not be easy to kill Gu Fei. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The primordial celestial arch was furious. He operated the sword domain with all his might, causing the entire sword domain to tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. Terrifying sword lights continuously condensed in the sword domain and slashed towards Gu Fei. Great Tao power also suppressed Gu Fei from all directions. Immortal runes were imprinted in the void around Gu Fei, freezing the entire void. The primordial celestial larch wanted to obliterate Gu Fei in the sword domain. However, the primordial celestial Thearcha's expression changed in the next moment. Rumble, a supreme saint venerate power erupted from Gu Fei's body. The entire sword domain began to tremble as pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared. Roar. Gu Fei raised his head and roared. His long hair danced in the wind as the chaotic light in his eyes grew to dozens of meters long. An extremely powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. The sword lights that were constantly piercing towards him were all shattered. Even the immortal runes imprinted in the void around him dimmed, as if they could collapse at any moment. Break! Gu Fei shouted as he punched upwards with his right fist. The supreme saint venerate fist force erupted. This was the combination of his physical body and battle technique, so it displayed unimaginable power. Boom! With a loud sound, the world shook. Gu Fei's fist actually blasted a huge hole in the entire sword domain. He had forcefully broken through the sword domain. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly rushed out of the hole. How is this possible? Chapter 2680. The primordial heavenly emperor cultivated the soaring immortal swordsmanship. The soaring immortal swordsmanship domain was a killing technique cultivated by the primordial heavenly emperor. It was equivalent to opening up a world of swords. As long as one was swallowed by the soaring immortal swordsmanship, no one would be able to escape. Everyone would be killed inside, including heavenly sovereigns. Even heavenly sovereigns did not dare to enter the sword domain when they were fighting against the primordial heavenly emperor. Rumble. The sword domain collapsed, and beams of extremely sharp sword light slashed out in all directions. Every beam of sword light was like a shocking divine rainbow, directly breaking through the void of the world. Buzz. A sword light descended from the sky and landed directly on the sky above Celestial City. It slashed at the celestial light that protected the city, causing it to tremble violently. The surviving cultivators in Celestial City were shocked. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the celestial light that protected the city was able to withstand the sword light that descended from the sky. At this time, ash could be seen everywhere in Celestial City. That was the tribulation ash left behind by the cultivators who had died under the tribulation. If a cultivator who had ignited the tribulation flame failed to pass the tribulation, he would be blasted into ashes by the tribulation. Both his body and soul would be destroyed. The sword domain of the primordial heavenly emperor collapsed as countless sword lights rushed out. The celestial palace in the sky was also struck by the sword light, but it was also blocked by a layer of immortal light. The soaring immortal sword light possessed great power, but the defensive formations of Celestial City and the celestial palace were also very powerful. Those were the lair of the primordial heavenly emperor. It was definitely not an easy task to break through the defensive formations of these two places. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword domain completely collapsed. A powerful sword energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse and be annihilated. The primordial heavenly emperor was directly blown away by this force. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The celestial palace in the sky and Celestial City on the ground were affected and constantly shook. The layer of immortal light above Celestial City blossomed with resplendent radiance. Immortal runes faintly appeared and intertwined on the immortal light. The region within a radius of 10,000 miles was in a great upheaval. The power of the swordway that swept out directly turned the mountains into dust, dissipating in the void. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong and the others also retreated far away to avoid being affected by the mighty power of the sword Dao. Kill! Gu Fei directly tore through the void and charged forward. With just one step, he had already arrived before the ancient Yuan celestial arch and blasted out a punch. There was no blinding divine light or monstrous energy fluctuations. It seemed like a casual punch. However, Gu Fei's punch made the ancient Yuan heavenly Thearcha's expression change, turning something rotten into something magical. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor had never imagined that Gu Fei would be able to unleash such a punch right after undergoing the heavenly sovereign tribulation. This made him feel very uneasy. If Gu Fei was given enough time to comprehend it, he would definitely be able to go even further on this path. Without any suspense, the primordial celestial arch was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The power of the great path contained within this punch was extremely powerful, and the primordial celestial arch continuously coughed up blood. Roar! The primordial celestial arch roared again and again as he unleashed all sorts of shocking killing techniques. However, he had already lost all his advantages and was unable to do anything to Gu Fei. Boom! There was a muffled sound as the primordial celestial emperor was once again sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Cracks appeared all over his body, as if he was a delicate piece of porcelain that could shatter at any moment. How is this possible? The primordial celestial arch couldn't accept this. He was on the verge of going crazy. He unleashed all 9 secrets of the immortal path and the soaring immortal sword path. However, Gu Fei only used one punch. When the primordial celestial arch used the anti-void secret technique to escape into the void, he was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch. The primordial celestial arch used the soaring immortal sword path. Thousands of sword lights hummed, but they were still scattered by Gu Fei's punch. No matter how many sword lights there were, Gu Fei's punch was enough to destroy them. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The primordial celestial arch was undoubtedly powerful, but he couldn't gain any advantage against Gu Fei's fist. The primordial celestial arch is finished. The Flame Emperor knew that the primordial celestial arch was no match for Gu Fei. The primordial celestial arch shouldn't be so weak. He could also see that this wasn't the real body of the primordial celestial arch, but a clone. His real body still hasn't appeared even now. The Flame Emperor was very curious. He didn't plan on taking action. He wanted to see if the primordial celestial arch would come in his real body. Dizun, seeing the primordial celestial arch being suppressed by Gu Fei, left the primordial celestial Thearcha's subordinates dumbfounded. How could a Dizun be defeated? By this time, some of the big shots from the other regions of the heavenly realm had arrived. They were all dumbfounded and shocked to see the primordial celestial arch being beaten so miserably by a youth. Who is that? When did the heavenly realm have such an expert? Many people were whispering to each other. At this time, a young man wearing a mysterious green divine armor rushed over from the distance and landed on a mountain peak. This young man's body was surging with a majestic draconic aura. The image of a huge dragon was faintly discernible on his body. Oh, why is he here too? Someone recognized this young man. The eldest disciple of the demon race's patriarch. Someone was secretly startled. This young man's background wasn't small. Moreover, the demon race's patriarch was extremely protective and powerful. No one dared to provoke the demon race in the heavenly realm because the current demon race's patriarch was extremely powerful. Even when the demon race was rebelling, no one dared to have any ideas. As expected, when the demon race's patriarch returned, he immediately quelled the rebellion. It really is Big Brother. The young man couldn't help but be excited when he saw the figure in the sky. Brother Monkey is here too. Xiaoqing soon sensed Yuan Hong's aura. He soared into the sky from the mountain peak and flew towards the mountain where Yuan Hong was. Where is that old tortoise? His brother is fighting, but he still has the nerve to watch from the side. When Xiaoqing landed beside Yuan Hong's voice reached Xiaoqing's ears. Xiaoqing was startled when he heard this. He just happened to be in the Eastern Earth. When he heard that someone was undergoing tribulation in the ancient celestial Thearcha's lair, he immediately ran over. However, he didn't know where his master, the old tortoise, was. You are the eldest disciple of the demon race's patriarch, the Green Emperor. The Xianming Saintess, who was standing beside Yuan Hong, looked at Xiaoqing. Her eyes lit up. In recent years, the Green Emperor's fame had shaken the heaven realm. He was a rising star in the heaven realm. To be able to befriend such a person was definitely a good thing for the Xianming sect. The Xianming Saintess could use her relationship with Xiaoqing to befriend the demon race's patriarch. Boom. Chapter 2681. The Green Emperor was the Emperor of Demons. This was the name that Xiaoqing had gained in the heaven realm. He was the eldest disciple of the current demon lord. Such an identity was enough for all the powerhouses in the heaven realm to not look down on Xiaoqing. It should be said that Xiaoqing had an extremely protective master. Moreover, Xiaoqing's cultivation was also extremely powerful. He could compete with the powerhouses of the previous generation and fight for the demon lord. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the ancient Yuan celestial ruler was about to end. Gu Fei's powerful fist had directly destroyed the ancient Yuan celestial ruler's heavenly venerate immortal body. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler's consciousness fluctuated within the bloody mist. The bloody mist ignited and emitted a demonic bloody light. The bloody light rapidly converged, and a figure appeared within it. Very quickly, all the bloody light disappeared. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler had reappeared. Moreover, his aura was also extremely tyrannical. Heaven Ascension's secret technique. Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. He had obtained the Heaven Ascension secret technique from the Violet Emperor, the only son of the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. The Heaven Ascension secret technique had naturally been imparted to him by the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. I already said that you don't have the qualifications to kill me. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler stared at Gu Fei with a gloomy expression. His gaze was extremely vicious, like a venomous snake staring at Gu Fei. Anyone else would have been intimidated by the ancient Yuan celestial ruler's gaze. However, who was Gu Fei? He had encountered existences even more terrifying than the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. Die! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He simply threw another punch at the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. This was a mysterious punch. It didn't emit any divine light or energy fluctuations, but it still blasted the ancient Yuan celestial ruler into a bloody mist. This was the power of the Tao. From the complex to the simple, the rotten to the magical, Gu Fei's usage of the Tao had reached a new level. Even an existence like the ancient Yuan celestial ruler couldn't help but be moved. This person's comprehension was truly terrifying. Damn it! The ancient Yuan celestial Darch was both shocked and angry. He reformed his immortal body once again, and his body still exuded the powerful aura of his peak state. It didn't seem like he had been fighting for a long time. This was the wondrous aspect of the secret ascension technique. It could instantly restore a cultivator to his or her prime state. Even the wounds they received would be completely healed up. Let's see how many times you can reform your body. Gu Fei was going all out. He threw punch after punch at the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor, directly turning the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's heavenly venerate immortal physique into dregs. However, The primordial celestial arch had grasped the heaven ascension secret technique. Even if he was blasted to smithereens by Gu Fei's fist, he could still reform his immortal body and continue fighting Gu Fei. When they saw this scene, everyone became stupefied. A few old monsters saw through something and were all shocked to the extreme. The primordial heavenly emperor was formidable, actually grasping this type of secret technique. Damn, looks like it's hard to tell who will win. The flame emperor muttered to himself. The primordial celestial arch was basically undefeatable. The heaven ascension secret technique was an undying immortal art. It was said to be unkillable. Since it couldn't be killed, then the final victor would be the unkillable one. This is bad. Yuan Hong couldn't help but feel nervous. The primordial celestial arch had truly hidden himself well. He had actually grasped such a heaven-defying secret technique. It seemed like Gu Fei had the upper hand, but the primordial celestial arch hadn't lost yet. "Brother Monkey, don't worry. My big brother won't lose," Xiaoqing said. Despite saying this, he was still a little nervous. The primordial celestial arch wasn't an ordinary existence. He was a heavenly sovereign. In the heavenly realm, only heavenly sovereigns were qualified to be called emperors. The primordial celestial arch was definitely an expert among heavenly sovereigns. "The situation isn't looking good," the Xianming Saintess said. Preposterous. Gu Fei knew that this was only a clone of the primordial celestial arch. However, this clone was extremely powerful and shouldn't be much weaker than a true god. If he couldn't even kill a clone of the primordial celestial arch, then how could he fight the real body of the primordial celestial arch? "Ha! Don't waste your energy. You can't kill me." The primordial celestial Thearcha's consciousness rippled through the bloody light. The primordial celestial arch, who had been blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, had once again reformed his heavenly sovereign immortal body. "Is that so?" Gu Fei suddenly revealed a cold and arrogant smile. Then he threw another punch and blasted the primordial celestial Thearcha's immortal body into a bloody mist once again. "I already said that you can't kill me, yet you're still trying. How foolish, huh?" The primordial celestial arch laughed wantonly. "I'll kill you right now." Gu Fei suddenly rushed into the bloody mist. Then a powerful suction force emerged from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole that continuously swallowed the bloody mist around him. Rumble. The void shook as Gu Fei's heaven-devouring power surged out and instantly enveloped the surrounding void and the bloody mist. "What? You?" The primordial celestial Thearcha's horrified voice came from the bloody mist. The bloody mist continuously gathered towards Gu Fei and was directly turned into nothingness by a strange force. "How is this possible? You actually obtained this secret technique." This time, the primordial celestial arch could no longer remain calm. This secret technique was the nemesis of the heaven ascension secret technique, as it could turn everything in the world into nothingness. What's going on? Everyone watching from afar noticed that something was wrong. The bloody mist was glowing as if it was trying to escape. It was as if there was something terrifying on Gu Fei's body. How is this possible? The Fire Emperor was finally moved when he saw this scene from the Celestial Arch Palace. Big Brother is really powerful. Xiaoqing was both surprised and delighted. Gu Fei was definitely going to win. "The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao," Yuan Hong muttered to himself as he looked at the figure in the bloody mist in the distance. Gu Fei used the void secret technique. The bloody mist around him constantly gathered towards him and was obliterated by the power of the void secret technique. Both the primordial celestial Thearcha's power and spirit sense were turned into nothingness. At this moment, even the Heaven Ascension Secret Technique had lost its effect, as the power of the Heaven Ascension Secret Technique had also been turned into nothingness. Arg, I refuse to accept this. Only now did the primordial celestial Dharch realize that Gu Fei had been pretending to be weak all along. Gu Fei had made him lower his guard before dealing the fatal blow. The primordial celestial Thearcha's Yuan spirit had been sucked in by the void secret technique. It was impossible for him to escape. Very soon, the bloody mist had been completely wiped out by Gu Fei's void secret technique. An incomparably powerful clone had been destroyed by Gu Fei, just like that. Roar. In a mysterious place, a furious roar sounded. The entire region was shaking, and a wave of supreme immortal Tao aura surged. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my clone? Chapter 2682. The clone embodiment of the ancient celestial Dharch had been turned into nothingness by Gu Fei's void secret art. Even though the embodiment of the ancient celestial Dharch had mastered the Heaven Ascension secret art, it was still useless. Legend had it that the void secret art was the last of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was a heaven-defying secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor after he had attained enlightenment. Some people said that the 9th secret art was the nemesis of the first 8 secrets. This was definitely not groundless. After destroying the clone embodiment of the ancient celestial Dharch, Gu Fei appeared on the mountain ridge where Shaoqing and Yuan Hong were. He took a step forward and arrived in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. When Gu Fei appeared in front of them, Shaoqing and Yuan Hong were both taken aback. The mysterious underworld saintess's eyes flickered with a strange glint. No one knew what she was thinking about. Big brother. Shaoqing, who was extremely excited, walked forward and hugged Gu Fei tightly. Shaoqing, you've grown up. Gu Fei was also very excited to see Shaoqing. It should be known that he and Shaoqing had met during a crisis. Back when he had been chased and met Shaoqing, Shaoqing had sucked away the strange poison in his body and saved his life. Back then, Shaoqing had just been a Shaoqing snake. Now, he had become a demon emperor and a disciple of a demon lord from the sky realm. Of course, Gu Fei was no longer the young man who had just made his debut. They had a lot to talk about when they reunited once again. However, the two of them didn't know what to say at the moment. Gu Fei, I didn't expect it to be you. I was wondering who would be so daring as to come to the lair of the ancient celestial Dharch to undergo tribulation. Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape, walked over. Brother Monkey. Gu Fei also stepped forward and hugged Yuan Hong tightly. They were brothers who treated each other with sincerity. While Gu Fei was talking to Shaoqing and Yuan Hong, the Celestial Emperor City and the Celestial Emperor Palace were in an uproar. Everyone could not believe that their venerable sovereigns had been killed by that young man. How is this possible? That's not true. How could Dizun die? Countless people roared and howled at the top of their lungs. The subordinates of the ancient celestial Dharch couldn't accept this cruel reality. To the subordinates of the primordial celestial Dharch, the death of the primordial celestial Dharch was akin to the collapse of their world. Everyone felt incomparable despair. It was like a lamp in the darkness had suddenly been extinguished, plunging countless people into boundless darkness. This Gu Fei has finally grown up. The Fire Emperor muttered to himself. He had never intended to make a move. Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. He directly used the transportation formation in the Celestial Emperor Palace and left the Celestial Emperor Palace. He knew that although Gu Fei had destroyed the incarnation of the primordial celestial Dharch, Gu Fei wouldn't just let it go. Next, Gu Fei would attack the Celestial Emperor Palace and the Celestial Emperor City. The Fire Emperor didn't want to fight with Gu Fei, so he chose to leave. "Big brother, shouldn't we collect some spoils of war?" Shaoqing looked at the celestial emperor's city in front of them and said, this was the lair of the primordial celestial arch, so there would definitely be a lot of good stuff. They should loot it. Not bad. Yuan Hong nodded and smiled coldly. His eyes were extremely sharp as he looked at the celestial emperor palace. It was as if two bolts of lightning had suddenly appeared in the void. At this moment, the eyes of the mysterious underworld saintess lit up. She immediately sent a message to the elders of the mysterious underworld sect, Black Tiger Taoist, and Yen Kuan, Black Tiger Taoist, and Yen Kuan immediately turned around and left. At this time, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Yuan Hong had already soared into the sky and flew forward. Gu Fei had the speed of 8 steps. He took a step and appeared in the sky above the celestial emperor's city. A powerful, holy venerate aura spread out, causing the void to tremble. Rumble, the void trembled as 9 beams of primordial light circled around Gu Fei's body. Those were the primordial light of the Great Path. Primordial Tao runes could be vaguely seen in each beam of light. That savage is here. We must avenge the D-Zune. Kill this savage. Waves of angry roars came from the celestial emperor's city. The crowd was very excited. Some people even soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei. These people could pass through the layer of divine light that enveloped the celestial emperor's city. The great formation laid down by the primordial celestial emperor was very mysterious. The people inside the celestial emperor's city could come out, but the people outside could not enter. Kill. A powerful holy venerate aura spread out. The expert who came out from the celestial emperor's city was actually a saint. His body erupted with monstrous divine flames that burned the void. Reckless. Gu Fei did not put this person in his eyes at all. He stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm immediately appeared in the void and slammed towards the fire saint. Bang! As the chaos hand descended, the endless sacred fire was extinguished by the mighty chaos force above the chaos hand. The fire saint was also directly shaken into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating in the void along with the sacred fire. This, an incomparably powerful saint, was actually killed by Gu Fei. Such a ferocious might made everyone in the celestial emperor city speechless. The originally noisy celestial city immediately quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. Whoever wants to die, come at me. Gu Fei's words were transmitted to the ears of everyone in the celestial emperor city. He was like a supreme god of death, looking down on every living creature in the celestial emperor city. At this time, Shaoqing also arrived in the sky above the celestial emperor city. Big brother, why are you talking to these guys? Let's just fight. Shaoqing said in an overbearing manner. All right. Gu Fei did not hesitate any longer. He directly smashed his fist towards the celestial emperor city below. This was a mysterious punch. It did not emit a dazzling divine light, nor did it have a monstrous energy fluctuation. It was like a casual punch from an ordinary person. However, this mysterious punch of Gu Fei had directly smashed the primordial celestial emperor's heavenly venerate body. Boom! The sky above the celestial emperor city was in a great turmoil. The layer of immortal light that enveloped the celestial emperor city shook violently. Immortal runes constantly flashed on the immortal light. The entire celestial emperor city was shaken by Gu Fei's punch. Everyone in the celestial emperor city was stunned by this shocking scene. Very soon, all kinds of shouts came from the celestial emperor city. Everyone in the celestial emperor city knew that the situation was anything but reassuring. This was definitely not a good thing for everyone in the city. It would definitely be a disaster if this savage attacked the celestial emperor city. Countless cultivators in the city did not want to see such a scene. "Io, this tortoise shell is quite hard." Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. He was very clear about the power of his punch, but it still couldn't break through the layer of immortal light that enveloped the Celestial Emperor city. Again, Gu Fei threw another punch. This punch was much stronger than the first one. However, there was still no eye-catching scene after the punch was thrown. It was an ordinary punch, but it could shake the heaven and earth. When Gu Fei punched, the layer of immortal light in the sky above the Celestial Emperor city immediately rippled like water. The immortal runes on the immortal light actually showed signs of collapsing. How is this possible? Everyone turned pale with fright. The strength of the savage outside was too strong. He actually managed to shake the defensive formation personally deployed by Dizun. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor city thought that even Dizun had died in the hands of this savage. It didn't seem impossible for the other party to break the defensive formation deployed by Dizun. Everyone was panicking. Some people wanted to activate the transportation formations in the Celestial Emperor city, hoping to escape from the Celestial Emperor city. Not everyone in the Celestial Emperor city was a subordinate of the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Many of them were guests who had come to congratulate the primordial Heavenly Emperor. However, these people were all trapped inside the Celestial Emperor city. Trying to escape, Gu Fei saw an immortal light rushing out from the back of the Celestial Emperor city. Someone was using the transportation formation. "Open for me." Gu Fei displayed his supreme strength and blasted out another punch. This time, he used his full strength and blasted a huge hole in the layer of immortal light with absolute power. The savage is killing his way in. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor city was scared out of their wits by Gu Fei. They were scrambling to escape, but where could they escape to? However, there were still some people who escaped the Celestial Emperor city through the transportation formation in the Celestial Emperor city. Buzz. Gu Feichong slaughtered his way into Celestial City and directly shot out a primal chaos sword light. The primal chaos sword light descended from the sky and directly slashed a teleportation array platform in the City Lord's mansion into two. Several experts standing on the transportation formation were instantly turned into a few clouds of blood mist. They were directly killed by the primal chaos sword light unleashed by Gu Fei. At this time, Shaoqing followed behind Gu Fei and also killed his way into the Celestial Emperor city. He went straight to the Celestial Emperor city with the black rod in his hand and directly smashed the immortal soldiers and generals that came to stop him into a cloud of blood mist. The black rod in Shaoqing's hand had a great origin. It was a supreme level-long rod that the old turtle obtained by chance. Once it smashed down, even an expert stronger than Shaoqing would be smashed to death. "Green Emperor, you are going too far." An old man walked out from the Celestial Emperor city and directly faced the charging Shaoqing. He began to fight with Shaoqing. "Humph, the weak are prey to the strong. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as going too far." Shaoqing swung the black rod and smashed it down on the old man's head. That old man seemed to know how powerful the black rod was. He didn't dare to face Shaoqing head-on and immediately dodged. Swish! That old man waved his hand. 9 rays of sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and turned into an incomparably sharp sword light, piercing towards Shaoqing. "Humph!" Shaoqing snorted coldly. He directly waved the black rod in his hand and smashed the 9 rays of sword light. After that, he rushed towards the old man with incomparable strength. Chapter 2683. Gu Fei had breached the Celestial City and cut a transmission array in the City Lord's mansion in half, cutting off the escape route of the powerhouses in the Celestial City. He was incomparably powerful, as he directly killed his way into the City Lord's mansion with his fists. He killed every powerhouse that rushed out from all directions with a single punch. No one could withstand his punch. It was a pair of mystical fists that had already broken away from the limitations of martial arts. They were casually thrown out without any powerful energy fluctuations. Only Tao charm lingered around them. This was the power of the Great Path. Although there were no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's fists, the power displayed by his fists was many times stronger than when he was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Even the incomparably powerful incarnation of the ancient heavenly emperor had been smashed into a mass of blood mist by his fists, let alone the others. Gu Fei, don't go too far. A roar came from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Gu Fei had already killed his way to the plaza in front of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Figures flashed around the plaza as powerhouses constantly rushed over from all directions. These people were die-hard followers of the ancient heavenly emperor. All of them attacked Gu Fei without any regard for their own lives. The entire plaza was stained with blood. There were no corpses on the ground, only bloodstains. This was because everyone who had been hit by Gu Fei's fists, regardless of whether they were immortals or saints, had been completely destroyed and turned into a mass of blood mist. Even the immortal and sage weapons that these people were carrying had been smashed into ashes by Gu Fei's fists and scattered on the ground. The stench of blood was pungent on Guangqing, but Gu Fei was completely unaware of it. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow as his gaze swept across the main hall of the city lord's mansion like cold lightning. He stood in the middle of the plaza, with his long hair fluttering even though there was no wind. 9 rays of primal chaos light wandered around his body. The powerful aura of a heavenly venerate made everyone feel despair. He was too powerful. Even the true body of the ancient heavenly emperor might not be able to suppress this fierce person. Am I going too far? Ha ha, what a joke. Gu Fei laughed heartily. Back when he was still weak, didn't the primordial celestial emperor chase him for millions of miles and force him into an ominous land? At this moment, a man in white walked out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. This was an old man dressed in white. This old man was tall and had a horsetail whisk in his hand. He carried an ancient sword on his back and wore a golden crown on his head. He looked like an immortal. Who are you? Why aren't you running? When Gu Fei saw this Taoist, he could not help feeling somewhat surprised. This person was actually a holy venerate, an immortal Tao holy venerate. He was incredibly powerful and had already reached the realm of returning to his true self. That was because there was no immortal light around his body. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off a feeling as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. If one was not careful, they would be affected by his aura and let down their guard. Of course, with Gu Fei's cultivation, he would not be affected by the old Taoist aura. My Taoist title is Emergence. As soon as the old Taoist said this, the sky rumbled and the sky changed color. It was as if this title was a terrifying taboo. Emergence, holy venerate. You? Gu Fei's brows couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. One must know that this title wasn't something that just anyone could use, nor was it something that just anyone could bear. The Emergence, holy venerate, was one of the 9 disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor and the wielder of the Emergence secret art. The supreme Tao ancestor had passed the Emergence secret art to this immortal Tao holy venerate. What? You don't believe me? The old Taoist was a little annoyed when he saw Gu Fei looking at him suspiciously. His face immediately darkened. It would be strange if I believed you. If you were the Emergence, holy venerate, then I would be the supreme Tao ancestor. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He did not believe that this guy was the Emergence, holy venerate at all. After all, if the other party was the Emergence, holy venerate, then Gu Fei could only run away. The real emergence, Holy Venerate, would definitely not be so weak. Countless years had passed, and the emergence, Holy Venerate, had obtained the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. His cultivation realm was probably higher than that of the human realm's heavenly emperor, Ziyang. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was the youngest disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor, but he was already a Holy Venerate. Moreover, the emergence, Holy Venerate, had followed the supreme Tao ancestor for a longer time than Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. How dare you look down on the supreme Tao ancestor? You deserve to die. The old Taoist who called himself the emergence, Holy Venerate, was furious. He directly attacked Gu Fei and stretched out his right hand to grab Gu Fei. Rumble, the void shook and a black vortex appeared in the old Taoist palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed and was swallowed by the vortex in his palm. At that moment, Gu Fei felt his body tighten. He was instantly enveloped by a powerful suction force. Then he flew forward uncontrollably. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I will send you on your way. The old Taoist's face revealed a cruel smile. He thought that this ferocious person was only SOSO and was no match for him at all. In the old Taoist's opinion, the primordial heavenly emperor was really too useless. This person had actually destroyed one of his clones. However, just as the old Taoist thought that he could kill Gu Fei, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! The old Taoist's right eye was punched hard. This punch caused the old Taoist's vision to darken. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The old Taoist was shocked and angry. He never thought that Gu Fei would be able to break through his great technique and even punch him. What? Aren't you very arrogant? You're even the emergence, Holy Venerate. Bang! Gu Fei fiercely punched the old Taoist's nose again, causing his nose to bleed and his face to cave in. Roar! The old Taoist almost went crazy. He used his killing technique with all his might. An immortal light spread from his body and turned into light blades that slashed in all directions. Screams rang out everywhere. Many of the experts around the square were slashed by the immortal light blades. They were directly killed. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. By this time, Gu Fei had already dodged. However, this old Taoist seemed to have a very high status. Even though he had accidentally killed many people, no one dared to say anything. They were all angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the city lord's residence. The two huge stone doors were actually sent flying from the outside and smashed inwards. Chapter 2684. Shaoqing charged into the city lord's mansion. He was extremely domineering as he brandished the black rod in his hand. All the experts who charged at him were killed by his black rod. Everyone was extremely shocked at the sight of this. No one dared to charge forward again. They allowed Shaoqing to enter the city lord's mansion and arrive at the side of the square. Gu Fei, I want you dead. The fake Saint Master of Emergence roared as he charged at Gu Fei, who was standing on the square in front of the main hall. He had a ferocious look on his face. He no longer had the demeanor of a reclusive expert that he had when he first appeared. Humph! A fake dares to clamor here? You really don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei looked disdainfully at the fake Saint Master of Emergence who was charging at him. He did not take this so-called Saint Master of Emergence seriously at all. Buzz. The ancient sword on the fake Saint Master of Emergence's back let out a buzzing sound. It then turned into a dazzling sword light and rushed out of its scabbard. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi immediately spread from the sword light. The sword light split the void between heaven and earth as it charged at Gu Fei. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly due to the impact of the cold sword qi. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little surprised when he sensed the wave of sword qi coming from the sword light. This sword seemed to be very unusual, which made him pay attention to it. However, the holy venerate martial body was extremely powerful. Gu Fei was very confident in his martial body. He directly threw a punch, which collided with the sword light. Clang! A metallic sound rang out when Gu Fei's fist collided with the sword light. The sword light was knocked away by his punch. However, Gu Fei also felt a pain in his fist at the same time. He quickly looked down and saw a blood-red sword mark on his right fist. Beads of blood seeped out from the sword mark. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The opponent's sword could actually injure him. How was this possible? Even if it was a Saint Venerable sword, it should not be able to injure him. With a thought, the sword mark on Gu Fei's fist quickly disappeared. At this moment, the light that the sword had turned into had already shot towards Gu Fei. The ripples of sword qi on the light became even sharper and more powerful. Preposterous. Gu Fei didn't believe it. He waved his fists and smashed them at the sword light. The clanging sound was endless, and the sword light was constantly sent flying by his fists. At that moment, the person who was even more shocked than Gu Fei was the fake Saint Venerate of the emergence, Saint Venerate. He knew very well how powerful his sword was. In the past, he had only needed to take out this sword to kill his opponents. It was the same even for opponents who were also Saint Venerates. Many Saint Venerates had died to this sword. The sword was stained with the blood of more than one Saint Venerate. The fake Saint Venerate of the emergence, Saint Venerate, whose face was covered in blood after being punched twice by Gu Fei, sat down with his legs crossed. He operated his mysterious technique and activated the sword with all his might. Runes appeared on the sword light, and a ripple of sword qi spread out from the sword light. It was so powerful that even the heavens and the earth paled in comparison. Under the impact of the sword qi, transparent ripples appeared in the void, like transparent ripples on water. Kill! The fake Saint Venerate of the emergence, Saint Venerate performed a seal with both hands and sent a rune into the sword light. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and a ripple of sword qi that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted from the sword light. The power of the divine sword seemed to have been detonated. Swoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow as it descended from the sky. Runes circled around the sword light, as if the sword of heaven was punishing Gu Fei. It emitted a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. At that moment, Gu Fei's fists were densely covered with sword marks. This sword was incredible. It had definitely surpassed the level of a Saint Venerate. It was definitely a quasi-supreme sword. Although the emergent Saint Venerate was a fake, his sword was a genuine quasi-supreme sword. The power of this quasi-supreme sword was fully unleashed. Even though Gu Fei had an extremely powerful holy venerate martial body, it was difficult for him to compete with it at this moment. Oh no! Gu Fei's face turned extremely serious as he faced the peerless sword light descending from the sky. He had left the mountain and river cauldron in the human realm. Otherwise, he could have used it to fight against this sword. Of course, he still had other extreme saint weapons on him. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. After all, the sword light had already arrived. There was no time for him to think. He flipped his right hand, and a big black saber immediately appeared in his hand. As soon as the black saber appeared, a domineering aura immediately spread from it. This aura made the hearts of all living beings in the world palpitate. Clang! Gu Fei directly swung the big black saber in his hand at the sword light descending from the sky. The big black saber and the sword light collided, producing a metallic sound. Immediately, the sword let out a cry and was actually sent flying by the big black saber. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the fake emergent Saint Venerate was extremely shocked. His opponent's inconspicuous big black saber was actually so powerful that it could send his sword flying. "I'll send you on your way." Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the fake emergence Saint Venerate. He directly swung his saber at the fake emergence Saint Venerate's head. However, just as Gu Fei made his move, the fake emergence Saint Venerate had already crushed a jade talisman. A ball of immortal light directly rushed out of the broken jade talisman and enveloped his entire body. Then, with a swoosh, he and the ball of immortal light instantly disappeared into the void. Gu Fei's saber slashed through the air. He withdrew his saber in time. Otherwise, if he had really slashed down, the entire City Lord's mansion would have probably been split in half. He fled. Gu Fei was slightly surprised. This guy was too cautious. He fled before the outcome of the battle had been decided. At this moment, the sword that was sent flying by Gu Fei's saber also broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. A psychic sword. It's only one step away from transforming into a real supreme sword. This sword must have an extraordinary origin. Gu Fei muttered to himself, "Big brother." At this moment, Shaoqing walked over. "I'll leave this place to you. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who don't will be killed without mercy," Gu Fei said to Shaoqing. Then he directly entered the rear hall of the City Lord's mansion. The rear hall was where the City Lord of Celestial City kept all kinds of treasures. After receiving the order, Shaoqing immediately took action. Chapter 2685. The Golden Spiritual Ape Clan had always been domineering. Yuan Hong was no exception. His clan was naturally warlike. In the distant past, they were once known as the War Clan. Boom! Yuan Hong used all his strength to send an immortal general flying thousands of meters away. His golden hair danced in the wind, displaying his incomparable battle prowess. He had a supreme bloodline and heaven-defying talent. After being in seclusion for so long, his cultivation had already reached the Saint Sovereign realm. This clan was known as the War Clan, and their battle prowess far surpassed their opponents of the same level. Roar! The immortal general roared furiously at the sky. His voice shook the sky as a surge of immortal energy erupted from his body. It was so powerful that even Yuan Hong was shaken. Although this immortal general looked young, the immortal armor he wore was extremely ancient. He held an ancient battle spear in his hand, looking like a war immortal from the primordial era. This immortal general was the protector of the heavenly sovereign palace. Although he was only an immortal general, the battle prowess he displayed was absolutely shocking. This level of battle prowess was probably no weaker than the Fire Emperor. Bzz. The immortal general shook the spear in his hand. An immortal light immediately shot out from the spear, turning into a heavenly river that pierced towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's rod smashed down, directly shattering the immortal light. Then he took a step forward and instantly appeared before the immortal general, smashing down with his rod. In the face of absolute power, immortal arts were useless. Yuan Hong's simple and direct attack was enough to break his opponent's immortal arts. Bzz. The instant Yuan Hong's golden rod smashed down, it emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the entire heaven and earth golden. Within the golden light, runes could be faintly seen. The power of the metal element sealed the entire space. Just in time, the immortal general's eyes shot out two purple lightning bolts. The spear in his hand pierced upwards. Immortal runes appeared on the surface of the spear, breaking through the layers of golden light. The ancient battle spear displayed great power. The tip of the spear directly pierced into the golden rod. However, Yuan Hong's strike was shockingly powerful. The spear in the immortal general's hand was immediately bent, and his wrist was shattered. Roar! Yuan Hong bellowed as he exerted more strength in his hands. An extremely ferocious force erupted from the golden rod, directly knocking away the spear in the immortal general's hand. Bam! The rod smashed into the immortal general's right shoulder. The ancient immortal armor on the immortal general's body shone, a wave of immortal Tao power surging. Even so, the sound of bones shattering could still be heard from the immortal general's body. Then his entire body fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! He smashed into the ground. The earth shook and the ground collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Empyrean Palace was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some of the elders in the Heaven Empyrean Palace knew the identity of that immortal general, which made them even more astonished. Roar! A deep roar came from the depths of the earth, causing the entire region to tremble. A terrifying Saint Venerable energy surged out from the depths of the earth. Kill! Yuan Hong rushed down from the sky like a golden sun descending from the sky, directly falling into the ground. The powerful metal elemental power was vast and mighty. The eruption of the battle caused the earth to undulate like waves. Shouts could be heard from the depths of the earth as the ground sank and cracked. The person fighting against Yuan Hong was an ancient immortal sovereign. Even if he wasn't a primordial sovereign, he wasn't too far off. Apart from the 9 primordial sovereigns under the Supreme Tao Ancestor, there were also many others who had reached the Saint Venerable realm. This ancient immortal sovereign was most likely not one of them. At this time, in the Celestial City, Gu Fei directly entered the depths of the City Lord's mansion and arrived in front of the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. He discovered that this place was covered densely in symbols. It was unknown just how many layers of formations were laid here. Immortal light swirled about. Gu Fei couldn't help but rejoice. This treasury was protected by layers of formations, so there were naturally many good things inside. As long as these formations were broken, everything inside would belong to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. One should know that this was the treasury of the primordial Heavenly Empyrean. The primordial Heavenly Empyrean had dominated the Eastern domain for countless years. There would definitely be a large number of treasures in this treasury. At this time, another battle broke out in front of the City Lord's mansion. Shaoqing wielded a black rod and fought against 2 saints. Green Emperor, leave your life here. A black-bearded, middle-aged saint extended his hand. A giant green hand immediately appeared in the void and grabbed at Shaoqing. Rumble, the space around them was crumbling. The giant hand emanated incredibly powerful power of the divine path, shattering the space around them right away, displaying incredible might. Humph! Shaoqing didn't say anything. He directly smashed down with his rod, and the giant green hand immediately collapsed in the void. Then he instantly approached the saint and was about to make his move. At this time, the other saint also made his move. A beam of cold light directly shot at Shaoqing's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Shaoqing was shocked and quickly tilted his head. The beam of cold light brushed past his hair, causing a few strands of hair to flutter in the air. How dare you? Shaoqing reached out and touched his hand. There were actually some bloodstains on his hand, which made him furious. Die! Shaoqing directly pounced at the saint who had launched a sneak attack. He swung the black rod in his hand and directly smashed it down on the saint's head. At this time, The beam of cold light flew back from afar and pierced towards Xiaoqing. It was a diamond bracelet. There were 9 barren patterns unique to saints branded within it. It triggered a powerful saint-level energy and displayed terrifying power. Even Xiaoqing was injured. He had the true dragon's sacred body, which was extremely powerful and far surpassed ordinary saints. You don't know what's good for you. Xiaoqing roared and directly punched forward. A huge dragon immediately rushed out of his fist and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, pouncing towards the saint. This was a killing technique of the dragon clan, the true dragon fist. At the same time, the black rod in Xiaoqing's hand smashed behind him. With a clang, the diamond bracelet was immediately smashed into pieces. The 9 runes contained within the diamond bracelet immediately dissipated in the void. The saint's expression immediately changed. The diamond bracelet had been smashed, and he was also affected. Boom! At this time, Xiaoqing's true dragon fist had already arrived. With a muffled sound, the saint was actually sent flying by the huge dragon. Bam! With a loud sound, his back slammed heavily onto a stone pillar. It directly broke the stone pillar into several pieces, and then he rolled on the ground. Wah! The saint stood up from the ground. His face was flushed red, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The front of his shirt was instantly stained with blood. The saint was extremely shocked. He had never expected the Green Emperor to be so powerful. He had just attacked, and he had already spat out blood. How was this possible? Just as Xiaoqing sent the saint flying, a sword chime sounded. A dazzling sword light rushed out from the body of the black-bearded saint and slashed towards Xiaoqing. You overestimate yourself. A cold smile appeared on Xiaoqing's face. He directly waved the black rod in his hand and smashed it towards the sword light. Clang! The black rod smashed against the sword light. Instantly, sparks flew in all directions. The sword light dissipated, and the body of the sword was smashed in several pieces. The inscriptions within it collapsed and transformed into scrap metal. The black-bearded saint's expression changed drastically. He retreated in panic. The destruction of his natal sword was a huge blow to him. After all, most of his abilities were on his natal sword. You want to kill me with just this bit of ability? How laughable! Xiaoqing glanced disdainfully at the 2 saints. The black rod in your hand. The black-bearded saint stared at the black rod in Xiaoqing's hand. He was extremely shocked. This black rod was incredible. It could actually destroy a saint weapon with ease. The 2 saints found it hard to believe that an inconspicuous black rod could actually possess such might. You only realize now? It's too late. Xiaoqing did not give the 2 saints any chance. He directly charged forward and smashed the black-bearded saint into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The other saint wanted to escape. He transformed into a ray of divine light and shot into the sky. Do you think you can leave? Xiaoqing laughed coldly. After that, he stretched out his hand and executed the true dragon claw. An enormous dragon claw immediately appeared in the sky and grabbed the ray of divine light that the saint had transformed into. He did not hesitate and directly destroyed the saint's body and soul. Too weak. Old Yuan's subordinates are really too weak. Xiaoqing shook his head and glanced at the crowd. At this moment, all the cultivators standing around the square were extremely terrified. The person before them was simply a terrifying god of death. The square in front of the city lord's mansion was extremely silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Xiaoqing with fear in their eyes. Xiaoqing paid no attention to these people. He directly walked into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. After that, he entered the back hall and arrived at the treasury of the city lord's mansion. You dealt with them so quickly? Gu Fei asked when he saw Xiaoqing arrive. They're just some small fries. It's not difficult to deal with them. Xiaoqing was very confident. Come and take a look. This treasury is not simple, Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately walked over and carefully observed the runes on the treasury with Gu Fei. At this moment, the void thousands of miles away from the ancient Yuan celestial Thearcha's lair suddenly collapsed. A spatial door appeared in the void. Chapter 2686. That night, countless cultivators in the eastern land were unable to sleep. Someone actually dared to attack the celestial emperor of the eastern land and had even broken into Celestial City. When the news spread, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Even the cultivators in the other regions of the heavenly realm had received the news. Who is Gu Fei? He's actually so powerful to directly attack Yuan Gu's lair. I've heard of this name before. Someone said something like that. Back then, Gu Fei caused quite a commotion in the eastern land of the heavenly realm. He was chased by the celestial emperor for thousands of miles and had no choice but to retreat to a dangerous place. Almost all the cultivators in the eastern land of the heavenly realm knew about this matter, especially when the Violet Emperor was killed by Gu Fei. It shocked everyone. One should know that the Violet Emperor was the only son of the celestial emperor of the eastern land, Yuan Gu. He was second only to the celestial emperor. It's actually him. He actually appeared again. Someone knew who Gu Fei was. At this time, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. A portal appeared in the void thousands of miles away from Celestial City. Groups of soldiers wearing black armor and holding spears walked out of the portal. Soon, a large number of black-armored soldiers stood in front of the void door. No one spoke. Countless silhouettes stood there quietly. Only the sounds of armors colliding could be heard. These were the black demon soldiers of the Xianming sect. Every soldier emitted a powerful and fierce aura, as if they were gods of death that had crawled out of hell. This is our last trump card. Saintess, are we really going to stake it all on this? Elder Yen Kuan, who commanded the black demon soldiers, said to the Saintess, Yes, aren't we being too rash? You should know that Yuan Gu is known for having thousands of incarnations. Before we kill his true body, I think it's better for us to preserve our strength for now. The Black Tiger Taoist also said, How can we accomplish great things if we are afraid of the slightest thing? This is a golden opportunity for our mysterious dark sect to make a comeback. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for our mysterious dark sect to rise again. The mysterious underworld saintess said disapprovingly. Her attitude was very firm. While Gu Fei and the others were still around, it was not impossible to take down Yuan Gu's lair in one go. Moreover, the chances of this happening were very high. The only variable was the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. No one knew whether or not his true body would descend. It must be known that the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor would lose a great deal of face if his lair was lost. Since sect leader Saintess has said, so let's go all out. Elder Yen Kuan said excitedly. He knew that such an opportunity was fleeting. If he did not grasp it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Only Taoist Black Tiger had a solemn expression and did not say anything. At that moment, the void door disappeared. The 50,000 black demon soldiers stood quietly in the void. This was the last force of the Xianming sect. The ferocious aura of the 50,000 black demon soldiers gathered together. In the sky above the 50,000 soldiers, a huge black skull was faintly discernible, emitting endless ferocious aura. That is, some people were stunned when they saw the countless black demon soldiers. Wasn't the Xianming sect destroyed by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor a long time ago, someone exclaimed, "Are those the black demon soldiers of the Xianming sect?" Someone asked, "I didn't expect the Xianming sect to have such strength." Many people found it unbelievable. After all, the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor had killed his way to the Xianming sect's ancestral court. After that, the remaining forces of the Xianming sect had been chased down by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor and vanished like smoke. No one had expected that the Xianming sect would still have such a powerful force at this time. Each of the 50,000 black demon soldiers was an existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. They would not be inferior even to the Celestial Emperor's celestial weapon. While the Xianming sect was gathering the black demon soldiers, the battle between the golden spiritual ape, Yuan Hong, and the ancient immortal Venerate was still going on. The ancient immortal Venerate had achieved the Tao in ancient times. He had lived for countless years and experienced countless battles. It could be said that he was an expert who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. His contemporaries were all dead. His companions who had fought alongside him in the past had also fallen. Only he had survived. Such an existence was simply like a god of war. His rich combat experience was something that few people in this world could compare to. Rumble in the depths of the earth, an incomparably powerful immortal energy was erupting. The earth was constantly cracking and sinking. Even magma was gushing out of some places. At this time, Gu Fei and Shaoqing had already begun to break the formation. They were determined to obtain the treasures in the treasury of Celestial City. Even if they had to destroy them, they would not leave them for the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. Buzz. The void trembled as Gu Fei and Shaoqing used the void secret word at the same time. The power of the void secret word spread out from their hands. The runes were melted by the power of the void secret word. Very quickly, Gu Fei and Shaoqing broke the 19 immortal formations together. There was no difficulty at all. The void secret word was simply the nemesis of all Tao patterns. Even the immortal Tao patterns of the heavenly Venerate level were melted by it. Moreover, Gu Fei and the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor were both at the heavenly Venerate level. The formation laid down by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor naturally could not stop them. However, when Gu Fei and Shaoqing broke the 20th immortal formation, a terrifying aura immediately spread out. 9 terrifying sword chi rushed out and pierced towards Gu Fei and Shaoqing. Gu Fei quickly pulled Shaoqing behind him. Then he extended his hand and sent out a palm strike. The vast and mighty primal chaos chi immediately blocked the 9 sword lights. The 9 extremely sharp sword lights immediately dissipated in the void. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He saw a stone carving floating in front of him. The stone carving was surrounded by primal chaos chi, and there were 9 sword scars on it. A terrifying sword intent was emanating from the 9 sword scars. Big brother, Shaoqing walked out from behind Gu Fei with lingering fear. The 9 sword lights were too powerful. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have died under the 9 sword lights. I didn't expect someone to leave behind such a terrifying sword intent. Gu Fei muttered to himself as he stared at the stone floating in front of him with incomparable shock. Sword intent. Shaoqing couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He had almost died under a sword intent just now. This was too unbelievable. How could a sword intent be so powerful? The person who left behind this sword intent was very powerful and terrifying. Even time couldn't erase this sword intent. Chapter 2687. This was an ancient stone carving that exuded an ancient aura. Sword light circulated above the 9 sword scars. The sword light on the 9 sword scars wasn't intense, but the sword intent was extremely sharp. the surrounding temperature dropped, and the void seemed to be frozen. This Shaoqing was extremely shocked. This sword intent was really extraordinary. Although he was already a saint-grade existence, he still couldn't withstand this sword intent. It should be known that he was a sacred dragon, so his constitution was naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary saint. An ordinary saint would not dare to stay here. "Boss, this is a treasure," Shaoqing exclaimed excitedly. "I also know that this thing is a treasure, but it isn't that easy to obtain." Gu Fei's eyes lit up. "Step back first," Gu Fei told Shaoqing. "All right." Shaoqing nodded and stepped back. Given his current cultivation base, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the sword intent on the stone carving if it was activated. Gu Fei carefully walked forward after seeing Shaoqing step back. He saw that the stone carving was suspended in the void, as if it was being supported by an invisible force. This was the last layer of the seal. As long as he could obtain this stone carving, he would be able to open the door to the treasury. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor for actually doing this. If his sacred venerate martial body hadn't been strong enough, even he would have been injured if he hadn't been able to defend himself. At the moment, there was still a sharp pain in his right hand, although it seemed like he had easily blocked the 9 sword lights when the sword intent had erupted. A trace of sword chi had still invaded his palm. Although he had immediately expelled the sword chi that had invaded his palm, he still felt waves of pain in his hand. Gu Fei noticed that the stone inscription in front of him had changed after he had only taken 3 steps. The sword gleams emitted by the 9 sword marks on the stone inscription gradually became stronger. At this time, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that there were actually Dao patterns faintly appearing in the void. Like a spider web, they were densely packed and wrapped around the stone inscription. "You're still using this move?" Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. It seemed that the primordial celestial arch was truly sinister. There were actually countless Dao runes imprinted in the void. As long as someone approached the stone carvings, those Dao runes would trigger the sword intent within them. Buzz. As Gu Fei thought about it, the void trembled. The power of the word nothing spread out from his body. The Dao patterns in the void around him were immediately turned into nothingness by the word nothing. At that moment, the stone carving floating in the air began to shake. The 9 sword marks released a supreme sword intent. It was as if an unparalleled expert of the sword had appeared in the world. What's going on? In the back hall of the City Lord Palace, outside the entrance to the treasury, Shaoqing was extremely shocked. A terrifying sword intent had erupted from within. Rumble, the entire City Lord Palace immediately began to shake. Everyone was extremely shocked as they didn't know what was going on. Cold sword chi surged out from the depths of the City Lord Palace. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if a peerless divine weapon had been pressed against their throats. Just as Gu Fei was using all his strength to resist the peerless sword intent that had erupted from the stone inscription, the mysterious underworld saintess had already led the black demon soldiers and charged towards the Sky Emperor Palace in the sky. The square formation of 50,000 black demon soldiers was like a black cloud as they charged over from the distance, their ferocious aura filling the air. At that moment, all the subordinates of the primordial celestial arch in the Sky Emperor Palace were extremely shocked. They had never imagined that the mysterious underworld sect would actually jump out at this time. Furthermore, the fact that the mysterious underworld sect still had such strength was simply unbelievable. Kill. Within the Heavenly Sovereign Palace, squads of silver-armored soldiers quickly assembled, and then, under the leadership of an immortal general, charged out of the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. This was a remnant army with less than 10,000 soldiers that had survived the heavenly tribulation. Only these 100,000 celestial Darch soldiers were left. Moreover, these less than 10,000 Celestial Emperor battle soldiers were not the strongest battle soldiers. Instead, they were the weakest battle soldiers. This was because the stronger battle soldiers and generals had their tribulation fire ignited by the tribulation attracting force and died under the heavenly tribulation. Kill. The mysterious underworld saintess led the 50,000 black demon soldiers and charged towards the celestial arch soldiers. Boom! It was as if two torrents had collided in an instant. In an instant, many figures fell from the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. This was an immortal war, so countless immortals were destined to fall. Roar! Taoist Black Tiger roared, then opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 1,000 Celestial Emperor warriors were swallowed into his stomach. He was extremely ferocious. Die, you evil creature! When an immortal general saw this, he immediately charged over and clashed with He, Hu Taoist. At this time, Elder Yen Kuan also attacked with all his might. A black moon floated behind his head and emitted rays of crescent-shaped black light that slashed in all directions. The celestial arch soldiers were struck by the black light and instantly turned into ashes. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Xianming Saintess released beams of black light from her hands, which instantly pierced through the bodies of a large number of Celestial Emperor's combat soldiers. In an instant, the bodies of these Celestial Emperor's combat soldiers shriveled up rapidly, turning into skin and bones. It was as if their spirit chi had been completely devoured by the black light. The Celestial Arch soldiers were utterly defeated. The saint-level warlord was killed by Yen Kuan and the Black Tiger Taoist, and nearly 10,000 Celestial Arch soldiers were killed. Everyone in the Sky Emperor Palace couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that the black demon soldiers of the mysterious underworld sect were so powerful. Moreover, there were 3 saint-level and above experts in the enemy's camp. The experts in the Sky Emperor Palace directly activated an even more powerful formation to seal the Sky Emperor Palace. How many casualties? At this time, the mysterious underworld saintess was reorganizing the black demon soldiers. There aren't many casualties. Only a little more than 1,000 soldiers were killed. The Black Tiger Taoist said, "Very good." The mysterious underworld saintess was overjoyed. She could finally vent the anger that she had suppressed for many years. This great victory made her excited and excited. Is the thing ready? The mysterious underworld saintess asked Yen Kuan. "It's ready." Yen Kuan nodded and said, "Then let's do it." The mysterious underworld saintess said. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Yen Kuan nodded and took out a big red gourd from his waist. Then he walked forward and came to the front of the Sky Emperor Palace. Without saying anything, he pulled out the stopper of the gourd and patted the bottom of the gourd. Boom. Chapter 2688. Yellow Spring Water. The experts in the Heavenly Emperor Palace exclaimed when they saw the yellow water gushing out from the gourd in Yen Kuan's hand towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. An aura of decay and death spread out from the yellow water. Even the void was corroded by the yellow water and was silently annihilated. When the yellow water sprayed onto the protective immortal light of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, it produced a sound like a piece of red-hot iron being dropped into cold water. The layer of immortal light actually emitted white smoke. The immortal runes on the immortal light immediately dimmed. Even the Paragon level immortal runes were corroded. This is really the yellow spring water. At this moment, no one had any doubts anymore. Only the most terrifying evil water in the world could have such power to corrode a Paragon level immortal rune. In fact, the yellow spring water could theoretically corrode everything in the world. regardless of whether it was an immortal item or a demonic item. This is bad. The experts in the Heavenly Emperor Palace couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect the Xianming sect to be able to find something like the yellow spring water. One should know that the yellow spring water could only be found in the netherworld. It was a terrifying evil water formed by the convergence of endless death chi. Where the endless death chi gathered, a trace of vitality could be produced and turned into sacred life essence. However, there were times when it couldn't be turned into life essence. Life essence and the yellow spring water were two extremes. One had endless vitality, while the other contained endless death chi. Rumble, the yellow spring water gushed out from the gourd in Elder Yen Kuen's hand and turned into a river that rushed towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The endless death chi kept corroding the layer of immortal light that enveloped the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Paragon-level immortal rune was being corroded and dimmed. It seemed like it would be corroded by the yellow spring water at any time. What should we do? Everyone in the Heavenly Emperor Palace panicked. One should know that the Xianming sect's 50,000 black demon soldiers were outside, and there were also 3 Paragon-level existences holding the line. Such a force was definitely enough to sweep the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Hurry up and activate the teleportation formation. Let's escape. Someone shouted. Yes, retreat for now and preserve our strength. Someone nodded. You can't escape. There were also people with surging battle intent who wanted to fight alongside the black demon soldiers, led by the Xianming Saintess. These people were all loyal to the primordial celestial arch. These people were not afraid of death. They wanted to perish together with the Xianming Saintess and the others. Are you stupid? What we need to do now is to preserve our strength and kill our way back. We can't sacrifice ourselves for nothing. Someone shouted. Humph, these are just excuses for cowards like you. Those who wanted to fight loudly berated. What preserving strength? It was all bullshit. The purpose of these people was just to survive. What a blockhead. He doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Someone said, angrily, let's go. If they want to die, then let them. Someone said disapprovingly, he would never perish together with the Heaven Emperor Palace. Nothing was more important than his own life. Ha! These fellows are really funny. Things have already come to this, and they're still fighting amongst themselves. They're really a bunch of pigs. Black Tiger Taoist laughed heartily, hearing Black Tiger Taoist's words. Everyone in the Heaven Emperor Palace's expression changed. This was really not the time for internal strife. They had to unite against a common enemy. At this time, the battle between Yuan Hong and Immortal Venerable Gu had also reached its climax. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure broke through the ground and rushed out of the ground. His entire body was shrouded in divine light, and immortal runes were circling around his body, emitting a terrifying immortal aura. Immortal Venerable Gu rushed out of the ground and was about to kill the Xianming Saintess and the others. However, at this time, a figure also broke through the ground and rushed out of the ground, blocking Immortal Venerable Gu's path. Your opponent is me. Yuan Hong held the golden staff in his hand and directly smashed it towards Immortal Venerable Gu's head. The golden staff was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void under it to tremble and crack continuously. Damned monkey, you're courting death. Immortal Venerable Gu said, angrily. His body shook and figures rushed out of his body. A total of 9 figures stood around him. Boom! An incarnation soared into the sky and displayed endless immortal power, blocking the golden staff that smashed down from the sky. Yuan Hong only felt a strong force coming from the staff, causing his hands to go numb. The golden staff in his hand was almost sent flying. What? Yuan Hong's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the other 8 figures surrounded him, each of them giving off an incomparably powerful aura. Kill! Yuan Hong became stronger and stronger. He directly waved the golden staff in his hand and swept it at the figures. The powerful force shook the void and forced the 9 figures to retreat. He crazily injected the power of desolation into the golden staff in his hand. Buzz! The golden staff vibrated, and 9 golden runes appeared on the golden staff, emitting an ancient and powerful aura. The true power of the golden staff was stimulated. This was a treasure of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. It was a weapon left behind by the Supreme Divine Ape and possessed great power. This is when that immortal venerable Gu sensed the aura of the golden staff. His expression changed. The golden staff in his opponent's hand was actually an impressive divine weapon. The void collapsed, and the ground sank. That immortal venerable Gu was directly sent flying by the power of the golden staff as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The 9 incarnations of that immortal venerable Gu were instantly destroyed by Yuan Hong's golden staff. Immortal venerable Gu quickly retreated and dodged the golden staff. His expression was extremely ugly. You? Hand over your life. Yuan Hong roared and charged forward. The golden staff in his hand emitted a resplendent golden beam. The 9 runes seemed like they were about to rush out of the golden staff. The aura of the great Tao was vast. Immortal venerable Gu did not dare to clash head-on with Yuan Hong. The awakening of a supreme divine weapon was not something he could fight against. He did not want to die in such a useless manner. The speed of the 2 figures was extremely fast. Soon, immortal venerable Gu and Yuan Hong's figures disappeared under the night sky without a trace. Seeing that immortal venerable Gu was defeated, the cultivators in the Heavenly Emperor Palace felt even more despair. While Yuan Hong was chasing after immortal venerable Gu in the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Gu Fei was struggling to contend against the supreme sword intent that erupted from the stone inscription. Swish! A sword light flashed. A bloody wound immediately appeared on Gu Fei's right shoulder. Blood seeped out from the wound. Even if his martial body was incomparably strong, it was still hard to heal in a short period of time. At this time, Gu Fei's body was already covered in blood. There were many wounds on his body, all caused by the supreme sword intent from the stone inscription. Preposterous! Gu Fei's current situation was not optimistic. It was not an easy task to take away that stone inscription. Bang! Gu Fei took another step forward. This step was incomparably heavy. At this time, his body emitted the power of the word nihility. Immortal runes were constantly being destroyed around him. At this time, he was only 1 step away from the stone inscription that was floating in the void. He could touch it just by reaching out his hand. However, the sword intent from the stone inscription was too powerful. Gu Fei only felt that there was a huge force blocking his way. He was only 1 step away, but he could no longer take that step. Buzz! The stone inscription trembled unceasingly. The supreme sword intent caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. He found it hard to believe that only 9 sword scars were left behind. Even someone as powerful as him could not approach it. How did the primordial Heavenly Emperor move this stone inscription here? Gu Fei was very curious. Gu Fei did not believe it. He directly used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret Technique. An unimaginably powerful energy burst out from his body. He reached out with his right hand and struggled to grab the stone inscription in front of him. With the support of the Ascension Secret Technique, Gu Fei's right hand broke through the layers of power and finally grabbed the stone inscription. However, The moment Gu Fei's right hand grabbed the stone inscription, a world-destroying sword intent surged from the stone inscription into his body. Buffed, Gu Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt a great impact as the sword intent ravaged his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and endured it with all his might. At the same time, the power of the Ascension's secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, erupted from his body. The damaged body immediately began to repair itself. However, Gu Fei's body was still pierced by the sword light formed from the sword intent. His body constantly glowed with blood. Soon, Gu Fei's body was covered in blood. Even though he had used the Ascension's secret technique, it was difficult for him to repair the damage caused by the sword intent. Gu Fei's situation was terrible. The terrifying sword intent that had invaded his body could destroy his body, martial body, and even his spirit at any time. Just as Gu Fei was in danger, the layer of immortal light covering the Heavenly Emperor Palace was finally corroded by the yellow spring water, creating a large hole. "Haha, brats, it's time for you to die." When Taoist Black Tiger saw this scene, he shouted happily. "Collect!" Elder Yen Kuan slapped the bottom of the gourd. A heaven-devouring power rushed out of the gourd and absorbed the yellow spring water. "Kill!" The Xian Ming Holy Maiden did not hesitate. She led the black demon warriors and charged into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Battle cries rang out from within the palace. At the same time, some people used the transportation formation to escape from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. These people claimed to be conserving their strength, but in reality, they were afraid of death and were unwilling to fight the Xianming Holy Maiden and the others. Chapter 2689. The Xianming Saintess led the Black Demon Warriors and swept through the entire Celestial Emperor Palace. Very soon, all those who were loyal to the primordial Heavenly Emperor were killed. The Xianming sect did not expend much effort to occupy the entire Celestial Emperor Palace. Even the Xianming Saintess and the others were surprised. They thought that they would face fierce resistance. Rumble, just as the Xianming Saintess occupied the Celestial Emperor Palace, Celestial City on the ground suddenly shook. A powerful sword intent erupted, and an incomparably huge silhouette appeared in the sky above Celestial City. What's happening? The Xianming Saintess and the others in the Celestial Emperor Palace were extremely shocked. It was a vague silhouette, but the aura it emitted made even the saints palpitate. Countless people frantically escaped from Celestial City. Some of them couldn't escape in time, and were directly killed by the sword light emitted from the city. This sword intent, the Xianming Saintess couldn't help but be extremely shocked. An unimaginable change had happened in Celestial City. Gu Fei and Shaoqing seemed to still be in the city. Could it be them? The Xianming Saintess was shocked. At this moment, the silhouette in the sky above Celestial City gradually became clearer. It stood in the void, just like that, but it was like a supreme being had appeared in the world. It's just a sword intent. How can it be so powerful? The Black Tiger Taoist and the other saints felt their souls trembling. The aura emitted by this silhouette frightened them to the extreme. It was as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Those with weaker cultivations were already extremely frightened. They collapsed on the ground and couldn't even stand up. However, at this moment, Gu Fei encountered a great danger. The sword intent that erupted from the stone carving was unprecedentedly powerful. This sword intent actually wanted to invade his body. If this sword intent succeeded in seizing his body, he would become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill and become a peerless sword demon. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared furiously. An incomparably sharp sword light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. The stone carving in his hand had already become dim and lusterless. Its surface was densely covered with cracks, as if it would shatter if he exerted more force. The sword intent on the stone inscription had already invaded Gufei's body. Preposterous! No matter who you are, you can't suppress me. My heart is invincible. Gufei roared in anger. His expression was malevolent as he contended against the sword intent in his body. Even if it was the sword intent left behind by a supreme being, it wouldn't be able to destroy his will. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from within Gufei's body. His bones and tendons vibrated and let out thunderous sounds. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body and sealed him. A holy venerate level martial body, and a holy venerate level primal chaos Tao pattern. When these two powers fused together, it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. However, even so, Gufei's martial body still emitted blood light from time to time. It was pierced by the sword intent, causing blood to splatter and stain the soil beneath his feet. This was the blood of a holy venerate. Moreover, it was the blood of a martial Tao holy venerate. It contained an enormous amount of essence qi. Every drop was comparable to a divine medicine. If an ordinary cultivator could refine a drop of blood essence, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. However, at this moment, Gufei's blood essence was constantly flowing out. To an ordinary cultivator, it was definitely a waste. This was all precious blood. I don't believe that I can't suppress a mere sword intent. Gufei was determined. With a thought, a black saber immediately rushed out from his body and floated above his head. A peerlessly violent and ferocious aura immediately spread out from the black saber. Roar! A dragon's roar seemed to resound in the void. The shadow of a huge dragon emerged from the black saber and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this time, Gufei had no choice but to use the peerless azure dragon saber. Under the impact of the invincible sword intent, the deity within the azure dragon saber actually showed signs of awakening. As soon as the peerless azure dragon saber appeared, the incomparably huge silhouette standing in the sky above Celestial City immediately became dim, as if it could disappear at any time. Roar! The black dragon soared into the sky and directly minced the illusory silhouette into pieces. Then it let out a long roar towards the sky with unparalleled ferocity. In terms of ferocity, there were really not many creatures that could compare to the primordial azure dragon. The primordial azure dragon was a peerless, ferocious dragon. That sword intent seemed to have its own consciousness. It actually restrained itself and hid within Gufei's body. However, the deity within the peerless azure dragon saber did not intend to let go of this sword intent. The huge dragon immediately swooped down from the sky and entered Gufei's body. Crap! Gufei was startled. He exerted force with his right hand and actually crushed the ancient stone inscription into dust. However, the most terrifying thing did not happen. The shadow of the dragon directly passed through his body and actually destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent that had just formed. Then, the peerless azure dragon saber turned into a black light and entered Gufei's body. At this time, Gufei was like a statue. He stood there motionlessly. After the peerless azure dragon saber destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent, a lot of things appeared in his mind. 9 heaven punishing swords. Gufei was incomparably excited. The 9 sword scars on the stone inscription were actually 9 kinds of invincible sword intent. They were called the 9 heaven punishing swords. Every one of them had the power to destroy the world. He felt that the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords was somewhat similar to the soaring immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. However, these 9 sword intents were even more mysterious and unfathomable. The than the soaring, immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. Ha ha! Gu Fei was incomparably excited. The sword Tao of the primordial heavenly emperor was nothing in his eyes. The sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords was definitely at the supreme level. Even if the true body of the primordial heavenly emperor came, Gu Fei was still confident that he could slay him with his sword. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's self-confidence. The true body of the primordial heavenly emperor was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how powerful his true body was. At this time, the incomparably terrifying sword intent disappeared completely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Big brother, are you all right?" Xiaoqing rushed over from afar. He had been forced to retreat by the sword intent emanating from the stone inscription. Ha ha! How could anything happen to me? Gu Fei laughed heartily. "Come, let's work together to open the treasury and see what's inside." Gu Fei hugged Xiaoqing tightly before letting him go. "Big brother, where's the stone inscription?" Xiaoqing discovered that the stone inscription containing the peerless sword intent had disappeared. "It's under your feet." Gu Fei pointed to the pile of dust under Xiaoqing's feet. "What? This?" Xiaoqing looked down and was shocked. The ancient stone inscription had actually turned into dust. How was this possible? It was too unbelievable. It must be known that from the aura emanating from the stone inscription, Xiaoqing knew that it had existed for countless years and hadn't been destroyed by the passage of time. "All right, let's open the treasury first." Gu Fei waved his right hand. A sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed at the door of the treasury. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was immediately split in half by the sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out. A cloud of dust filled the air. After the dust settled, an entrance appeared in front of the two. A wave of spiritual energy spread out from the entrance. Colorful spiritual lights rushed out, illuminating the entire sky. At this time, it was the darkest time of the night, the time before the sun rose. "Not bad." Gu Fei nodded and walked in. Then, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. The treasury was filled with spiritual lights, and divine materials and medicines were simply placed on the wooden shelves. A 10,000-year-old Chinese knotweed in human form, chaos spirit stones from outer space, and purple blood, divine jade. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. These things weren't common goods that could be found anywhere. These were all rare divine medicines and divine materials. Taking any divine material out of the treasury would probably cause a commotion. "I've struck gold." After entering, Xiaoqing was also stunned by what he saw. The treasury was huge and was engraved with immortal Tao runes. There were rows of shelves filled with divine materials and divine medicines. These items should have been collected by the primordial heavenly Arch. Now that the treasury of the primordial heavenly Arch had been destroyed, the primordial heavenly Arch would probably vomit blood in anger when he returned. But at this time, the true body of the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he wouldn't show up even if Gu Fei and the others razed his lair to the ground. "I'll give this treasury to you." Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and said, "Big brother, are you serious?" Xiaoqing was extremely excited. Even he couldn't estimate the value of such a treasury. However, he knew that some divine materials were priceless. "Of course, I don't need these things," Gu Fei said. He had obtained countless divine materials and divine medicines. Although the items in this treasury were rare, and some had already gone extinct in the mortal realm, they were still extremely rare. However, Gu Fei felt that the value of the 9 heaven punishing swords was comparable to this treasury. One should know that it was the sovereign sword Tao. "Thank you, big brother," Xiaoqing hurriedly said. There's no need to thank me between you and me. Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and walked out of the treasury. Arriving at the plaza of the Celestial City, he raised his head and smiled. Those fellows weren't slow at all. They took over the Celestial Palace so quickly. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the Celestial Palace in the sky. "Who's there?" someone shouted as soon as Gu Fei appeared. Then a silhouette flickered, and a group of black fiend soldiers surrounded him. "Stand down." The Xianming Saintess walked out at this time and berated the black fiend soldiers. The black fiend soldiers immediately dispersed and retreated to the side. "Brother Gu, I hope you won't take offense." Chapter 2690. Although the Sky Emperor Palace had been conquered by the black demon soldiers, led by the Xianming Holy Maiden, some of the important places in the Sky Emperor Palace were protected by Holy Venerate Array formations. The Xianming Holy Maiden and the others would not be able to break through them in a short time. To some extent, the Celestial Palace in the sky was even more important than the Celestial City on the ground. That was the true residence of the Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was built on the peak of a divine mountain that floated high in the sky. With this divine mountain as the leader, there were 8 smaller divine mountains floating in the void around it. The 9 sacred mountains formed a large array formation that protected the Sky Emperor Palace. Of course, the large array formation had already been destroyed by the mysterious underworld Saintess and the others. When Gu Fei arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld Saintess quickly came out to welcome him. "You guys sure are fast." Gu Fei looked around and said, in the huge Heavenly Emperor Palace, scarlet bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. What used to be a holy land had now become a Shura hell. No one had expected that the Heavenly Emperor Palace would be breached. Everyone watching the battle was shocked to the extreme. However, what puzzled them was that the true body of the primordial Heavenly Dharch had yet to appear. Even Gu Fei had to admire the primordial celestial Dharch for being able to keep his composure even after his lair had been destroyed. If it wasn't for you, Brother Gu, there wouldn't be a day where our Xianming sect could rise again. The Xianming Saintess said, seriously, if it hadn't been for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have had the chance to make a comeback even if they waited for thousands of years. One had to know that the power of the primordial Heavenly Emperor was too enormous. Apart from the primordial Heavenly Emperor, there were actually 2 other Heavenly Venerables guarding Celestial City and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. If it weren't for Gu Fei and Yuan Hong fighting against the 2 Saint Venerables, any one of them could have wiped out the remaining forces of the Xianming sect. I'm not helping you. I also have some enmity with that old man Yuan Gu. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was breached by you guys, but the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was not breached by you guys. How about this? I'll break the treasury and we'll split the treasures in half. Gu Fei said, I'll leave everything up to Brother Gu. The mysterious underworld Saintess said without hesitation. Gu Fei's power had already exceeded her expectations. Even if she hadn't led the mysterious underworld sect's black demon soldiers to attack the Sky Emperor Palace, given Gu Fei's cultivation base and combat strength, he would definitely have been able to attack the Sky Emperor Palace. Yes. Gu Fei nodded and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. There was an aura of decay and death coming from there. Elder Yen Kuan was using the yellow spring water to corrode the grand formation outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, trying to break it open. Elder Yen, you may leave for now. When Gu Fei and the Xianming Saintess arrived, the Xianming Saintess immediately ordered Elder Yen Kuan. Yes. Elder Yen Kuan put away the underworld gourd, and the terrifying aura of decay and death immediately disappeared. He held the underworld gourd and retreated to the side. The formation outside the treasury was at the Holy Venerate level, so it should have been created by the ancient celestial emperor. The ancient celestial emperor was very suspicious, so he naturally had to set up such an important place himself. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, activating the secret word of Wu. The power of the secret word of Wu immediately surged out from his hand and shrouded the great formation in front of him. Buzz! The void trembled, and a layer of immortal path divine light appeared in the void in front of him. Immortal path runes circulated and intertwined on the layer of immortal path divine light. An incomparably powerful immortal path aura surged forward, but it was blocked by Gu Fei. In the next moment, a scene that shocked the mysterious underworld saintess and the others appeared. The immortal light that Elder Yen Kuan had tried so hard to break quickly dimmed and disappeared into the void, as if it had never been there. This Yen Kuan and Black Tiger Taoist glanced at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Gu Fei was really too heaven-defying. They were in awe of Gu Fei, so they couldn't help but be cautious in front of Gu Fei. The great elder was really unlucky to have offended such an existence. Being crippled was the result of him being blind. Black Tiger Taoist and Yen Kuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when they thought about the great elder's fate. However, after the layer of immortal light was destroyed by Gu Fei, another layer of immortal light emerged. This layer of immortal light was different from the previous one. When this layer of immortal light emerged, it emitted a sonorous sound. The immortal path runes on the immortal light rapidly evolved and turned into a dazzling sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei and the others. It was as if thousands of heavenly swords had been unsheathed at the same time. It was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the Xianming Saintess and the others were startled. This was a holy venerable level sword light. Each one of them could cut them into pieces. The Xianming Saintess and the others subconsciously retreated when they saw the eruption of the sword light. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei's right hand was like a bottomless black hole, sucking in all of the sword lights, causing them to disappear into his hand. The power of the secret word of nothing erupted in Gu Fei's hand and dissolved everything. Even the sword Dao formation that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted in the void was also destroyed. This was the power of the secret word of nothing. No matter how heaven-defying your runes were, they would still be turned into nothingness. Not even ashes would be left behind. They would completely disappear from this world. Another layer of formation was broken. However, after the sword formation was broken, another layer of formation was activated. This formation was even more powerful than the sword formation, and was also an offensive formation. Buzz. The immortal runes revolved, and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void in front of everyone. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the black hole and actually pulled the Xianming Saintess and the others behind Gu Fei into the black hole. Humph! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched. The powerful force shook the black hole, and the heaven-devouring power that surged out of the black hole immediately weakened. The Xianming Saintess and the others hurriedly retreated. Black Tiger Taoist and Yen Kuan were already pale with fear. The Xianming Saintess' face was covered, but her eyes were also filled with fear. They had underestimated the heavenly Emperor Palace. This was the residence of a holy venerable level celestial emperor. Some places were protected by formations and couldn't go anywhere. Elder Yen Kuan was even more frightened. Fortunately, The first layer of formation was not an offensive formation. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Gu Fei made a decisive move and directly used absolute power to disperse the black hole in front of him. Then, he continued to break the formation. Chapter 26, 91. The final seal of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury was incomparably powerful, but it was still broken by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was much larger than the treasury of the Celestial Emperor City. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he entered the treasury. The treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was filled with rare divine materials, including the Phoenix Stone and the precious Sun Elixir. The Phoenix Stone wasn't a real stone, but something similar to a Buddhist relic left behind by the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, after it underwent nirvana. This kind of thing was rare since ancient times, so it wasn't easy to find one. However, there was actually a fist-sized phoenix stone in the treasury. This was a good item. The phoenix was a divine beast of the fire element, so this phoenix stone would be of great benefit to Gu Ling. Gu Fei didn't think twice before putting it away. The precious Sun Elixir was also a rare divine material. It was a kind of precious liquid derived from the core of the sun, and it was also a precious liquid of the fire element. It could be used to temper the physical body and change the physique of a cultivator. Gu Fei also put away the precious Sun Elixir. He wandered around the huge treasure vault and took away the divine materials he needed. The Xian Ming Saintess and the others who were following behind him felt their hearts ache when they saw this. However, they knew that if it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been able to break the seal of the treasury and enter it. The Xian Ming Saintess and the others didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there were rays of golden light floating in a corner of the treasury. They were golden holy swords. Every single one of the swords was sharp and radiating with golden light. He counted them carefully and found that there were 108 golden swords. Moreover, they weren't floating in the void in a disorderly manner. A sword formation. Gu Fei immediately noticed that these 108 golden sacred swords were arranged in different directions to form a sword formation. 108 divine swords forming a sword formation shocked the Xianming Saintess and the others. It was hard to imagine that someone had spent so much effort to set up such a sword formation. One had to know that it was not so easy to refine 108 golden light swords. These were all saint-rank divine swords. This must be the masterpiece of an ancient sword saint, Gu Fei guessed. Then he put away the sword formation. The mysterious underworld saintess and the others were also envious of this sword formation. However, they did not dare say anything and could only watch as Gu Fei took away the 108 golden swords. Although there were many divine materials and sacred weapons in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, there weren't many that caught Gu Fei's attention and were taken away. He only took a dozen divine materials and sacred artifacts before leaving the rest for the Xianming Saintess and the others. This surprised and delighted the Xianming Saintess and the others. They had never imagined that Gu Fei would be so generous as to give them the rest of the divine materials and sacred artifacts. With these divine materials and sacred artifacts, the strength of the mysterious underworld sect would definitely increase greatly. Even if the remnants of the primordial heavenly Dwarch wanted to counterattack, the mysterious underworld sect would at least be able to protect themselves. They might even be able to kill all the invading enemies. The mysterious underworld sect would then have the confidence to unify the Eastern Territory. Gu Fei's ambitions weren't in the Eastern Territory, but the mysterious underworld sect was still facing a great threat. Although they had conquered the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld sect would face a tragic and once the primordial Heavenly Arch returned. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could handle. He didn't want to either. He wasn't the guardian of the mysterious underworld sect, so he had no obligation to do anything for the mysterious underworld sect. They're still fighting. Gu Fei left the Heavenly Emperor Palace and suddenly looked into the distance. A moment later, he disappeared into the void. Boom. Bam. In the depths of a mountain range, 10,000 miles away from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, two silhouettes were moving at high speed. They were engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying heavenly venerate aura spread in all directions. The golden spirituality ape Yuan Hong was fighting against the ancient immortal. The ancient immortal was definitely a terrifying and powerful ancient war immortal. His cultivation base and combat strength weren't something an ordinary immortal venerable could compare to. However, the Golden Spirit Ape race was also a famous battle race that had been established since ancient times. Yuan Hong and this Guzhan Xian could be said to be at loggerheads. Roar! Yuan Hong roared in rage. The golden cudgel in his hands swept out, and the ferocious force of the cudgel caused Gu Zhanxian to be flung through the air. Boom! A mountain peak was smashed apart. The mountain range was in chaos. Smoke and dust billowed. Kill! A loud shout was heard from the smoke. A silhouette rushed out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Hong. A battle spear pierced through the void, aiming at Yuan Hong's glabella. Clang! Yuan Hong swept the golden rod in his hand, sweeping the battle spear to the side. Swoosh! At this moment, 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body, turning into supreme sword shadows that slashed towards Yuan Hong. Each sword shadow emitted terrifying sword chi. In a close combat situation, the 9 sword shadows that rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body were extremely fast. All of them slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. However, something unexpected happened. The 9 sword shadows that were comparable to sacred swords were all shattered when they slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. A battle robe that was completely woven from runes appeared on Yuan Hong's body. The 9 sword shadows could not break through this battle robe, and were shattered in the air by the vast power of the great path that emanated from the battle robe, the sacred robe of the golden spirituality ape race. Gu Zhanxian was shocked. At this moment, Yuan Hong's fist had already landed on Gu Zhanxian's shoulder, sending him flying backwards. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his shoulder. However, at Gu Zhanxian's level of cultivation, regenerating flesh and bones was not a difficult task. When Gu Zhanxian steadied himself, the wound on his shoulder was already completely healed. It was as if he was never injured in the first place. He was still as strong as ever, and his battle intent was still as strong as ever. When Gu Fei approached, although Yuan Hong had already gained the upper hand, it was difficult for him to suppress this rare opponent. "Do you need help?" Gu Fei asked Yuan Yin. "No need, I can take him down." Yuan Hong was very direct and domineering. He directly rushed towards Gu Zhanxian, who was sent flying away. Gu Zhanxian had also noticed Gu Fei's presence. "Who are you?" Gu Zhanxian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "Gu Fei." Gu Fei didn't hide anything. There was no need for him to hide anything. With his current cultivation level and strength, he no longer needed to fear anyone in the heaven realm. Plus, he had the saint weapon in his hands. "Very well, I will remember it." Gu Zhanxian didn't hesitate. He tore open the void and rushed into the chaotic void, trying to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 2692. Gu Zhanxian saw that the situation was bad and immediately tore through the void to escape into the chaos. Yuan Hong naturally wouldn't allow Gu Zhanxian to escape so easily. After that, he also broke through the void and chased after Gu Zhanxian into the chaos. Seeing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Yuan Hong's silhouette disappeared into the chaos. In the end, even his aura couldn't be sensed anymore. Gu Fei didn't chase into the chaos. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. When Gu Fei returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he found that old tortoise was here. There were at least a dozen powerful demonic auras in the vicinity. Those were the demonic auras emitted by the experts of the demonic race. "Ha, brother, you're really something." Old Tortoise laughed heartily as he came out from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "You came so fast." Gu Fei was a little surprised to see Old Tortoise. "Knowing that you're here, how would I dare not come?" Old Tortoise laughed heartily and hugged Gu Fei tightly. "Boss," at this time, a burly man in battle armor walked out from behind Old Tortoise. This man was very excited to see Gu Fei. "You are Fire Kirin Balon." Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this man, but he quickly recognized him, as well as his true identity. This man was the Fire Kirin Balon that Gu Fei subdued back then. "Ancestor." At this moment, a fair and chubby little fatty walked out of the Heaven Emperor Palace. As soon as the little fatty saw Gu Fei, he immediately ran up to him and hugged Gu Fei's thigh. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he told Gu Fei about his experiences in the Heaven Realm all these years. "Gu Xiaofeng." Gu Fei grabbed the little fatty's collar and lifted him up. This little guy looked exactly like Gu Zhong when he was young. "Ancestor, I don't want to stay in the heavenly realm anymore. I want to go home." Gu Xiaofeng said while crying. Ever since he came to the Heaven Realm, he had been living in fear every day because Old Tortoise would train him from time to time. "You seem to be doing well in the Heaven world. You're already a supreme expert. If you were in the lower world, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be an immortal emperor." Gu Fei put the little fatty aside. "Grandmaster, I really don't want to stay in the Heaven Realm. I miss my father and mother." Little fatty begged. Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and did not know what to do. "You little brat, other people want to enter the Heaven Realm no matter how hard they try. But you actually want to go down to the lower realms. You are truly infuriating me to death." Old Tortoise said in disappointment, "Grandmaster, I haven't seen my parents for hundreds of years." The little fatty was afraid of this Grandmaster. He wanted nothing more than to run away from him, because recently this Grandmaster seemed to have his eyes on him again. If this Grandmaster wanted to train him again, he would be played to a pulp by this Grandmaster. The little fatty was really afraid of being trained by his Grandmaster. Old Tortoise, look, Gu Fei also knew that he had brought Gu Xiaofeng to the Heaven Realm and separated him from his parents for hundreds of years. Gu Xiaofeng was really homesick, and Gu Fei also felt guilty. After all, he was the one who brought Gu Xiaofeng to the Heaven Realm. "Sigh, forget it. I'll return this little brat to you." Old Tortoise waved his hand impatiently and said, "Aha, I am free now." At this time, the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng stopped crying and roared angrily. He felt that the snot and tears were just an act. "Little brat." Old Tortoise raised his leg and kicked the little fatty away like a ball. The little fatty disappeared into the horizon. "Grandmaster, help!" The little fatty's heart-wrenching cry came from afar. "Serves you right." Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and brought Gu Fei into the Heavenly Emperor Palace as if this was his old nest. This made the Xianming Saintess and the others a little unhappy. However, the Xianming Saintess and the others also knew that the old tortoise that Gu Fei mentioned was the current demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. This demon lord had always been domineering and protective. When old Tortoise arrived, the Xianming Saintess and the others were even more shocked and uneasy. After entering the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Old Tortoise sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. Even Gu Fei could only sit below him, although the Xian Ming Saintess and the others were unhappy. They did not dare to show it. After all, Old Tortoise's fist was much stronger than theirs. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Now, Old Tortoise's fist was the hardest, so he could dominate everything. Even if Old Tortoise wanted the people of the Xianming sect to get lost, they would not dare to say no. After a while, the little fatty stuck his head out of the door and looked around. "Brother, you are too ruthless. Why did you come to Yuan Gu's lair to undergo your tribulation?" Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and continued talking to Gu Fei. "It's nothing. I just had a sudden impulse." Gu Fei waved his hand as if nothing had happened. Although he had said it casually, everyone present knew that Gu Fei's actions were absolutely crazy. If he had been careless, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. No one had dared to do this, but Gu Fei had done it and succeeded. Old Tortoise laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the better it was for the demon clan. After all, he and Gu Fei were brothers who had experienced life and death together. "Master, big brother." At that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly walked in from outside. "Come and sit." Gu Fei called out to Xiaoqing. "Yes, big brother." Xiaoqing walked over to Gu Fei and sat down next to Gu Fei. "Gu Fei, let's talk about how to divide Yuan Gu's territory. How about it?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said, "Ha, you've finally revealed your fox's tail. No wonder you came here so quickly. It seems like you're here to occupy my territory." Gu Fei pointed at Old Tortoise and laughed. "How about it?" Old Tortoise asked. "Yuan Gu's territory is not that easy to divide." Gu Fei said seriously. Yuan Gu's real body was still there. Who knew when he would suddenly return? This was a great threat. "I know what you mean. I really don't care about Yuan Gu." Old Tortoise was full of confidence. He had the ultimate demon weapon Great Sovereign Seal, so he could do whatever he wanted in the Heaven Realm. There were not many people in the Heaven Realm who could be his opponent. "In that case, do as you see fit," Gu Fei said. However, the mysterious dark sect broke through the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Therefore, you have to leave a piece of land for the mysterious dark sect to rebuild. What do you think?" Gu Fei continued. At that moment, the mysterious dark saintess looked at Gu Fei gratefully. The ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory was huge. Given the mysterious dark sect's strength, it was impossible for them to completely take over such a huge territory. Moreover, the other powerful forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory for a long time. The mysterious dark sect could not compete with them. "All right, I agree." Old Tortoise thought about it and agreed. The matter was settled very quickly. The mysterious dark sect would rebuild the mysterious dark sect in the area that Old Tortoise had given them, while the Heavenly Emperor Palace was given to Old Tortoise. This matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The demon race in the Heaven Realm had actually taken over the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This shocked the other forces to the extreme. No one dared to jump out and compete with Old Tortoise for the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This allowed the demon race in the Heaven Realm to pick up a huge bargain. After all, the other super forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory covetously for a long time. No one had thought that this would be the result. "Little fatty, get your ass in here." After the discussion, Old Tortoise waved at Gu Xiaofeng, who had been pacing back and forth outside the gate. At this moment, the little fatty ran in from the outside. "You little brat, you will follow your martial ancestor from now on." Don't think that following your martial ancestor is a good thing. I believe that your martial ancestor is better than me. Ha! Old Tortoise said to the little fatty. It can't be. The little fatty immediately became dejected. He had just escaped from the wolf's lair, only to fall into the tiger's lair. Oh my God! Who can save me? All right, your martial ancestor is just trying to scare you. Gouffé glared at Old Tortoise and said, Brother, what do you plan to do next? Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and asked Gouffé, Well, I'm going to pick up two people. Gouffé thought for a moment and said, Who? Old Tortoise asked curiously, Your sister-in-law and niece. Gouffé did not hide it. What, you have a daughter? When Old Tortoise heard this, he stood up from his seat abruptly and looked at Gouffé in shock. When did this guy get married? He even has a daughter. The Xianming, holy maiden, was a little disappointed. Although I'm a warrior, I'm also a normal man. Isn't it normal for me to get married and have children? Is there a need to be so surprised? Gouffé said disapprovingly, Let's go. I'll go with you to pick them up. Old Tortoise was very curious. What kind of extraordinary woman could catch the eye of Gouffé and even give birth to a daughter for Gouffé? In the end, Old Tortoise handed over the task of taking over the territory of the primordial celestial emperor to Shaoqing. Then he took the fire Qilin Balon and Gouffé to a teleportation array in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and left the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Soon, Gouffé and the others appeared on a teleportation array platform in a big city in the Nanling Mountains. The fact that they had crossed over made all the experts in the city feel very uneasy. The auras they emitted were just too powerful. I didn't know that the seniors had come to Nantian City. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Chapter 2693. The city lord of Nantian City was a plump man with a smiling face. He wasn't a weakling. He was a quasi-saint, but in the eyes of Gouffé and the others, this fatty was nothing. One should know that even Gouffé's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, was already an immortal emperor. Gu Xiaofeng's father, Gu Zhong, was even a martial saint. Although a sage-to-be was powerful, they were like ants in front of a sage. However, what surprised Gouffé and the others was that the fat city lord was followed by an old servant. This old servant was actually a sage. A saint was actually willing to be the servant of a quasi-saint. This caused Gouffé and the others to feel very strange. One must know that saints were all prideful existences that looked down on all living beings. They were existences that stood above all living beings. The fatty was very enthusiastic towards Gouffé and the others. One should know that Gouffé and the others were all heavenly sovereigns. Even the old servant behind him couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Gouffé and the others. Nantian City had never had so many saints come to Nantian City at once. If they were to neglect these people and make them unhappy, it would definitely be a disaster for Nantian City. The fatty welcomed Gouffé and the others into the city lord mansion of Nantian City. After the guests and the host were seated, the fatty asked about the purpose of Gouffé and the others coming to Nantian City. The fatty was very straightforward. We are going to Luoxia City. The fire Qilin Balon said, Luoxia City? The fatty couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, Luoxia City is more than 10,000 li away from here, but I heard that the people of Fire Emperor have already breached Luoxia City. I don't know if it's true. What? Gouffé and the others couldn't help but be startled. The people of Fire Emperor had breached Luoxia City? How was this possible? Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. Why would the people of Fire Emperor set their eyes on such a city? Moreover, Yen and her daughter were still in Luoxia City. When Gouffé thought of this matter, he couldn't sit still. He directly asked the Fat City Lord to take them to the transmission formation platform. They had to go to Luoxia City immediately. When the Fat City Lord saw that Gu Fei and the others were in a hurry to go to Luoxia City, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. He could not wait to send away this group of gods of plagues, but he did not dare to show any displeasure in front of this group of gods of plagues. Swoosh! When a mass of divine light wrapped around Gu Fei and the others and directly escaped into the void, the Fat City Lord heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Luoxia City was surrounded by a group of soldiers under the command of the Fire Emperor. Moreover, this group of soldiers had launched more than 10 attacks, but they were all repelled by the defenders of Luoxia City. The old city lord of Luoxia City was only an immortal emperor, but the immortal general who attacked Luoxia City was a supreme expert. Logically speaking, Luoxia City would not be able to withstand the attack of a supreme expert. However, Luoxia City was currently guarded by two great gods. Yen was a saint emperor, and Gu Ling was a great perfection quasi-saint, who was only one step away from becoming a saint. With a saint emperor guarding the city, how could a mere supreme expert break through Luoxia City? The supreme expert in the immortal Tao in the Fire Emperor's army had already sensed that something was wrong. He had already sent a message back, hoping that the Fire Emperor would send experts to help. In this way, they would definitely be able to break through Luoxia City. However, the supreme expert was very puzzled. He didn't know why the Fire Emperor would send him to attack Luoxia City. Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. It was just a small city. What should we do, Yen? Can you ask your master to help us repel the invaders? In the city lord mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was restless. He asked a girl next to him. The girl was his precious granddaughter. Yen had soaked in the divine spring of life for more than 10 days. All the old injuries on her body had completely healed. Moreover, Gu Ling had also taken advantage of this opportunity to help Yen reconstruct her body, turning her into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was a beautiful girl. Her whole body was filled with spirituality, like an immortal spirit that had descended from the 9 heavens. She didn't look like a mortal at all. Grandpa, Master won't care about these things. Yen said helplessly. Gu Ling's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. She was preparing to transcend her tribulation. She didn't want to care about anything in the outside world. She wasn't in Luoxia City right now. Even Yen didn't know where her master was right now. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Luoxia City be breached by those people from the outside? The old city lord was very anxious. The other party had come prepared. The void around Luoxia City had been sealed. Even the information transmission talismans couldn't fly out. It was even more impossible for the cultivators in the city to escape. The great expert outside the city had set up a great formation outside Luoxia City to seal the void. Even the ordinary teleportation formation in Luoxia City couldn't send people out. Only the ancient teleportation formation in the City Lord Mansion could ignore the seal of the outside world and send people out. However, the old City Lord wouldn't use that ancient formation unless it was absolutely necessary. Yen, why don't you go and beg that master of yours? The old City Lord said to his granddaughter in a pleading tone. He had been forced into a corner. Once the Luoxia City was breached, all the cultivators in the city, even the ordinary people, would probably be killed. This was the usual practice of the Fire Emperor's soldiers. The stronger the resistance of a city, once it was breached, the more the Fire Emperor's soldiers would slaughter the entire city. The Fire Emperor's soldiers outside had been attacking for a long time, but they still couldn't breach the city. The old city lord could already imagine the tragedy of Luoxia City when it was breached. Grandpa, my master usually comes and goes without a trace. She's the only one who comes to find me. Where do you want me to find her? Yen-Er was very embarrassed. Her master was very unreliable. She would disappear every 2 or 3 days. Perhaps only her grandmaster could find her. Do you really have no way to find your master? The old city lord looked at Yen-Er and said, This, Yen-Er pondered. She didn't want to disturb her grandmaster, who was the mother of her master's sister. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to ask her grandmaster for help. She also didn't want to see Luoxia City be breached. Once Luoxia City was breached by the Fire Emperor's soldiers, the people in the city would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was something she didn't want to see. Do you have a way? The old city lord knew that there was hope when he saw his granddaughter's expression. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. One should know that there was a sage behind his precious granddaughter's master, as long as he could ask these 2 great gods to help. Even if the Fire Emperor sent a sage to attack Luoxia City, they would definitely not be able to break through. I'll go look for Grandmaster. Yen-Er looked at her grandfather and said very seriously, Grandmaster didn't like to move around. She was cultivating in a quiet room in Luoxia City. All right, go quickly. The old city lord was surprised and happy when he heard this. If his granddaughter could ask for help from a sage or above existence, it couldn't be better. Luoxia City would be saved. I'm just going to give it a try. If she doesn't agree to help, there's nothing I can do. Yen-Er said to her grandfather. I know. Go quickly. The old city lord urged. As long as Yen-Er asked for help, it would be impossible for her to not help. At this time, he let out a sigh of relief. Yen-Er nodded to her grandfather, and then walked to the back of the city lord's mansion. However, at this time, a figure walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Grandmaster. Yen-Er saw the person and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. The person waved his hand, and Yen-Er stopped bowing. Yes, Grandmaster. Yen-Er respectfully straightened her body. Greetings, Senior. I hope that Senior can save all the creatures in Luoxia City. The old city lord saw that person and quickly bowed. The person who walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion was a white-robed fairy. This white-robed fairy was Yen-Er. I'm not in a hurry. After saying this, Yen-Er directly walked out of the city lord's mansion and came to the ancient formation platform. Just as the Fire Emperor's almighty immortal general was waiting for support, an ancient formation platform in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia City suddenly started to operate. Runes rushed out of the formation platform, and a void portal appeared on the formation platform. He's back so soon? Yen-Er stood in front of the ancient formation platform and murmured to herself. At this time, a person walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. This person was sneakily looking around outside the void portal. It was a fair-skinned, chubby young man. Just as the chubby young man was thinking about whether or not to walk out of the void portal, someone kicked and sent him flying out of the void portal. That little fatty cried out loudly. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, he flew off to who knows where. Yen-Er and the old city lord were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this time, a tall, middle-aged man with a majestic appearance walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. You are. Yen-Er couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this person. This person was the demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan, Gu Fei's good brother, the Grand Emperor's son, Old Turtle. Old Turtle's name was Ba Xia. He was the leader of the Grand Emperor's 9 sons. In the distant past, the Grand Emperor's 9 sons had made a huge name for themselves, and their names shook the ancient desolation. Now, the Grand Emperor's son had completely recovered his former peak cultivation and had mastered the Grand Emperor seal, the Grand Emperor's demon weapon. Even Yen didn't expect such a big shot to appear here. After Old Turtle walked out of the void portal, the next person to walk out was Gu Fei. "Sister-in-law, where's my niece?" Old Turtle asked Gu Ling as soon as he saw Yen. I don't know where that crazy girl went." Chapter 2694. Gu Ling had always been strange and elusive. Even Yen didn't know where she was, but Yen was able to find her daughter. Yen usually used the sound-transmitting jade talisman to contact her daughter. She immediately took out the talisman and contacted Gu Ling very quickly. The talisman in Yen's hand vibrated. At this time, under the guidance of the Old City Lord, everyone arrived at the main hall of the prefecture. The Old City Lord didn't dare to sit on the main seat. One should know that there was a demon lord of demon race in heaven whirled among this group of people. How could he dare to act presumptuously in front of the demon lord of demon race? The Old City Lord invited the demon lord, Old Turtle, to sit on the main seat. Gu Fei and the others sat on both sides, while the Old City Lord and his precious granddaughter sat on the last seat. Although he was the city lord of Luoxia City, he was only an immortal emperor. At this time, the little fatty who was kicked away had returned. Only now did the Old City Lord discover that this little fatty was also an immortal emperor and a major success stage immortal emperor expert. This made him feel ashamed. This group of people was truly heaven-defying. Even a child was an immortal emperor, let alone the others. The arrival of such a group of people put the Old City Lord at ease. One should know that even the demon lord of demon race was here. This time, even Fire Emperor wouldn't be able to attack Luoxia City. However, what made the Old City Lord apprehensive was why such a big shot would come to such a small place. "I say, Gu Fei, your little princess doesn't seem to be like you." The Old Turtle sat on the main seat and said to Gu Fei with a smile. He had already learned from Yen that Gu Fei's precious daughter was definitely a lively and active person. "Old Turtle, what do you mean? Who else does my daughter look like, if not me?" Gu Fei glared at the Old Turtle and said, "Ever since I got to know you, you have always been a man of few words, haven't you?" "Ha ha." The Old Turtle laughed. "All right, I won't talk to you about this. I don't want to see those annoying flies outside the city. Send someone to deal with them." Gu Fei suddenly changed the topic. He had already sensed that someone had set up a large array to seal the entire Luoxia City, which made him very unhappy. Old Tortoise glanced at Balon, who was standing beside him. Naturally, Old Tortoise understood what Old Tortoise meant. However, he did not intend to attack. Instead, he waved at the two demon race powerhouses standing behind him. The two demon clan experts immediately turned around and left. Among the people outside, the one with the highest cultivation level was only an almighty. If a sage were to make a move, that would be thinking too highly of those people. Soon, a strong power fluctuation came from outside Luoxia City, and there was a monstrous demon chi. Not long after, the two monster race experts returned. One of the monster race experts held a head in his hand. It was the head of a strange beast, and there was a crimson flame lingering on it. Fire Ape. When the Old City Lord saw the head in the monster race expert's hand, he could not help but be taken aback. He did not expect the two monster race experts to kill the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside the city so easily. The Fire Ape was a kind of creature born from the Earth's fire vein. Of course, the Southern Mountains Fire Emperor was not from the Fire Ape race. This Fire Ape was the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside Luoxia City, the almighty expert. "All right, it's done. Why isn't my niece back yet?" The Old Turtle did not take this matter seriously at all. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, he would not be afraid. If the Fire Emperor was sensible, he would naturally not come to humiliate himself. Boom. As soon as the old turtle's voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside the main hall. Then, two large dragons directly rushed in from outside. One was a fire dragon, and the other was a wind dragon. Above the main hall, the wind chi and the fire chi were mighty, which surprised everyone. The old city lord, in particular, was so scared that he almost jumped out of his seat. Someone actually dared to directly attack the main hall. This was really unimaginable. Could it be that the experts under the Fire Emperor had arrived so quickly? Niece, are you trying to show off your strength as soon as we meet? At this time, Old Ghost, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, the two large dragons formed by the fire and water chi circled around the main hall and directly pounced on the old turtle sitting on the throne. What nonsense! When who was sitting next to Gu Fei, saw this scene, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. With so many saints in the main hall, no one could sneak into the city lord's mansion silently and arrive outside the main hall without being discovered. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, it would not be possible to hide from Gu Fei and the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. The two large dragons immediately flew towards his big hand and quickly shrunk. Ha ha! Uncle Old Turtle is really powerful. Just as the old turtle kept the two large dragons formed by the wind and fire chi, a bell-like laughter rang. A purple-robed girl was peeking her head out of the main hall. Hee hee. The old turtle smiled strangely and then stretched out his sharp claws towards the purple-robed girl. Damn it! As soon as the purple-robed girl saw the old turtle, she immediately turned around and wanted to escape. However, as soon as she turned around, a powerful suction force immediately enveloped her. The purple-robed girl screamed and flew into the main hall. She struggled violently, but how could she break free? Gu Ling was incomparably shocked. She circulated her mystic art with all her might. The powerful pressure of a quasi-sage erupted from her body, shocking everyone in the main hall. One should know that although there were many saints in the main hall, there were also many cultivators below the sage realm. The old city lord only felt his soul trembling. He was just an immortal emperor, not even an almighty. How could he withstand the pressure of a quasi-sage? On the contrary, the precious granddaughter of the old city lord, looked as if nothing had happened. Gu Ling flew to the front of the old turtle and landed on the ground, but she didn't seem to panic. Instead, she was very calm. Ha ha, Uncle Old Turtle, you are too powerful. Gu Ling said with a smile. A trace of slyness flashed in her eyes. Hee hee, you are really very different from your father. The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said with a smile, Old Turtle, you. Gu Fei shook his head. Uncle Old Turtle, since this is the first time we have met, this gourd is for you, Gu Ling said, and handed the gourd in her hand to the old turtle. This is Taoist Feng was wind and fire gourd. Chapter 2695. The fact that Taoist Feng was firestorm gourd was in Gu Ling's hands shocked the old city lord to the extreme. He could not believe it. After all, Taoist Fenghua was definitely not a kind person. Although Taoist Fenghua was just a rogue cultivator, he was extremely powerful. His cultivation was considered an expert among the sages, and he was the target of many forces. The firestorm gourd was Taoist Fenghua's famous magic treasure. He regarded it as his life and would never lend it to others. Although he did not know how Gu Ling obtained the firestorm gourd, the fact that she could get her hands on it was enough to explain the situation. Haha, it's really a good thing. Old Tortoise did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Gu Ling hand the gourd to him. Although the gourd was a sage-level magic treasure, he really did not fancy it. He could have as many of such magic treasures as he wanted. This gourd is definitely a good thing. Uncle Tortoise really has a good eye. Gu Ling directly stuffed the gourd into Old Tortoise's hand. Old Tortoise had no choice but to accept the gourd. Then he saw Gu Ling looking at him eagerly. He was extremely shrewd and naturally knew what Gu Ling was looking forward to. "Ha ha, Old Tortoise, your daughter is really too primordial Lingling. I like her," Old Tortoise said with a laugh. He thought for a moment, then took out a purple bell and handed it to Gu Ling. "Little niece, this is for you." Old Tortoise looked at Gu Ling meaningfully. "Uncle Tortoise, what is this?" Gu Ling reached out and took the purple bell. She could not see anything special about it. The bell was only the size of an adult's thumb. There was a lot of bronze green on it. It was completely an ordinary bell, which puzzled Gu Ling. After all, her Uncle Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He was the demon lord of the demon clan, a big shot in the heaven realm. How could he give something so ordinary? "Old Tortoise, this is your fault." Gu Fei spoke at this time. The purple bell was really ordinary. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would take a second look. Of course, Gu Fei also felt that since Old Tortoise could give it as a gift, there must be something different about the bell. "Old Gu, when did you become as blind as a bat?" Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei with contempt and said, "Uncle Tortoise." Gu Ling held the purple bell in her hand, looking forward to it. "Don't underestimate this thing. It has a terrifying origin." Old Tortoise pretended to be mysterious. At this moment, everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. "This bell is from the Palace of Moon Deities." Old Tortoise said. "Palace of Moon Deities?" The other people in the hall did not have much of a reaction, but when these words fell into Gu Fei's ears, it was different. The moon deities were the ancient female supremes. Could this bell be an item of the moon deities? However, the era of the ancient moon deities was too far away from the present world. Many people in the hall did not know that there was an invincible female sovereign in ancient times. Gu Ling looked at Old Tortoise in confusion. "Take it." At this time, Gu Fei said to Gu Ling, "Oh." Gu Ling responded, and then said to Old Tortoise, "Thank you, Uncle Tortoise." After saying that, Gu Ling came in front of Gu Fei and Yen, Dad, Mom. Like a child who had done something wrong, Gu Ling lowered her head and stood in front of Gu Fei and Yen, You are really mischievous. Yen reached out and pulled Gu Ling to her side. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grandmasters." At this time, Yen came forward obediently and bowed to Gu Ling, Gu Fei, and Yen, Is this the disciple you accepted?" Gu Fei looked at the white-clothed girl, who was full of spiritual energy, and could not help but secretly nod. This girl's muscles and bones were very good. She had a wood elemental constitution. He had always had a plan to accept 5 disciples. 5 disciples with one of the 5 elemental constitutions. He wanted to train 5 elemental warriors. However, he had never had the opportunity to accept 5 elemental disciples. Gu Zhong had a metal elemental constitution, Gu Ling had a fire elemental constitution, and Yao Yu had a water elemental constitution. Adding this grand disciple in front of him, he still lacked disciples with an earth elemental constitution. Of course, accepting disciples was not a child's play. Just because one's constitution was good didn't mean that one could be accepted as a disciple. Gu Fei was a man of principle. He would not accept people with evil intentions, even if they had a heaven-defying constitution. "Not bad, Dad. What do you think of this disciple of mine?" Gu Ling said to Gu Fei, as if she was presenting a treasure. She was very proud of her disciple's constitution. Not only did he have a wood elemental constitution, but He was also born with a Tao eye. Even Gu Fei, an old tortoise, could not see this kind of innate Tao eye. Yes, Gu Fei did not say anything. He thought for a moment, and then took out an item and handed it to Yen. It was a wooden bow refined from a spirit root. The body of the bow was covered with all kinds of naturally formed ancient and mysterious patterns. The bowstring was refined from the tendons of a flood dragon. This wooden bow was a magic treasure that Gu Fei had obtained in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This magic treasure was naturally extraordinary for it to be stored in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury. This wooden bow was a magic treasure of a sage ruler. Yen looked at her master, Gu Ling, and then at her grandmaster, Gu Fei. She did not know whether to accept it or not. This is a greeting gift from Grandmaster. Take it. Gu Ling said to Yen, yes, master. Yen nodded and took the wooden bow from Gu Fei. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yen said respectfully, cultivate well. Gu Fei encouraged her. Just as the old city lord was feeling happy for his precious granddaughter, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the city. Then an incomparably powerful aura came from outside the city. A sage-to-be? Hearing the roar, some people in the great hall were obviously displeased. You two, go out again. Balan ordered the two demon experts standing behind him. Yes, the two demon experts hurriedly accepted the order and left. Without any suspense, the sound of fighting came from outside the city again. A powerful force was mighty. This time, the intruder was extremely powerful and could fight with the two demon experts. The two demon race experts weren't weaklings. However, the invading creature wasn't weak either. The battle was extremely fierce, but in the end, the two demon race experts beheaded the invader and returned to report the completion of the mission. Chapter 2696, The Death of a Mighty Figure, and a sage-to-be enraged a great figure under the Fire Emperor. This was because the dead sage-to-be was his disciple, and his favorite disciple at that. The Fire Saint Palace of the Fire Emperor floated high in the sky. Below, it was a sea of fire. It was boiling magma, emitting a faint golden light that was almost transparent. This was the earth fire that came from the fire veins deep under the earth. And in this sea of fire, there was a towering tree rooted. It was a golden divine tree with golden leaves, as if it was made of pure gold. On the golden divine tree, there was a huge bird's nest. The bird's nest was surrounded by the chi of the great path. It was very unusual. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. There was a huge divine tree rooted in the sea of fire, constantly absorbing the fire essence from the magma. Above the golden tree was the holy land of the fire clan of the South Mountains, the Fire Saint Palace. This Fire Saint Palace was the temporary residence of the ancestor of the Fire Clan. The Fire Clan of the South Mountains had always been suppressed by the South Mountains God Emperor. They had to retreat to the ancestral land of the Fire Clan and seal the ancestral land. When the Fire Emperor woke up from his slumber in the fire veins, everything changed. With the recovery of the Fire Emperor, the Fire Clan of the South Mountains came out and started a war against the South Mountains God Emperor. They took over half of the South Mountains from the hands of the South Mountains God Emperor. The current Fire Clan could not be compared to the past. The disciple of a great figure of the Fire Clan was killed. This was a slap to the face of this great figure and the Fire Clan. No matter who it was, they could not let it go. In front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace, a golden-haired middle-aged man looked up into the sky. A ray of fire appeared in the sky and rushed towards the Fire Saint Palace. Whoosh! A ray of fire descended from the sky and landed in front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace. When the fire dissipated, An old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. "Greetings, master." The white-haired old man knelt in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. There was real Tao rhyme flowing around this old man's body. This old man was actually a sage. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked expressionlessly at the elder kneeling in front of him and said, "Wu Jin, go take a look and see who killed your junior brother." "Yes, master." When the old man heard this, he was shocked to the extreme. Someone actually killed his junior brother. His voice trembled. His master was too calm. This was not a good thing. The old man's name was Wu Jin, and he was the golden-haired middle-aged man's eldest disciple. He had been in closed-door training all this time, and it was only a few days ago that he was summoned back by the golden-haired middle-aged man. He had just learned from his master that his junior brother had died, and he had been killed. The old man accepted the order and turned into a ray of fire. He shot into the sky and left the Fire Saint Palace to find the other juniors. He wanted to understand what had happened first. The golden-haired middle-aged man turned and walked into the main hall of the Fiery Saint Palace. The sea of magma below the Fire Saint Palace was tens of thousands of miles wide. In a place like this, there were living creatures. The Fire Ape clan had lived here for generations. In a sea of magma, 1,000 miles away from the Fiery Saint Palace, there was a golden mountain floating on the magma. The mountain was tens of thousands of miles high, and there were countless caves on it. From time to time, there would be golden figures appearing in those caves. This was the territory of the Fire Ape Emperor. At this time, a ray of fire flew from the sky and landed on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. There was a cave on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. The door of the cave was closed. The fire landed in front of the cave, and the fire disappeared. A white-haired old man appeared. Rumble, just as the old man arrived, the tightly shut door of the cave at the top of the mountain gradually opened, and a gush of fire energy gushed out from the cave. "Ha! What kind of wind blew eldest senior brother to my place today?" A loud laugh came from the cave. Then a figure walked out of the fire. It was a slender, handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. No one would have thought that such a handsome young man was a Fire Ape Emperor that had attained enlightenment in the ancient times. It was a sacred ape. The arrival of the old man surprised the Fire Ape Emperor because this big brother had been in seclusion for thousands of years. He had not cared about the world for a long time, but now he suddenly came to the Fire Ape Emperor. "Let's talk inside." The old man glanced at the Fire Ape Emperor and walked into the cave. The Fire Ape Emperor quickly followed. After entering the cave and sitting down, the old man told the reason for his visit. Even the Fire Ape Emperor jumped up from his seat when he heard that their little junior brother had been killed. Who had actually dared to kill their little junior brother? This was simply too outrageous. One should know that their master could make the entire southern mountains tremble with a stomp of his foot. Moreover, their little brother was their master's favorite disciple. "I came to you because I don't know who it is," the old man said. Since their master had asked him to handle this matter, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. However, he was not a reckless person. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. No matter what, he had to find out who the other party was first. Therefore, the old man was not in a hurry to go to Luoxia City. "That's easy." The Fire Ape Emperor sent a voice transmission outside. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the cave and handed a jade slip to the Fire Ape Emperor. The Fire Ape Emperor waved his hand, and the golden-haired middle-aged man left respectfully. When the Fire Ape Emperor read the message in the jade slip with his divine telekinesis, his face became extremely solemn. "Big brother, I'm afraid this matter is a little tricky, the Fire Ape Emperor said, and handed the jade scroll to the old man. The old man took the jade scroll. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, but his face was expressionless. Luoxia City, the demon race, the old man muttered to himself. A strong battle intent erupted from his body. He thought of many things in an instant. Could the Southern Mountains God have joined forces with the demon race? If that was the case, then they would be in big trouble. Big brother, let me go with you. The Fire Ape Emperor muttered to himself. The Fire Ape clan also had a powerful fire ape who died at the hands of the demon clan when they attacked Luoxia City. All right, let's go and see who dares to look down on our Fire Ape clan. The old man said and stood up. The two experts left the Fire Ape Mountain and headed straight for Luoxia City. Chapter 26, 97. The siege of Luoxia City had been lifted and peace was restored in the city. Gu Fei's family did not like to live in the city, so they moved to a secluded courtyard in the mountains outside the city. Gu Ling's mischief gave Gu Fei a granddisciple. Gu Fei was very fond of this granddisciple, so he personally taught her martial arts and guided Yen on the path of martial arts. With Gu Fei's personal guidance, Gu Ling did not care about her disciple at all. She spent all day playing with the purple bell that Old Tortoise gave her. There was nothing special about the purple bell. It was very ordinary, so Gu Ling could not see anything special about it. In the end, she tied the bell to her waist and continued to play around. Gu Ling was very playful, but Gu Fei and Yen were not worried that it would affect her cultivation. It was a natural instinct that should not be suppressed. In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their daughter was, she was still a child. Old Tortoise did not like crowded places, so he dismissed his subordinates and lived in the courtyard with Ballon and the little fatty. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had not seen each other for many years, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. The two verified their own Tao and benefited a lot from each other. They were already at the Holy Master level, so it was very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It should be known that above the Holy Master was the Quasi-Supreme. However, this peace did not last long before it was broken. On this night, a golden crow suddenly appeared in the sky above Luoxia City, then directly descended towards the city. A powerful saint-level aura spread in all directions, causing all the creatures in Luoxia City to be extremely terrified, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. All of this happened too suddenly. The dark night sky was illuminated, as if a real divine sun had appeared high in the sky. What happened? In the courtyard in the mountains, Gu Fei and the others were alarmed. The saint-level aura spread out, and countless creatures in the mountains were extremely frightened. This kind of pressure that was above all living beings was enough to make them despair. Eldest senior brother seems to be a little rash. At this time, on a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as the golden crow descended. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would feel it. Inside the city lord's manor, the old city lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and it was difficult for him to fight against the divine might of the divine path that was descending from the sky. What's going on? Could it be that the Fire Emperor has really come personally? The experts in the city lord's manor were all affected by the pressure of the saintly way that descended from the sky. Before such an absolutely powerful existence, no one dared to even think of resisting. The cultivators in the city were in despair. Under the pressure of the divine Tao, they were extremely frightened. This kind of fear spread out from the depths of their souls. Everyone looked up at the divine sun that was descending from the sky. Their faces were filled with shock and despair. They had all given up resisting. At this moment, the void trembled. A layer of immortal light appeared in the void. On the immortal light, immortal runes were faintly discernible and intertwined, forming ancient immortal diagrams. Each immortal diagram attracted the energy of the great Tao, shrouding the entire Luoxia city. The defensive grand formation of Luoxia city was activated. The grand formation was activated, emitting immortal light. All the cultivators in the city felt their bodies lightened, and the pressure was greatly reduced. This is on the mountain peak outside the city. The Fire Ape Emperor couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. The immortal formation protecting Luoxia city was extraordinary. It was a saint formation. A mere small city actually has the protection of a saint formation. The Fire Ape Emperor murmured to himself. This was truly unbelievable. One should know that Luoxia city was only an inconspicuous city. Even the city lord was only an immortal emperor. If it was any other time, the Fire Ape Emperor wouldn't even spare a glance at such a small city. But the current situation was different. Saint formation. Is this the work of those people? A majestic voice came from the sky, sounding incomparably majestic. At this time, the Fire Ape Emperor stood on the mountain peak, glancing in all directions. He wanted to find those people, but he couldn't find any Saint Realm beings. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the divine sun collided with the layer of immortal light. A terrifying fluctuation spread out, and the layer of immortal light that enveloped the entire Luoxia city shook violently. The moment the divine sun collided with the immortal light, all the cultivators in the city coughed up blood. Even though the immortal light had neutralized most of the force, it was still enough to hurt them. Even the immortal emperors were no exception. At this time, the old immortal emperor in the city lord mansion crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Grandpa is in danger. In the courtyard, Yen immediately received the news from the old immortal emperor. The jade talisman in her hand glowed. Her expression changed drastically as she ran to find Gu Fei. At this time, Yen couldn't find Gu Fei because Gu Fei and the old tortoise had already flown up to the sky. They had completely concealed their presence, so no one could sense their presence. Even the Fire Ape Emperor was the same. Who are those two fellas? Saints under Fire Emperor. The old tortoise stood high up in the sky, looking at the divine sun in front of him, then at the golden-haired, white-browed youth on the mountain peak outside Luoxia city. Who cares who they are? Since they are here, there's no need for them to go back. Gu Fei said flatly, only that Fire Emperor is qualified to be my opponent. I have no interest in these two little fellas. The old tortoise laughed. He had no intention of taking action. He didn't put the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man in his eyes. I don't want to take action either. What should I do? Gu Fei said with a shrug. Ask Balon to go. The old tortoise said, and sent a message to Balon, who was still in the courtyard. After receiving the order, Balon immediately left the courtyard. The courtyard was also protected by a Saint Grade formation. No one could sense Balon's presence in the courtyard. However, when Balon left the courtyard, he was immediately sensed by the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man. Roar! Balon let out a furious roar and rushed out from the mountain. He soared into the sky and charged towards the golden-haired old man who had turned into a divine sun and was attacking the protective immortal light of Luoxia city. Chapter 2698. Ever since Balon came to the Heaven Realm, he had been following the old tortoise and Xiaoqing, fighting side by side with Xiaoqing. Although his level of cultivation was not as high as Xiaoqing's, he was still one of the old tortoise's most powerful generals. Roar! Balon roared. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrifying sound waves spread out. Several nearby mountains immediately collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating in the void. Following that, everyone saw an incomparably shocking scene. They saw an incomparably huge fire Qilin rushing out of the mountain, leaping up and pouncing towards the divine sun in the sky. The aura of the holy beast spread out in all directions. The entire world trembled under the feet of the fire Qilin, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out under the fire Qilin's feet. This was the rhythm of shattering the void. "You're finally out," a loud shout resounded, and then the divine sun smashed down towards the fire Qilin that was charging over. The divine flames emanating from the divine sun incinerated the surrounding space to the point of incinerating it. This was not an ordinary fire, but a holy level fire of the way. There were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible in the flames. If a saint was burned by this holy fire, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Rumble, the void shook. The mountain-like fire Qilin also roared angrily, and then spat out a mouthful of divine fire towards the divine sun. This was a battle between two cultivators of the way of fire. It was not easy to cultivate the way of fire to the holy level. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a natural creature of fire. However, the golden-haired old man was not simple either. Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, the two powerful powers of the divine path collided, erupting with dazzling sparks that illuminated the entire night sky. Fire-shaped patterns continuously collided in the sky, collapsing continuously. The mighty storm of destruction directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. Even Luoxia City below was affected. The city protection formation was constantly shaking, showing signs of collapsing. This made all the cultivators in the city shudder. Once the great city barrier array was broken, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, although the great city protecting formation was shaken by the destructive storm that swept down from the sky, it did not really collapse. This made everyone in the city heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, the divine sun and the fire Qilin disappeared at the same time. Two figures flew backward. "Old Turtle, who do you think will win?" In the distant sky, Gu Fei asked Old Tortoise. "I have to say, your question is too unprofessional. Do you think I would say that my men would lose?" Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully. He naturally supported Balon. Why would he support Balon's opponent? He. Gu Fei smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, the aura of a holiness expert filled the world, and all living beings within a radius of 50,000 kilometers could sense this supreme aura. Who is that fellow? He's actually able to contend against eldest senior brother. On a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City, Fire Ape Emperor looked at the two cultivators of the doctrine of fire in the sky with a serious expression. He felt a bit uneasy. Eldest senior brother seems to have met his match. Fire Ape Emperor said to himself, "Humph, it's just an old bird. How dare he come here and cause trouble?" High up in the sky, Balon held his halberd and coldly looked at the elder in front of him. The elder was also a cultivator of the doctrine of fire, and his original form was a golden crow. Of course, it was impossible for this guy to be a pure-blooded golden crow. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight at all. Balon could just admit defeat. One should know that pure-blooded golden crows were innate divine birds that were truly bred from the sun. Innate divine birds had unimaginable talents, and they were not something that Balon could deal with. "You are just a mixed-blood beast. Making me angry won't do you any good," the elder said coldly. He stared at the fire Qilin Balon. His eyes flashed, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. Fire-shaped Tao patterns circled around him. "Ha, I'm afraid that you might have teeth and bite me." Balon pointed his halberd at the elder and laughed out loud. "You were the one who killed my junior brother." The elder said with a gloomy face. "What?" Balon said in surprise. Could this guy be here to avenge his junior brother? But who is this guy's junior brother? Don't play dumb. My junior brother is the quasi-saint that died outside Luoxia City. The elder's eyes turned sharp and vicious. If this guy had not killed his junior brother, he would not have cared about this at all. His master had summoned him, so he had no choice but to come out. "Oh, you're talking about that little fella. Do you think that an existence like me would kill a quasi-saint?" Balon said unhappily. He was not someone who would bully the weak. A saint killing a quasi-saint was not something to be proud of. "Humph, my junior brother is invincible in the same realm. Who among the quasi-saints can be his match?" The elder said proudly. His junior brother was a peerless genius. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and was already a quasi-saint. The speed of his cultivation was so fast that even their master was shocked. Otherwise, this little junior brother of his wouldn't have been valued by his master and nurtured so heavily. Ha ha! Balon couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing the elder's words. Invincible in the same realm? This guy thought that his junior brother was a martial artist. This is the truth. Unless a saint takes action, no one can kill my junior sister. The elder's face turned even gloomier. The truth is, I didn't kill your little junior brother. Since you're here, I'll send you to reunite with your little junior brother. Balon's battle intent surged. A powerful, murderous aura spread out from his body. "You're not qualified to kill me." The elder was filled with battle intent as well. Even though this was what he said, he knew that he had met his match. This fire Cheelin wasn't easy to deal with. "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's let the truth speak for itself." Balon waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and struck. The divine halberd pierced through the void and struck down at the elder's head. On the surface of the divine halberd, there were Tao patterns in the shape of flames appearing. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of flame burst out from the elder's body. It turned into a bird's beak and flew towards the incoming halberd. This was a magic weapon that the elder had obtained. It was a magic weapon crafted by a powerful being of the Golden Crow race. Its name was the Golden Crow's Beak. As long as one were to be pecked by this Golden Crow's beak, even a saint would be severely injured. Clang! The Golden Crow's beak clashed with the divine halberd in Balon's hand, giving off a metallic sound. Balon could only feel a huge force coming from his hand. The divine halberd in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Shocked, he hurried to dodge it. The elder was shocked to see that Balon was able to withstand his attack. Swoosh! The elder took out the Golden Crow's beak and attacked Balon. The gigantic beak pierced through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful force. Preposterous! Balon roared in anger. He waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and charged forward. The divine halberd in his hand kept colliding with the Golden Crow's beak. The divine halberd in his hand was not an ordinary sacred weapon. It was a killing weapon. However, Balon had yet to display its true power. At this moment, Balon became serious. Although the Golden Crow's beak was incomparably powerful, it couldn't really suppress Balon. The two powerhouses were evenly matched, and it was not an easy task to determine a victor. Everyone was watching the battle nervously. The Lord of Luoxia City naturally hoped that Balon could defeat the elder and drive him away. He was also very puzzled as to why these great figures were eyeing his Luoxia City. Luoxia City was only a small city in the eyes of these great figures. A small city like Luoxia City shouldn't be in their eyes at all. Rumble, the void trembled. The two great experts fought from the sky to the ground, And then from the ground to the sky, fighting to the sky. Everywhere they passed, everything was mercilessly destroyed. In the end, the two great experts fought deep into the mountains. The entire mountain range was shaking as if doomsday had arrived. The battle lasted for several hours. Then, the elder retreated. The Fire Ape Emperor didn't attack, and retreated as well. Baron and the old man fought to a standstill. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither was able to suppress the other. In the end, both of them ended up with injuries. Gufei and the old turtle didn't attack. They just let the elder and the Fire Ape Emperor retreat. Although Balon was seriously injured, Gufei grabbed him into his inner world and threw him into a heavenly spring of life after he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Under the nourishment of the endless life essence contained in the heavenly spring of life, Balon completely recovered in half an hour. Even the internal injuries left by years of battles were completely healed. However, the elder wasn't so lucky. He was carried back to the Fiery Saint Palace by the Fire Ape Emperor. The elder was seriously injured. He was almost split in half by Balon's halberd. The terrifying crack extended from the back of his head to his tailbone. You lost too. The golden-haired, middle-aged man walked out of the Fiery Saint Palace. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that his eldest disciple was seriously injured. Who the hell is he? The golden-haired, middle-aged man stared at the Fire Ape Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Master, I'm useless." The elder said while gasping for breath, "Master, he is very strong. Eldest brother tried his best." The Fire Ape Emperor explained, "It really is a demonic saint." The golden-haired, middle-aged man sensed a powerful aura from the elder's wound. He couldn't help but be moved. This was the power of the great path of the demonic Tao. That is a fire Qilin. I think there must be an even more powerful existence behind it. Chapter 26:99. Someone has injured my disciples consecutively. Seems like I'll have to make a trip myself. The golden-haired, middle-aged man stood outside the gates of the Fiery Saint Palace. He raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and see Luo Xia City. Master is going to make a move himself. Big Brother Wu Jin and the Fire Ape Emperor were extremely shocked. One should know that their master hadn't made a move for many years. It seemed like this time their master was really angry. The golden-haired middle-aged man then took out a pill and passed it to the black gold elder. "Thank you, master." Elder Wu Jin hurriedly received the pill respectfully. It was a saint pill refined from extreme young fire essence. Although the saint pill was only the size of a thumb, it was enveloped by a layer of fiery light. It emitted a dazzling radiance, like a small divine sun. This is a golden sun saint pill, looking at the saint pill in the black gold elder's hand. The Fire Ape Emperor's eyes lit up. This was the saint pill that all fire elemental living beings dreamed of. Big Brother Wu Jin got a blessing in disguise. He got a saint pill like this. Without any hesitation, the old man swallowed the saint pill. Soon, a fiery glow appeared on his body, and his injured body began to heal at a rapid pace. The terrifying and hideous wound on his back was healing quickly. The black gold elder, who was on the verge of death, was invigorated after taking the golden sun saint pill. An extremely powerful fire elemental aura was emitted from his body. "Go back and heal up." The golden-haired middle-aged man waved his hand and said to the black gold elder, "Master, your disciple would like to serve you. Please allow me." The black gold elder knelt down in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. "You should recuperate from your injuries first," the golden-haired middle-aged man said impatiently. His disciples were defeated one after another. He was in a bad mood, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Big Brother, at that moment the Fire Ape Emperor, who was standing beside the Black Gold Elder, secretly pulled the Black Gold Elder's clothes. His master was furious, and no one dared to go against him. Yes, master. The golden-haired old man didn't dare to say anything else. He knew his master's personality very well. If he was defeated, it would be the same as slapping his master's face. I'd like to see who dares to kill my disciple. As the golden-haired middle-aged man spoke, his body blurred, and he disappeared into the void. Not even the elder Crow Gold and the Fire Ape Emperor could see how he left. Suddenly, a divine flame avenue rushed over from afar and stopped in the sky above Luoxia City. Then, a figure walked over from the divine flame avenue. This person was like a supreme sovereign of the Tao of Fire. In an instant, he arrived above Luoxia City. Are you done yet? Just after it stopped for a while, an incomparably powerful aura came from the direction of the Luoxia City. This made Gu Fei very angry. In the courtyard, Old Tortoise, go take care of it. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. F***CK, why don't you go? This seems to be your territory, not mine. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. If you don't do something, Luoxia City is going to be destroyed by that guy. Old Tortoise added. Sigh. Although Gu Fei didn't want to do anything, he had no choice but to do so at this time. This guy was a holy sovereign. Even a holy venerable had come. Such a powerhouse could easily break the Luoxia City's Great City Barrier formation and completely erase Luoxia City from the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. In the next second, he appeared in Luoxia City. At this time, all the living beings in Luoxia City were paralyzed on the ground because of the golden-haired, middle-aged man's arrival. They were extremely terrified. The aura of a holy sovereign made all the living beings in the city feel like they were going to have a mental breakdown. No one could resist such an unparalleled aura. However, the moment Gu Fei appeared in the city, all the living beings in the city let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying aura that made them unable to stand had weakened a lot. Who are you? The golden-haired, middle-aged man looked down at Gu Fei in the city. His eyes flickered as he sensed an aura from Gu Fei that was not weaker than his own. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei looked up at the figure in the sky and said indifferently, It's your people who killed my disciple. The golden-haired, middle-aged man's tone was incomparably majestic. He didn't show any anger, as if he was a supreme existence that dominated the life and death of all living beings in the world. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the golden-haired, middle-aged man in the sky playfully. Kill. The golden-haired, middle-aged man was enraged. However, people like him didn't show their emotions. He directly made his move. A giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames instantly covered the entire world and slammed down on Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Venerable spread out from the giant hand, causing all living beings within a radius of millions of miles to be terrified. A Saint Venerable was too powerful, even in an incomparably stable world like the Heaven Realm. A Saint Venerable's full strength could affect an entire region. Gu Fei didn't act immediately after seeing this scene. Rumble. The giant hand slammed down from the sky, causing the void below it to constantly shatter. Even the chaotic energy was blown out. The great formation of Luoxia City immediately collapsed. The layer of immortal light formed by the power of the great formation instantly shattered like a layer of exquisite porcelain. At this time, Gu Fei threw a punch. There was no monstrous divine fluctuation or dazzling divine light. It was just a casual punch. However, it was this punch that shattered the huge hand that came crashing down from the sky and dissipated in the void. Yes, The golden-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but be moved when he saw how easily Gu Fei broke his great technique. This person is not simple. He is a formidable opponent. Gu Fei stood in the city and didn't soar into the sky to fight the golden-haired middle-aged man. How dare you look down on me? The golden-haired middle-aged man was furious. He directly sat down in the void and activated his Xian Qi. Suddenly, countless meteorites appeared in the sky. He had actually summoned the meteorites from the starry sky. Rumble, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless meteorites turned into balls of fire and smashed down on Luoxia City. What? We're dead this time. Chapter 2700. The golden-haired middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He summoned meteorites from the sky with his strength. Countless meteorites moved quickly in the air. They rubbed against the air and turned into balls of fire. In the pitch-black night sky, countless fireballs fell from the sky. This scene shocked everyone. They were all stunned and dumbfounded. Is that all you've got? Gu Fei smiled contemptuously, then stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. In the next moment, the void trembled, and the countless fireballs that fell from the sky immediately exploded. The countless meteorites seemed to have hit an invisible wall and were all intercepted. The golden-haired middle-aged man, saw that his great technique was broken again. He couldn't help but be furious. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, the Fire Ape Emperor and the others who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Their own teacher was fighting, and yet he was defeated. How was this possible? Some important figures from the fiery Saint Palace came as well. One should know that the golden-haired middle-aged man was second only to the Fire Emperor. His action naturally startled many people. Jin Yan has met his match. An important figure from the fiery Saint Palace said, "He's always been arrogant. He thinks that no one can suppress him except for the Fire Emperor. It seems that he has kicked an iron plate this time." Someone said. His tone was quite dissatisfied with the golden-haired middle-aged man. Teacher, the Fire Ape Emperor, heard these people and couldn't help but worry. His always invincible teacher had met his match today. In another direction, on top of a mountain, many people stood. The one in the lead was the old tortoise. He couldn't help but come out to watch the battle. Gu Fei is acting tough again. Doesn't he know that acting tough will get him struck by lightning? The old tortoise said to himself. Rumble. At this time, the sky and earth shook. The golden-haired middle-aged man, Jin Yan, made his move. Endless fire elemental power condensed into a divine bird. It was a three-legged golden bird that was bathed in divine fire. Within the endless fire, there were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible. The three-legged golden bird soared into the sky from Jin Yan's body, then swooped down towards Gu Fei in Luoxia City. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. If it's the real golden crow, then I might be a bit afraid. However, it's just a three-legged bird created by a great technique. Do you think such a great technique can deal with me? This is too funny. Gu Fei laughed. He waved his hand and displayed the 9 heaven punishing swords. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and cut the golden crow into 2. The remaining power of the sword light did not dissipate. After splitting open the golden bird, it still slashed towards Jin Yan. What? Jin Yan was incomparably shocked. He pointed out with a finger and directly shattered the incoming sword light. He discovered that the other party's sword light was somewhat similar to the Eastern Earth Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's flying immortal swordsmanship. The Flame Emperor and the ancient Yuan Celestial Darch were allies, so Jin Yan naturally knew about the ancient Yuan Celestial Darch. I'll use you as a test subject. Gu Fei's body shone with dazzling sword light. 9 rays of sword light circled around him. He stretched out his hand and drew one of the sword light into his hand. Virum! The sound of a sword rang out in the void. Gu Fei waved his hand again, and the sword light that he had drawn into his hand immediately soared into the sky, piercing towards Jin Yen in the sky. Whoosh! At that moment, Jin Yen flicked his right hand, and a mirror appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and directly held the mirror towards the sword light that was piercing towards him. A dazzling mirror light rushed out of the mirror and collided with Gu Fei's heaven-punishing swordsmanship. The two forces dissipated at the same time. The sword light and the mirror light both disappeared into the void. Virum! The void trembled, and the ancient mirror in Jin Yan's hand shook. Runes constantly awakened on the mirror, and an extremely powerful aura of the divine path spread out from the mirror. The golden sun mirror, the fire ape emperor, who had been watching the battle from afar, could not help but be shocked when he saw his master use a ritual implement. Was that young man really that strong? The golden sun mirror was a treasure of the Fire Saint Palace and would not be used lightly. Sky-covering palm. Gu Fei shouted and directly used the sky-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slammed towards Jin Yen. Jin Yen was both shocked and furious. He activated the golden sun mirror with all his might, and beams of fiery light rushed out of it, trying to pierce through the sky-covering palm. However, the power displayed by the sky-covering palm was terrifying. Even the fiery light from the golden sun mirror could not withstand it. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jin Yen was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. Jin Yen roared in anger. He could not accept the fact that he had been sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. The ancient mirror in his hand continued to burst with dazzling divine light. At this time, 9 rays of sword light shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slashed towards Jin Yen. Each ray of sword light was incomparably dazzling and emitted extremely sharp sword chi. Jin Yen was shocked. The opponent's sword light was too similar to the soaring, immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. However, he knew that this was not the soaring, immortal sword light. These 9 rays of sword light were much more powerful than the soaring, immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. Swoosh! Just as the 9 sword lights were about to strike Jin Yan's body, Jin Yan's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared into the void in an instant. Jin Yan had actually dodged the attack. Boom! In the next moment, a 3-legged divine bird the size of a mountain rushed out of the void and swooped towards Gu Fei in Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a saint venerable radiated from the divine bird, causing the surrounding space to collapse and crack. It was terrifying to the extreme. Die! Gu Fei directly punched out. Vast chaotic force surged, and the terrifying fist force directly sent the 3-legged divine bird flying. Blood splattered in the air. Is that all? At this time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched again. His fist displayed a terrifying might that caused people's hearts to palpitate. The 3-legged divine bird was blown away once again, and the boundless fire chi dissipated. The projection of the 3-legged divine bird dissipated, and Jin Yan's figure appeared in the void. Chapter 2701. The golden-haired middle-aged man was the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. Although he was not a pure-blooded Golden Crow, his abilities were definitely on par with a pure-blooded Golden Crow. It was rare to see a pure-blooded Golden Crow in the world. Even in the ancient times, no one had seen a pure-blooded Golden Crow. Some said that the pure-blooded Golden Crow was extinct and that it was impossible for such a Golden Crow to appear in the world again. However, some also said that the pure-blooded descendants of the clan were still alive. They just lived in seclusion and wouldn't come out easily. However, among the descendants of the Golden Crow in the South Mountains of the Heaven Realm, there had never been another pure-blooded Golden Crow. The Golden Crow ancestor's cultivation was undoubtedly strong, but he was still lacking compared to the Fire Emperor. This ancestor was second only to the Fire Emperor in the Fire Clan. However, the Golden Crow ancestor, who was second only to one person in the Southern Mountains Fire Tribe, had suffered a setback. He was actually suppressed by an unknown person. How is this possible? The Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fire Clan who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. How could the Golden Crow ancestor be defeated? One should know that the Golden Crow ancestor had lived for countless years in the immemorial era. He was a powerful existence in the same era as the Fire Emperor. Back then, the Fire Emperor and the Golden Crow old ancestor were fighting for the control of the Fire race. The two experts of the Fire race fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the Golden Crow old ancestor was defeated by one move and passed the throne of the Fire race. The Golden Crow ancestor had always been arrogant. He had fought countless battles in his life and had only lost once. It was to the Fire Emperor. He lost by one move. Although the Fire Emperor defeated the Golden Crow ancestor and sat on the throne of the Fire Clan, it was a Pyrrhic victory. This was enough to show how strong and terrifying the Golden Crow ancestor was. Like disciple, like master, your disciple is so useless. You are even more useless. Gu Fei soared into the sky in an incomparably powerful manner. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the entire space to tremble under his incomparably powerful aura. A saint and a martial arts saint. At this moment, the old Master Golden Crow could no longer maintain his composure. He was both shocked and enraged. To think that this human would turn out to be a saint of the martial Tao. The path of the martial Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, once one managed to cultivate it, one would be an invincible existence within the same cultivation state. Old Ancestor Golden Crow had experienced that great era, so he naturally knew how powerful and terrifying a martial saint was. Preposterous. So what if you're a martial saint? You still have to die. Gu Fei's disdain and disregard infuriated the Golden Crow patriarch. He summoned the Golden Sun Mirror with all his might, and the ancient mirror immediately turned into a ball of dazzling divine light that soared into the sky like a real sun, illuminating the night sky. 1 into 10 suns illuminate the sky. The Golden Crow ancestor roared and used all his strength to detonate the power of the Golden Sun ancient mirror. Boom! The entire sky shook violently as if it was going to flip over. Then 10 divine suns appeared high up in the sky. This was an extremely shocking scene. 10 divine suns had appeared in the sky, and every single one of them emitted an extremely horrifying energy wave. Especially within the 10 divine suns, there was a faint silhouette of the Golden Crow. Go to hell! The Golden Crow patriarch activated the 10 divine suns and slammed them down at Gu Fei. The entire sky was instantly sealed by the power of the 10 suns, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Seeing this, Gu Fei did not appear immediately. He allowed the 10 suns to descend from the sky and press down on him. The pressure from the heavens could not affect him at all. Boom, boom. The heavens and earth shook as if they were about to collapse. Everyone in the Luo Xia city below was stunned. Looking at this scene, everyone's jaws dropped. This scene was way too shocking. At this moment, the power of the pure sun that descended from the sky was extremely powerful. However, in the face of this incomparably powerful attack, Gu Fei was still as calm as the clouds and wind. At this time, all the cultivators in the Luo Xia city were on the verge of a mental breakdown. The pressure from the heavens was too powerful, and terrifying. Just SOSO. Watch how I break the 10 suns. Gu Fei was bursting with confidence. He just punched upwards, and the powerful power of the great path immediately surged out from his fist. Just this blow alone shook the heavens and earth. Boom! With a loud noise, the martial arts power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist collided with the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky. The 10 suns trembled at the same time. The power of the 10 suns was so powerful that even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Although his punch blocked the 10 suns from descending, the 10 divine suns were not destroyed by him. Good heavens, Gu Fei knew that if he did not get serious, he would not be able to defeat this guy. Take another punch from me. Gu Fei roared and once again punched upwards with his right fist. The strongest power erupted, and an indomitable aura erupted from his body. 9 chaotic Tao patterns emerged on Gu Fei's body, and the powerful pressure of a saint venerate erupted from his body, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Even a saint would have to bow down in front of Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. 3 divine suns exploded under Gu Fei's fist. The sun Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the monstrous fire swept up to the sky, burning the void until it was annihilated. The Golden Crow great ancestor looked at this scene in disbelief. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his imagination. A saint venerate of the martial way was really invincible among those of the same level. Fight! The Golden Crow great ancestor gritted his teeth and continued to direct the remaining 7 divine suns to suppress Gu Fei. The Golden Crow's shadow inside the 7 divine suns became clearer, emitting the might of the Golden Crow. The innate divine bird flapped its wings inside the divine suns. A terrifying power of destruction spread out from the 7 divine suns. The void was annihilated, and the chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Each of the divine suns emitted a terrifying power that could destroy the world. It was like the end of the world. Master, the Fire Ape Emperor, was dumbfounded at this scene. This was the first time he saw his master go all out. This made him nervous and excited. Gu Fei is in trouble. Far in the sky, the old tortoise stood on the clouds and muttered to himself. The old Golden Crow's cultivation was not weak, which made the old tortoise appreciate his talent. It would be great if he could make the old Golden Crow join his side. The old tortoise knew Gu Fei's temper. Once this guy got serious, he might accidentally kill the old Golden Crow. Chapter 2702. 7 destructive suns descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the world to crumble. The sky above Luoxia City was destroyed, turning the void into a chaotic void. I want you to accept your defeat wholeheartedly. On Gu Fei's body, 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. He soared into the sky and completely ignored the 7 divine suns that were pressing down. Then he swung his fists and smashed them directly at the divine suns. Is he crazy? Seeing Gu Fei's actions, the Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fiery Saint Palace were stunned. This man actually dared to go head-on against the old ancestor. Everyone found it hard to believe. However, a scene that shocked the Fire Ape Emperor and the others even more happened. The human punched out, and a divine sun that exuded a torrential aura of destruction exploded. The golden raven shadow inside the divine sun shrieked and dissipated. This is unbelievable. All the experts of the Fiery Saint Palace were petrified. They stood there blankly, forgetting to think. Even the Fire Ape Emperor, a saint-level expert, felt his mind going blank. At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his peerless battle prowess. With a single punch, he actually managed to blow up all 7 divine suns. Kacha! The sound of something shattering was heard. An ancient mirror was destroyed in the blazing sunfire. An ancient saint weapon was destroyed just like that. The blazing sunfire covered the entire sky. Gu Fei's figure moved rapidly in the sea of fire, heading straight for the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. The battle between two Saint Venerables was so intense that even the heavenly Tao was trembling. Even some of the super antiques that had been in slumber for countless years were awakened. Normally, the Fire Emperor should have sensed a battle of this level long ago. However, the Fire Emperor had yet to appear. Humph, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor provoked him. It's his bad luck. A figure appeared in the sky. When he saw the person fighting with the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, he couldn't help but be shocked. But he quickly calmed down. Bam! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the sea of fire. Then, a figure flew out from the sea of fire. Drops of blood dripped down from the sky. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been thoroughly defeated. Close combat had always been the advantage of cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in on them, it would be a tragedy. With just one punch, Gu Fei had turned the once insufferably arrogant Golden Crow Patriarch, who had only been defeated once in his life, into a black eye, and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Ancestor Golden Crow was inconsolable. When he stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he came to a stop, he saw a figure flash before his eyes. That human had already appeared before him and punched out. That hateful fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes and finally blocked everything. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei punched Patriarch Golden Crow's nose bridge and broke it, causing his nose to bleed profusely. But to the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, the pain on his body was nothing. What he truly cared about was the contempt and disdain that the other party had towards him. Kill! Fire-shaped Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the Golden Crow Old Ancestor's body. A supreme saint venerable aura emanated from his body. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor opened his mouth and spat out a huge seal. This was a fire seal that was shrouded in raging flames. The aura that emanated from the fire seal was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist had arrived in front of the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. Without thinking, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor used the fire seal, wanting to suppress Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei did not care about the fire seal. He punched out and landed on the fire seal, causing it to tremble violently. Ah! When Gu Fei saw that this fire seal was able to withstand his punch and did not shatter, he knew that this fire seal was not simple. It was not something that an ordinary Saint Venerable artifact could compare to. At this moment, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was already stunned by the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed. It was no longer as simple as being moved. Others might not know the power of this fire seal, but he was very clear that this fire seal was an ancestral artifact of the Golden Crow clan. It would not be used casually. Bang! Gu Fei punched the fire seal again. This time, the fire seal was actually blown away. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor quickly retreated. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up to the Golden Crow Ancestor and stomped down. This was the 8 kill steps, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor was directly trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. He fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into a mountain peak with a boom. Rumble, the mountain collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. The descending Golden Crow Old Ancestor had directly smashed a mountain into pieces. Roar! The Golden Crow Old Ancestor's deep roar came from the billowing dust. He had never suffered such a heavy blow before. He had never been in such a miserable state. Trying to kill me? What a joke! High up in the sky, Gu Fei looked down at the billowing dust and said disdainfully. Then 9 primordial Tao patterns rushed out from his body and turned into 9 primordial sword lights. Each of the sword lights emitted extremely sharp sword chi waves. This was the sword intent of the heaven-punishing 9 swords. Gu Fei directly used the heaven-punishing 9 swords. With a wave of his hand, the 9 sword lights immediately soared into the sky and slashed downwards. The primordial sword lights were like rainbows that directly pierced through the void. The 9 sword lights descended from the sky and destroyed the void, causing the ground below to tremble violently. The 9 sword lights all slashed towards the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor turned pale with fright. He immediately crushed a jade talisman and escaped just as the 9 sword lights were about to descend. Go! The Fire Ape Emperor immediately turned and left. Even his master had escaped. How would he dare to stay here? If that martial Saint Venerable were to attack him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Why hasn't the Fire Emperor appeared yet? Up in the sky, the Southern Mountains god Emperor muttered to himself. He initially thought that this battle would alarm the Fire Emperor. Then, the Fire Emperor would fight against Gu Fei, and both sides would suffer. However, this was all in the Southern Mountains god Emperor's imagination. When the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was defeated by Gu Fei, the Fire Emperor still hadn't appeared. Roar! Chapter 2703. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor was defeated. This battle had a far-reaching impact, causing all the big shots in the Southern Mountains to remember Luoxia City. Even the Southern Mountains' Divine Emperor didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei's group. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle had spread for billions of miles. As long as the Fire Emperor was in the Southern Mountains, there was no reason he wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the Fire Emperor didn't appear. The experts of the Fire Saint Palace immediately retreated when they saw the Golden Crow Old Ancestor's defeat. No one dared to stay. They ran away faster than rabbits. Gu Fei didn't chase after the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor wasn't a match for him. He didn't even use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to defeat the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. Although the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was powerful, he wasn't a threat to Yi Fuqian. Killing such an existence wouldn't affect Yi Fuqian much. Of course, if the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian, Gu Fei wouldn't show any mercy. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of the Fire Emperor either. In fact, he had an invincible Tao heart ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation. He had never been afraid of any opponent. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would retreat first and work hard to improve his cultivation. In the end, he would trample his opponent under his feet. The Fire Emperor was definitely not a strong opponent. Although he had formed an alliance with the primordial Heavenly Emperor, he didn't make a move when Gu Fei attacked the primordial Heavenly Emperor's lair. Gu Fei didn't want to be enemies with the Fire Emperor either. He already had enough enemies. Of course, if the Fire Emperor really wanted to stand up for the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, he wouldn't mind beating the Fire Emperor up. The end of the battle shocked everyone. Soon, the great sects and clans in the Southern Mountains learned of Gu Fei's identity and origin. Back then, Gu Fei had become enemies with the primordial Heavenly Emperor in the eastern earth of the Heaven Realm. Some people also dug out the Violet Emperor of the Eastern Earth. He even killed the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor was the primordial Heavenly Emperor's only son. Gu Fei's killing of the Violet Emperor meant that he had formed an irreconcilable feud with the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Gu Fei did not return to Luoxia City. Instead, he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Everyone knew that Gu Fei would win. Old Tortoise had already returned to the side courtyard. Yen, and Guling came out from the side courtyard to welcome Gu Fei. "Dad, your sword technique is too cool. Teach it to me." As soon as Gu Fei sat down, Guling hugged his right arm. "Ha! Only now do you realize how handsome your father is." Gu Fei reached out and rubbed Guling's head as he said with a smile, "Ha ha, father, you're too narcissistic. I'm saying that your sword technique is cool, not that you're handsome." Guling said cunningly, "Ling, don't mess around." Yen said. Guling stuck his tongue out at Yen, but he still didn't want Gu Fei to teach him that extremely handsome and extremely powerful sword technique. Helpless, Gu Fei imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to his precious daughter. The 9 heaven punishing swords was a supreme sword Tao. Not everyone could comprehend it. Although Gu Fei had imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to Guling, how could Guling comprehend it in such a short time? She was only interested in learning this sword technique because she pestered Gu Fei to learn it. However, she soon discovered that the sovereign sword Tao was not something that she could comprehend at her current level. Thus, she tossed the sovereign sword Tao aside. On the second day of the battle, someone came to visit Gu Fei. It was the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. However, this emissary of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by Baron before he could even enter the courtyard. This Southern Mountains God Emperor is too insincere. This was Balan's explanation for the envoy who chased away the Southern Mountains God Emperor's envoy. Following that, all the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains sent people over. No one dared to ignore a ferocious person like Gu Fei. Gu Fei's deeds in the eastern lands of the heavenly realm had already spread to the Southern Mountains. This ruthless person actually dared to go to the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor to undergo his tribulation. He even attacked the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor and killed one of his powerful clones. Who was the ancient heavenly emperor? He was the ruler of the entire eastern lands of the heavenly realm. Compared to the fire emperor, he was even more powerful and mysterious. Gu Fei was already regarded as the most dangerous person in the heavenly realm by all the sects and clans. They didn't want to offend this peerless villain. However, the various forces of the Southern Mountains God Emperor only sent envoys to probe Gu Fei. Hence, these envoys ended up the same as the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. These people are too insincere. Balan's words were still the same. This surprised all the great sects and clans, but it was within the expectations of the rulers of these great sects and clans. Gu Fei was a fierce god who wouldn't submit to just anyone. Even the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by him. The envoys of the other sects and clans were nothing to him. The courtyard, which was originally peaceful, was bustling with activity these few days. Countless people wanted to meet Gu Fei, and some even came to ask him to be their master. Outside the gate of the courtyard, there were many youths who came to ask for a master. My boss doesn't accept disciples. Balan had become the guardian of the courtyard's gate. He stopped everyone from entering, be it the envoys of the sects or clans, or the youths who wanted to learn from him. In fact, some of these youths were talented, but Gu Fei was unmoved. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples, but it wasn't that easy to become his disciple. A long time ago, Gu Fei had a plan to accept 5 disciples: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 elements, Gu Fei had already accepted disciples of metal, wood, water, and fire. Among these 4 disciples, one was his daughter, and the other was his grand disciple. Now, he only lacked 1 disciple, and that was an earth elemental disciple. 5 elements as one. Gu Fei really wanted to know how powerful these 5 disciples would be once they fully matured. This could be said to be Gu Fei's ambition. Since ancient times, there had never been a 5-elemental cultivator who could shake the world. This was Gu Fei's own idea. He had a premonition that 5-element martial artists could absolutely become the strongest existence in this world. Gu Fei sent a sound transmission to Balan, who was guarding outside the courtyard, telling him to let those who came to ask for a master kneel there. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could accept a disciple with an earth elemental physique. However, these young people kneeling outside the courtyard did not meet Gu Fei's standards. Gu Fei knew that the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains Range had sent their most outstanding disciples of the younger generation to the courtyard where Gu Fei was. Actually, all the forces of the Southern Mountains Range wanted to rope in Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was a peerless savage. Whoever could rope in Gu Fei would have the qualifications to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains Range. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains Range? All the clans in the Heaven Realm had the ambition to be the overlord. However, not everyone had the qualifications to be the overlord. The appearance of Gu Fei was the hope of all the clans. Of course, the tricks of the clans in the Southern Mountains Range could not be hidden from Gu Fei. He did not want to become the pawn of the clans in the Southern Mountains Range. However, the news of Gu Fei accepting a disciple had spread far and wide. As a result, more people kneeled outside the courtyard. These people wanted to try their luck. However, after half a month, Gu Fei did not appear at all. No one had become Gu Fei's disciple either. Thus, many people retreated, but many continued to persist. Half a year had passed. Gu Fei was still living a peaceful life in the courtyard. He grew flowers and fished. Days passed just like that. Gu Ling, on the other hand, was extremely wild. She disappeared every other day. Her disciple, Yan Er, was very obedient and did not go crazy with Gu Ling. Yan Er cultivated very hard. She had the wood elemental physique and the innate Tao eyes. This kind of physique was absolutely heaven-defying. Under Gu Fei's personal guidance, Yan Er's cultivation level increased rapidly. The wood elemental martial physique had an innate advantage. Her body contained a large amount of vitality. This kind of physique, when cultivated to the great success realm, was simply immortal. Yan Er quickly cultivated to the immortal realm. She directly underwent the tribulation in Gu Fei's inner world. She became the fastest disciple among Gu Fei's disciples to become an immortal. After Yan Er became an immortal, the happiest person was the old city lord of Luoxia City. In the past half a year, the number of people who wanted to become Gu Fei's disciple had increased. Every day, when the sun rose, there would be countless people kneeling outside the courtyard. Such a scene was truly too spectacular. Even Balan could not help but be amazed. Gu Fei's charm was too great. However, after nightfall, the countless young men who kneeled outside for a day began to return home. There were not many who actually stayed. One had to know that most of these young men came from the clans and sects in the Southern Mountains Range. They were all proud people. They would have long cursed if they had to kneel here for a day. Among these countless young men, there were not many who really wanted to become a disciple. However, after Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, the Fire Emperor did not come looking for trouble with Gu Fei. There was not even a shadow of the Fire Emperor, let alone challenging Gu Fei. The attitude of the Fire Emperor surprised all the sects and clans in the Southern Mountains Range. This was not the style of the Fire Emperor, who had always been strong. One had to know that ever since the Fire Emperor woke up from his long slumber, he had been fighting until he conquered half of the Southern Mountains Range. Only then did he stop expanding his territory. No one knew what the Fire Emperor was doing. The moon in the sky. At this time, Gu Fei stood by the lake in the courtyard and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Today was an important festival on the Kunlun ancestral planet in the human realm. It was called the Mid-Autumn Festival. This was a festival of reunion. Gu Fei thought of many things. Some long-lost memories resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 2704. A peaceful life was what Gu Fei yearned for, but he also knew that it was only temporary. Ever since Gu Fei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, Luoxia City became lively. The city was bustling with people, and cultivators could be seen everywhere. Not only the major forces of the Southern Mountains, but all the super forces of the heavenly domain had their eyes on this inconspicuous little city. Luoxia City was originally one of the countless cities under the Southern Mountains God Emperor's control. It was located in a remote area, and the city lord was an old immortal emperor. The Southern Mountains God Emperor never expected that a lowly city lord under him would have a connection with Gu Fei's mission. This was definitely a good thing for the Southern Mountains God Emperor. With the Luoxia City lord as the middleman, he and Gu Fei would have a chance to join forces. The alliance between the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor made the Southern Mountains God Emperor feel a great threat. If these two emperors joined forces against him, he would lose his territory. Fortunately, Gu Fei's appearance had completely disrupted the plans of the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Without the ancient true body, it was impossible for him to contend against Gu Fei. If he could join forces with Gu Fei, he would have a chance to take back half of the Southern Mountains. However, the Southern Mountains God Emperor also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was impossible for a peerless person like Gu Fei not to know the reason why he was looking for him. No one was willing to be used by others, especially by those incomparably powerful existences. The peaceful days continued to pass day by day. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. On a rugged mountain path 100 miles away from Luoxia City, an old man in ragged clothes was leading a 7- or 8-year-old boy towards Luoxia City. "Grandpa, drink some water first." The little boy took the gourd from his waist and handed it to the old man. "Grandpa is not thirsty." The ragged old man was sweating profusely. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He wore a straw hat and reached out to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. "Grandpa, we've been walking for half a day. Why don't we find a place to rest before we continue?" The little boy said. His clothes were tattered, and his face was dirty. However, his big eyes were black and shiny, and they exuded a spiritual aura. "All right." The old man patted the little boy's head and looked around. He saw a small forest by the side of the mountain path, so he led the little boy to the small forest. The scorching sun scorched the earth, making it very stuffy. The old man brought the little boy into the woods and sat on the grass, enjoying the rare coolness. "Grandpa is the person you mentioned willing to accept me as his disciple?" The little boy asked the old man innocently. "Yes, he will definitely accept you as his disciple." The old man looked at the little boy and said, "Seriously, is that person very powerful? Can he beat those bad guys?" The little boy tilted his head and said, "That person is definitely the strongest existence in this world. Those bad guys are no match for him at all." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes became incomparably deep. "If that's the case, then I will worship him as my teacher and ask him to teach me the most powerful ability. Then I will avenge my parents." The little boy said fiercely. His eyes were red. "That's a must. You have to kill those people yourself." The old man seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled, and his eyes became incomparably fierce. "Yes, Grandpa." A childish voice sounded. "All right, let's continue our journey." The old man stood up from the ground and said to the little boy, "This pair of grandfather and grandson had a story. They didn't seem to be ordinary people. The old man's face was a little pale. Although his clothes were tattered, his exposed hands were white and flawless, as if they were carved from divine jade. The little boy was also not an ordinary little boy. Although he was dirty from head to toe, he was a piece of unpolished jade. The grandfather and grandson continued their journey. The mountain road was rugged, but they didn't walk slowly. When the sun went down, the grandfather and grandson arrived outside Luoxia City. They took advantage of the fact that the city gate hadn't been closed yet and entered Luoxia City. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything valuable on them. They couldn't afford to stay in an inn. They could only spread a layer of withered grass in a small corner of an alley. Then they lay on the withered grass and rested. The next day, at dawn, the old man and the little boy got up. They inquired about the city and went directly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. At this time, in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was holding a banquet. Because today was very special, the old city lord's granddaughter had returned. This made the old city lord very happy. Yen hadn't left the courtyard for more than half a year. Since Gu Fei's family lived in the courtyard, the old city lord moved to Luoxia City. This was because Gu Fei liked peace and quiet and didn't want to be disturbed. In fact, even if the old city lord also lived in the courtyard, he wouldn't be able to see his precious granddaughter. This was because Yen usually cultivated in Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's inner world was full of spiritual qi. It was a treasure land that countless cultivators dreamed of for a long time. Cultivating in such a place would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. On this day, Yen asked for a day's leave from her grandmaster and returned to Luoxia City to visit her grandfather. This was a family banquet. Although there were only the old city lord and Yen, the dishes on the table were incomparably sumptuous. One must know that the old city lord was an immortal emperor, so he could get some rare delicacies. Just as the old city lord was holding a banquet to welcome Yen, two ragged people appeared outside the city lord's mansion. One of them was an old man, and the other was a little boy. The old man led the little boy directly to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Halt! An armored guard standing outside the gate of the city lord's mansion immediately blocked the old man and the little boy with a divine spear in his hand. "We want to see the city lord. Please pass a message for us." The old man said politely to the guard. What? The guard thought that he had misheard. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He then looked at the old man and the little boy from head to toe. "Hurry up and get out of here. Our city lord is not someone you can see." The guard waved his hand disdainfully and said, "These two fellows were even worse than the beggars in the city." The fact that they wanted to see the city lord made the guard feel incredulous. He couldn't imagine what kind of relationship the city lord had with these people. "Please pass a message for us. We really want to see the city lord." The old man refused to leave. "Ayo, are you done yet?" The guard was annoyed. He glared at the old man and swept the divine spear in his hand. Just as the guard's divine spear was about to hit the old man, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the guard's divine spear. "Don't hit my grandpa." A childish voice was heard. The person who grabbed the divine spear was the little boy standing next to the old man. What? The guard was extremely shocked. He never expected a 7 or 8-year-old boy to be able to grab his divine spear. He wanted to pull the divine spear back. However, he realized that he couldn't. The little boy's strength was shocking. Roar! The guard roared and exerted his strength. However, at this moment, the little boy suddenly let go. The guard didn't expect the little boy to let go of his spear so suddenly. He immediately lost his balance and took a few steps back. Bam! His back hit the wall hard. The guard was furious. He raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it at the little boy. Humph, you've gone too far. The old man snorted angrily and took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately erupted from his body, and his turbid eyes shone with a bright light. Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? The guard was shocked and quickly stopped. These two grandfather-granddaughter pair were not ordinary. Perhaps they really had some background. Could it be that they really knew the city lord? The guard was not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to guard the gate. Not everyone could be a guard at the gate of the city lord's mansion. What's going on? At this moment, a divine general walked out. Sir, these two men wish to pay a visit to the city lord. The guard said to the divine general. You want to see the city lord? The divine general couldn't help but size up the old man and the little boy. He frowned as he couldn't see through the duo. The city lord has something to do today. He has given the order that no one is to disturb him. You two should go back. The divine general said to the old man. Humph, how arrogant. The old man sneered. What did you say? The divine general's eyes immediately shone with an extremely sharp light. He stared at the old man as a powerful aura of the divine way radiated from him. Immortal spirit. The old man's eyes lit up. He wouldn't care about immortal spirits under normal circumstances. But now, his cultivation base was half crippled. With his cultivation base half crippled, he was no match for an immortal spirit. We're not people you can afford to offend. You'd better ask the city lord to come out. The old man said. At this moment, the divine general was bewildered and uncertain. All right, the divine general thought for a moment before he turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, the divine general came out again. He opened the gate and welcomed the old man and the little boy. Then, he led the old man and the little boy into a courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. In the courtyard, an old man and a young girl were having a meal under a big tree. You two want to see me? The old city lord stood up and looked at the two people in front of him curiously. Although they were dressed shabbily, their temperament was extraordinary. Not bad. The old man nodded.